All right, welcome everybody. This is, I believe, the 13th episode of Tea Time Save Room. It's been a minute, but I'll get into that later. But as always, I'm joined by my co-host Fatal Brace of Soul. How you doing, man?
I'm doing alright. Had a little bit of a stomach problem earlier, but I'm doing okay.
Oof, was it like food poisoning or?
I'm not sure what it was though. All I know is that I just had to take some medicine and just lie down for a bit.
Noise. But hopefully you feel better though. For me, I just had to deal with sinus. You know what I think it might be? I think it might be my AC. I might need to clean out the filter on that finally.
Yeah, you have to be careful, with the filters on those things, especially.
Yeah.
Especially like it messes like with my allergies, like are pretty bad.
Yeah, because the thing for me too was that like I'm usually pretty good about it. Checking like every month or so. But I forgot that since I was away for a month, who knows, what got in it. So technically, it's been 2 months, I guess. Um, but yeah, just getting into it, man. It's been about 2 months since the last one. Just because the other one came out kind of late. But how's your month been though? From like I think like mid
From like
August.
yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say like
like
from
mid August to
like
now.
yeah, I was gonna say yeah from like August over here. It's been going like all right. I mean, it's been going okay. Like pretty much like obviously I'm still like surviving in this like current situation,
Yeah.
and obviously in like playing some games, watching some shows. Um, as for the shows, or before I get into the games, because I know that's a good chunk, is that I've been watching actually saw the wrap up for Kamen Rider 01.
And that's the latest one that came out, right?
That's actually the one that just ended before the new one came out. Kamen Rider Saber came out.
God, they're so because I don't really keep up with like the newest ones like now. I think the last one that I saw when it was new was like Exid, and man, that was rough. But how long do they usually wait? It seems like it barely give these people any breaks in between the
Yeah,
shows.
yeah, no, like the problem like with this one, right, is that this one actually had to get cut short due to the pandemic going around.
Mm-hmm.
So I can tell like the end. Again, I'm not gonna say like much of anything because the only thing I can say is that I can tell they had to like rush to like end the story before the next comic was coming out.
Yikes! Did it like stick the landing at least?
Well, at least sort of though. At least it was big enough to like ended where it needed to end.
Hmm.
But my god, though, like there was like some episodes where I was just like on the edge of my seat, being like, "What the hell is going on?"
I'm thinking of just like super jump cuts to like resolving an entire fight. I was just like,
Yeah.
oh god. Hopefully it wasn't too butchered.
Oh no, like I think the best part is that like the final fight that happened in the show, right? It was like the most sickest like final fights I've seen.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll check it out at some point. Obviously, Trails has been keeping me busy, but like once that's over, I kind of do want to check Kamen Rider out again. It's been a long time for me.
Yeah, I mean you got plenty of options, especially the legal options for like the first show and Kuga as well.
Yeah.
And and of course like me and Vex, we get excited for the next show, right? That was Kamen Rider Saber.
Mm-hmm.
And holy crap, I want to go back to 01 again.
Oh god.
So here's the reason why is because like Saber, I think the problem is that like me and Vex we got like hyped up too much, being like, man, we have like like I think 6 or 8 like com writers
Mm-hmm.
like it like in a single show, and then we also got like this cool looking designs along with like books as for the main belt gimmick,
Yeah.
and and of course like these books were like referencing like actual like fairy tales and novels, right?
Yeah.
So when we got into the show, holy crap, I can tell they got to deal with certain restrictions due to the current situation.
Oh boy.
So the best way I can describe it is that like you know how like so you've seen like Kamen Rider, right? Where like you have like it's like live action, and you see a bunch of like
Yep.
background people and everything.
Yep. I know exactly where this is going. A lot of CG,
So
right?
yeah, literally it was nothing but CG.
Oh
And the
my
worst part is
god.
that like during the fight scenes, right, is that one part is like a nice coordinated like live action, but then it
Yeah.
has to cut to like a game model of Comrade Saber in just like CG. I'm like, oh my god. It's like I'm
It's
watching like
so
it's like I was like watching like a low budget like movie or show, man.
yeah, it's so jarring when they do use CD or CG. Sorry, when I notice it because I wonder. I am a business person. I don't know how like the um how many like series they have set in stone beforehand, but I'm wondering like if they could have had like almost like a virtual world like premise of some sort, it would have helped a little bit. But maybe they already had this one like planned, with this premise in mind that this whole series was already in the works, so they couldn't
Yeah.
change it. Because I'm like, yeah, the CG in Kamen Rider is not great. It's
Yeah, here's the
like
thing.
PS2 level quality of uncanny motion sometimes.
Yeah, no, here's the thing is that like the CG like in the previous shows I don't mind because they're just there.
Yeah, and it's brief enough.
Yeah, but when your like entire show is like CG, holy crap!
Yeah. And they
I
probably didn't make it better. It's probably the same quality, I'm guessing.
It's like let me describe it, man. Is that I would have wished that like they just made an animated series like for this one instead,
Jeez.
because it's so jarring just like seeing like live action and then you see like PS2 game model of Kamen Rider just riding on his bike while chasing like the certain villain in the quote unquote book world.
Yeesh.
It's literally it was not really good like first impressions, especially like I gave up, even Vex gave up like as well,
Like,
because she
straight
was
up
also
dropped it.
yeah, like she even said like I wish I was we're back to 0-1 again.
Oh, man. That's how it goes, though.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. And then after that I also did like my rewatch of like Clone High when the memes were like popping up.
Yeah.
Like shout out to anyone like that's wondering who this character is. That's J. That's a clone of J.F. Kennedy from the show Clone High.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's
I
still like
still
a
gotta
very
check it
hilarious
out
show.
eventually.
Yeah, it's a really hilarious show. Like made from like the masterminds that did like the Lego Movie, and recently with Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse.
Yep. I forget,
And
is that still coming out next year?
Spider-Man Spider-Verse?
Yeah, the sequel. I think it was. I think it said 2021, but I think they led it to like late next year.
Yeah, I believe it was like late next year or something like that.
But yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically just a very hilarious show that was like aired on MTV, and I believe it was aired on Teletoon over here in Canada, because it was also like one of those like American Canadian productions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very funny like comedy show where it stars like these clones of famous historical figures. So obviously like your main character, you got like Abe Lincoln, Great Cleopatra, um, Joan of Arc, which funny enough that was like one of the first things I ever known about Joan of Arc before before like known in her French name as Joan d'Arc.
Yeah.
And then there's also let's see, Gandhi.
Say what?
I saw it like a mile away because whenever I say Gandhi, like someone has to say that.
I'll understand more of the memes as I watch, I'm sure.
Yeah, and of course, like speaking of memes, of course, the meme character, of the month is John F. Kennedy himself. Nothing happens to the Kennedys. It just flips over and then crashes.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's a really funny show because like the reason why it's funny is that like not only like you see like you know, like historical figures like in a high school setting, it's also like a satire piece of like teen dramas that were airing at the time in MTV.
Mm.
Cause you know like how MTV like is, right, where they have like this like bunch of these like garbage quality like drama shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically like their satirical like take on it.
It makes
And
sense.
yeah, which is like really amazing. Like again, like I don't want to like give it too much because there's lots of funny things that you and everyone else listening to this gotta watch. And in case you want to catch the show, it's definitely there's like a full marathon video of the entire 13 episodes on YouTube,
Yep.
officially uploaded by Nelvana Studios.
Yeah, because when you said that, then I was like, did it mean like legally, or someone just like put it up and we're just waiting till it gets like copyright struck down? But no, that's cool that it's official.
Yeah, it's actually like a really cool of them. Like they're like uploading like some of their stuff on YouTube. Like I know like they upload like the entirety that is 16,
Oh
which
yeah,
is
I remember that. Yeah.
yeah, it's insane. Like I also did a rewatch of that. It's a really good show.
Nice.
And yeah, I mean that's where you can catch Clone High.
Nice.
Yep, and let us know what you guys think about that because it's really. Actually, you know what? Like, just make sure you guys watch it, and of course, you Marcos, like you gotta like let me know like sometime like later on, like what you think of it because I can have like lots of things to talk about that show like in
Yeah.
the future.
Just to make sure for anybody that wants to know, what was the channel name?
The channel is I believe it's called Retro Rerun.
Okay. Just so they know where to look.
Yeah, either type in Retro Rerun or just type in Clone High, and then the first results will see Clone High Marathon.
Alright. Cool. Anything else that happened?
Yep. So obviously I've been playing like a few games. I've been playing some of a Honshot Racing.
Oh yeah. God, I still want to like check it out, but I need to find the time.
Yeah, I mean so far like I only got like the Switch version because I remember I had like leftover like gold coins.
Mm-hmm.
And so far like it runs pretty fine the Switch. Like I was amazed it runs in 60 FPS, like both docked and handheld.
Nice.
Which it really helps out. Like it has like so basically it's a really fun like arcade style racing game. That's like a tribute, you know, to the Sega arcade racers like a Daytona or Virtual Racing.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like how like even the graphical style is very similar to like Virtual Racing, where it's just flat texture polygons.
Yeah, I was gonna say immediately when I saw the style because I know we talked about it before. God, it looks perfect. Oh my god, I saw Max stream a little bit of it, but God, it looks fun. Music seems really good too.
Yeah, I was surprised that like the music when is a pretty fun listen, especially um like especially like you know like just playing the game. It just makes me feels like I've been playing. It makes me feel like I'm playing like you know another arcade racer that's like just released recently.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the day when like indie games, like right now it's like a lot of 8-bit, maybe 16-bit stuff, but I'm like, I still want to see them go back to that era because I miss the time when like the Sega arcade games and like just a lot of games back in the day when I did briefly go to arcades. It was all these bright, high contrast, like low poly but incredibly charming and just catch your eye like art styles all over the place. Like everything was vying for your attention, and they all just looked visually like stunning, for the time, of course. But man,
Yeah.
I miss that time.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see like way more of this as well, cause like which is why I'm very excited for like a future game coming from Sukiban Games, aka the devs of Valhalla, where they're making like should I say this like adventure horror style game similar to like Silent Hill and Resident Evil,
Nice.
but they're doing it in the style of PS1 graphics.
Oh man, I gotta. What was the name of the game?
I don't quite remember I think they only give it like a code name. They haven't given it like an official name yet.
Okay, I'll have to keep an eye out. That sounds really interesting,
Yeah.
especially if it's those people behind it. Good lord,
Yeah.
I think they're gonna nail it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they do with it, especially like after they release like the spiritual sequel to Valhalla, Nirvana.
Yep.
So with Hotshot Racing, right, is that the gameplay, it took some time to get used to, especially with the drifting mechanics. So obviously, you pick like a racer, you pick like what type of car with different stats, and then they also give you the choice of like you want to go into automatic mode or manual mode. So obviously, either automatic or stick.
Yeah.
But I was going with automatic, and obviously you pick your tracks, right? And what I like about the tracks is that you can do it like the normal way, or you can do my favorite thing where you can actually write it in reverse.
Nice.
Yeah, and then and as for the rest of it is that like I got like used to the way it's drifting. It felt like a little weird at first, but I got used to it. Obviously, you drift, so like very similar like in Mario Kart where you do like a drift, so you build up like this meter, so you can like boost.
Yeah.
And then that's pretty much it. Is that like you just like ride, make sure you get to these checkpoints before the time runs out, just so you can get through the entire course. And the only like weird problem like I had with it is that the AI has like a similar problem because this is like developed by Sumo Digital Games that have done other racing games.
Yeah.
And do you remember like what was the most common problem in Sonic Racing? What should I say in Sonic Transform specifically?
I've actually only played them. Like, how to explain? I've played them casually here and there, but I don't think I ever noticed a major problem with the AI. Like, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've played enough to really see like, oh, that's
Oh, okay. So
flaw.
just to explain it simply is that it has like a rubber bending AI.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that, but I was again because I didn't play enough. I wasn't sure if it was prevalent, but yeah.
Yeah. They still have like the rubber bending AI ever since like I played like their first Sonic Racing game. Which again, like I'm not surprised, but I mean, hopefully they'll like slightly adjust that like in future patches.
Yeah, because rubber banding is so weird, man. Because like I understand why you would want to have it in from a developer standpoint, because you want the races to be engaging. But if the game doesn't have a way for you to quickly catch up to the computer that just like ran right past you, it gets very brutal, very fast.
Exactly.
That's why like I know Mario Kart throughout the years like has it, but it's not as bad in that series because there are ways to catch up quickly if you do get, freaking wrecked. But it depends, game to game.
Yeah.
A little bit of rubber banding is fine, but sometimes they just crank that shit up way too high.
Yeah, pretty much. And besides that, like I do like how like they have like other variety of modes like to mess with. Like for example, there's like cops and robbers. Where obviously, you're a cop and you're like chasing like robbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also got like I believe this bomb mode where you have like this like bomb on your car, and the thing is like you have to keep going because if you stop, that bomb will explode.
Jesus, so you can't hit a wall, you can't brake for a split second, you can't lose any speed.
No, you have to keep going to make sure like that bomb doesn't explode. Because if
Oh
you
man.
stop, then you will die.
I don't know why that reminds me of like those Sonic Adventure 2 missions where like you were in the car but you couldn't hit any walls or hit any cars, like that type of shit.
Oh my god! Don't remind me of that, dude. That
Those
was
are so
like
hard because the controls were
that,
rough.
dude. That's like I never want to like 100% like Sonic Adventure 2.
Same. It's really hard to do.
Fuck. Even like that racing like mini game was like super rough. Holy crap. But besides that, like Monster Racing, it's a pretty cool game. I believe it's like priced around like $19 US.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It
Yeah.
might be like 20.
Yeah. So it's like around like $20, so it's it's a pretty like a decent deal. Especially like if you wanna, have like a racing game to mess with around or just play it like on the go.
Yeah, if you're very very much nostalgic for like 90s arcade era Sega, I implore you, from what I've seen, it looks fun. It looks incredibly charming. Get on that for real.
Yeah.
I think they also mentioned there was going to be some new tracks in the future as like DLC potentially.
Yeah. They actually like did say like they'll be adding like free updates.
Oh, nice.
Yep, which is pretty cool in my book.
Yep.
And the other thing I also played is that I also played like some of the recently released 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim.
Yeah. Oh, man. I got mine in the mail, but yeah, you already know I can't play it until it gets
Yeah.
its proper due.
And weird story for me is that like at least you got your physical copy, right? Well, for
Mm.
me, I don't know what was going on with with the Canadian retailers that were like doing pre-orders for this game.
Mm-hmm.
But holy crap, like you didn't like before I was like, you know what, I'm gonna like pre-order this later on, like eventually, like probably like a month before like a release.
Yeah.
But then I was like way too late though. Like those physical copies got um they were just out of stock, ready to be pre-ordered over here in Canada.
Yikes. And I waited till like near release and it was still here. That's messed up, man. That's not cool.
Yeah, that was like one of the weird situations. Which I mean, I got myself like a digital copy, and thankfully, with any Vanillaware game that you get digitally, thankfully the file size is tiny though.
Yeah, they're pretty good about that.
Yeah, because for example, like Golden Spear is like I think 1 or 2 gigs. Well, for this one is like I think around 4 or 5 gigs. It's like super tiny.
Hmm.
Which I'm amazed like how much like they fit into that small like file space with that unique engine. So far like the game is pretty intriguing. Like again, I'm trying to be very careful not to say too much.
Yeah.
So obviously, it's a game made from Vanillaware, which you may know for either Odin Spear or my personal favorite Muramasa, or their classic beat 'em up Dragon's Crown.
Yep.
And for their new title, right, is that obviously it runs like in the same engine, but the cool thing is that like they went from like I think Fantasy, feudal Japan, and then medieval fantasy again. But this time, they went for like modern day sci-fi.
Yeah, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I always like to see them, like try out like new settings like in that art style, because that art style is really beautiful.
Like that's how I was like for the physical. I was like, it's just an art book, but then I like stopped and thought like it's an art book it's an art book with vanillaware art. Like that stuff is just like I don't know, man. There's something so soft about the way that they like shade the characters that I can't get enough of it. It's a
Yeah.
wonderful art style.
Yeah, dude, no, especially like when you see it in action, it's just amazing of how they were able, to like create that style.
Yeah.
Especially, but man, like you're gonna be like so like when you get to it, right? Like you're gonna see that shit with that pro support in 4K. You're gonna be looking at a big ass like painting that's in motion.
I mean, if I had a 4K TV, but yeah,
What's
I'm still not gonna be able to get over how fluid it looks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you don't have a 4K TV, but still, it's still gonna like pop out, like still,
Oh, for sure.
like so. Anyways, like so obviously it takes place like modern day sci-fi, right? So the only way I can describe like for the gameplay is that the gameplay is definitely very different,
Hmm.
like again from the previous title stuff because uh Odin Spear and Muramasa, they're basically are like uh like 2D say 2D like side scroller beat 'em ups with a little bit of Metroidvania, but not really. It's more like similar to like Shantae,
Yeah.
where it's kind of explorable, but not that much. And then with Dragon's Crown, it's basically just a straight up beat 'em up because obviously, it was supposed to be like a spiritual successor to like Capcom's Dungeons and Dragons Mystara series.
Mm-hmm.
And this time around is that like, because again, like I didn't see any gameplay footage or heard what the gameplay is. The only thing I do know is like Yoko Taro and Masahiro Sakurai was like, "It's a good game, check it out." Right?
I remember Taro saying along the lines of like, "Listen, if Atlas goes under, I don't really care, but we need more Vanillaware games. Please support this. If you're gonna do one thing," and I'm like, pretty much. That's why I still
yeah,
bought it, even though I won't be able to play it like until like maybe several months from now.
yeah. But so I can tell you just a little bit what gameplay is like, right? Since I finally experienced it. So basically, the gameplay is like into two types of gameplay. So the first part of it is that it plays like a point and click adventure.
Hmm.
Similar, like like those like Sam and Max games,
Yeah.
those LucasArts like point and click adventures too, where obviously like you're like in this environment, right? And you're just able to like interact like with either with characters or a certain object just to progress like the scene,
Yeah.
which is very fun though. Like, and obviously, uh, of course, you can press like triangle to go into your thought bubble, just so you can figure these certain keywords that you can hear like the character talk about the certain keyword or use the certain keyword on an NPC. Just what they know about this X thing, and so far like I do, it's a nice change of pace actually, like with this because I remember like I remember like people like say it's like a vision element. I'm like, no, this is like a point and click adventure mode. Because obviously you're just like moving around and just like I'm just like interacting with stuff.
Yeah.
And of course like the voice acting, which I actually got to hear the like the English voice acting. And it's actually decent actually. It's not that crappy.
Yeah, I know Kara Buckland, of course, is one of the characters.
Yeah.
And like several other people I've
Yeah.
seen.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say other ones that I've seen, just like prominent voice actors. But I'm not gonna go
Yeah.
down the list.
Yeah. What this thing, like Kira Belkin is in. I do know what you call it. What's his name? Benjamin Diskin. He also voices an NPC in this game as well.
Nice.
Yeah, which it was a dead giveaway when I hear like his voice, because I'm like, it's you, Betty boy. I know your voice from anywhere.
The game's not fully voiced, is it? Or
It's actually is well fully voiced actually.
yes. Oh my god, that's like the biggest selling point for me. After playing
Yeah,
Three Houses, I'm like, oh my god, I'm so spoiled by that game.
yeah. I was amazed that like everything was fully voiced, right? Like when you talk with the NPCs, hell, even your thought bubble, you can hear them talk as well.
That's brilliant.
And hell, I think like the funniest thing is like when you like select like a keyword, you hear them say the keyword.
Hmm.
For example, like a certain character, right? Where, what was the name of it? What was this keyword? Oh, he's very obsessed with yakisoba pon, right?
Yeah.
And the immature me just spam the keyword, just like hit up and down the D-pad and just hear him say yakisoba, yakisoba, yakisoba pon.
Swordmaster, go to sleep. This makes like the freaking Dante Switch memes.
Yeah, it's almost like a Dante Switch meme when you like scroll through like all these keywords, like when you're like going into your character's like thoughts. And yeah, I mean the other thing I also do dig is that like I was amazed because I thought like this takes place like in our time, right?
Yeah.
But surprisingly, it actually takes place during the 80s, which is pretty cool.
Hmm.
Which is all I can say is that, like I said, like so far, like I'm just going through like most of these like characters like story because you go through like a perspective of these different characters.
Yeah.
Like hence the name, 13 Sentinels.
So it's straight up
And
13 characters with like their own like story in it.
yeah, pretty much you get to see like their own perspective of for example sometimes they'll have like their own scene or their own like a perspective that happened during this character's like scene.
Ah, okay. Cool.
Yeah, it actually is really cool though, especially like and just like a point and click adventure is that later on is that you'll be able to the game will give you a hint. Is like, hey, if you do this certain thing, you'll be able to to see what happens this time, or if it's something like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, pretty much you have like branching paths like for like the certain character. Just what happens through what if scenarios though.
Mm-hmm.
And then and then of course the second part of the gameplay was the combat.
Hmm.
And I was like very curious to see what was the combat because obviously nobody like spoke about the combat.
Yeah, the trailers don't really show off a lot either. At least
Yeah.
the ones that I remember seeing back then.
Yeah, that was like one of the weirdest thing when it comes to this game's marketing, right? Is that they didn't show off like too much, only just like the point to click adventure stuff.
Yeah.
So as for the combat is pretty okay.
Mm.
The best way I can describe it, the combat is that it's basically it's a strategy genre combat.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're using like these mechs called the Sentinels, and of course like yeah, you're pretty much like you're the Jaegers fighting against like these kaijus.
Okay.
So you're pretty much like doing this certain objective where like you either got to like either defend this certain like base points or just defeat all the kaijus to clear the certain wave. And all you say is that like the soundtrack is during this combat is actually pretty amazing. And nice thing is that yeah, there's also fully voiced dialogue as well. Just what the characters like really are saying like to each other during combat.
Nice.
And again, like it's a should I say obviously since it's a strategy, right? It's like a strategy turn based type of system where you just gotta wait for like your character's like turn to get charged up, and then just select which actually you want to do. Either like you want to go like for a melee attack, a long range attack, or maybe a buff or something like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like from what I played so far in the combat, is that the only thing I will keep in mind for everyone is that I just got out of the the tutorial, and the only weird thing like like when I was done with the tutorial, right, is that I thought like so you're gonna do some story, and then you're gonna do combat in between, right?
Right.
Apparently, after the game asks, so what happened is that so they take me to a certain screen, right, being like, all right, so what kind of difficulty you want for the combat, right? Obviously, you go easy, normal, hard. I go normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then next thing is that I see 3 menus, and one kind of confused me at first is that wait, so you have one menu that's dedicated for just only the combat, and then one menu that's just dedicated for the point and click adventure stuff.
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of Resident Evil. When you'd have a difficulty and then like a difficulty for like the puzzles, I think.
Yeah,
It
it's
reminds me
something like a
exactly of
similar
that.
like that. But here's one, yeah, and here's the thing. Like I noticed is right is that when I was going like into the point and click adventure stuff, right? Just to see, just check like what's going on with these characters, right?
Actually, wait a minute. Was that Resident Evil or Silent Hill?
Oh no, it was a Silent Hill
Yeah,
actually.
because I was
Yeah,
like, wait a minute. Yeah, but go on.
yeah. So anyway, that was the thing that kind of weirded me out because I thought oh, you're gonna do like point and click adventure and then combat in between.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently these put them separately. But here's the catch though, is that when I was scrolling around like the characters for the point and click adventure menu, apparently they do have certain conditions. For example, like if you want to view this character's like scenario, right? You either got to go into you have to do this character's story first until you get to a certain point to unlock their story, or you cannot view this character's scenario until you clear this certain battle in combat mode.
Huh.
Yeah, and I was like, huh. So that's how they're doing this.
So I guess in
Yeah.
a way, it's kind of like doing like some side quests or side ops in a sense to be able to get more of their story or perspective.
Yeah, it's pretty much like they give you like certain objectives just to give you like a good perspective of just to give you a good context before you do the characters before you're able to unlock that character's story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, so far, I'm pretty weird, but I got used to it, right? Where I'm like, okay, I'll just do this character story, view the certain scene, so I can unlock this character's story, just to see what was their perspective on it on that particular scene I just did.
I don't know why that makes you think of Sonic Adventure 1 when you unlock a character.
Yeah, it's kind of similar like that, isn't it? Right?
It's like, oh man, I just saw them here with me on this one scene. Now I can play as them and see it from a whole different perspective. Man.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
so far, I am quite intrigued though, especially with the story though. Again, I can't mention much about the story because it's something that you and everyone else need to check out.
Yeah, I've heard listen, if anybody's watching this, and I'm gonna try to keep it as recent as possible. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll have this out by tomorrow or maybe tonight, but we'll see. But yeah, no, I've heard nothing but outstanding things about this game. So, my God, I know you can't spoil, but I really want to know. Eventually.
Yeah, like I said, I can't give away, some stuff the stuff I just mentioned, but that's about it. But story-wise, again, it's really an intriguing story, which I really got to see where it goes.
Nice. It makes sense that Taro would like this stuff too, because I've noticed with his games a lot of the time he really does the whole perspective thing with his storytelling. I'm thinking of Route B's or different endings for all of his games, or even Route B and Automata where it's 9S's perspective, and I'm like, no wonder he likes how this game handles storytelling.
Yeah, I was gonna say Yeah, because when you point that out, right, is that explains why Yugotaro loved this game, because it's very similar to his storytelling.
For sure.
So, besides that, I also been playing. I also been going back into the MMOs again after not
Oh yeah,
playing
that's
them
right.
for like a long time. So, funny story is that like this man has been addicted to MMOs, and same for me as well.
Yeah.
I didn't expect myself, to play like this game again, but hey, I mean, I'm playing in again, so.
Did you know that Heavensward is now free, part of the trial now? Did you know they trimmed down the fat? Did you know it's easier than ever to get into it?
Oh, I got one more part wait for that actually. So, by the way, did you know that free trial users can buy optional items for those like cool mounts and stuff?
Oh, I didn't even know that was a restriction before.
Yeah, it was because before it was only meant for like paid subscribers, but apparently as of yesterday they're like, oh, now free trial users can buy our stuff from a special optional item store.
Nice. I like how I was just naming and you. It's
yeah,
so
that's
real
like
response.
that's like the entire thing like wrapped up right there. So as you can guess is that I've been playing FF14 again, which like so what I did this time is that like I started a new character. I was curious to check out to see how much like if they cut out like how much they trimmed the fat that is like a Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just want to see how it is, right? And of course, like so I remember what happened is like so I remember like Vex was like playing it, right? Because obviously she was playing FF14 before, but then she decided to like she didn't get that far. I mean, didn't get too far until when the new free trial like came out, right? She's like, you know what? I'm gonna check this out to see how much shorter it is, right? So I'm like, you know what? I'll probably we'll check this out too, because I'm curious to see of what these new players are spoiled with, right? And yeah, I mean like so far like I've been having like a good time, and I was very amazed of like how much like stuff to cut out actually. Like
same. My sister mentioned a few things, but I'll get into it afterwards.
Yeah, I was like, if you want like a good number, is that they cut like around 51 quests. That's like for both like the base game of Realm Reborn and then the patches, aka I like to call it like the bridge where you're on your way from like a Realm Reborn to Heavensward.
You think there's like a quest out there that someone's just really upset they cut? Like I'm thinking of like at some point on YouTube someone will make a reason why I can't believe they got rid of the best quests in the game, or some like defense like essay video.
Yeah, so actually I've heard that like there's like people doing like very convinced being, oh, what did they call like this quest, or why did they put it as a side quest?
Bruh.
Yeah, so what they did is that like they trimmed like a bunch of these quests. Either they cut them out or moved them to either side quest, or some of the quests that exist, right? They actually modified them. So, for example, like, so there's like actually this very infamous quest that's still stuck in my head ever since I first played FF14 back in the day, where you get this quest being like, all right, so you gotta like douse this guy with water, so you get a bucket, right?
Yeah.
Thing is, you're not done. You gotta get the bucket. You gotta use this bucket on the water. And then, once you get the water, you can finally spray this fucking guy with water. And this time around, it's like, okay, so I want to know, how they modify these quests, right? Okay. So I do that quest again on my new character. And I'm like, okay, so alright, let's do this thing. Oh, look at that. They gave me a bucket with water already. And bam, I'm done with that quest very fast.
I thought it was gonna be much worse, where it's like, all right, you gotta get a bucket and you gotta get water, but you need to craft a bucket. You need to gather the materials to make your bucket and then get the water.
Oh, dude, no, the way you said that, you know what, is that I thought that would have, that's like torture right there. I didn't, I would have been like surprised, if that, you know what, I would have laughed if that was the case back in the day. But yeah, no, like so far, like I was very impressed, like what they changed, right, is that, I mean, this game has been changing, like so much ever since I first played it, like during the Heavensward days. Yeah, because during the Heavensward days, I didn't get too far because, I was like on a on a very horrible server where I got like false flagged by 2 people for being a crappy tank.
Yeah.
And then also did it again, made it to the Stormblood, and then finally, and then I fucking stopped and just like quit forever because I can't do this anymore, right? And so with this, I'm like, you know what? Let me check out, like, this new thing. Let me buy, like, myself the expansion so I can play as the, one of the new races that came away for Shadowbringers. So, good context is that, like, actually, the context, so, as a Sapphire, so, you know how you mentioned, like, Heavensward came out, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Heavensward is, like, free. So, with Heavensward, they brought you like the new race called the Auras, which are basically like dragon people.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, for Stormblood, they didn't bring a new race, but for Shadowbringers, they actually brought 2 new races. I mean, race, not races. I don't know what I'm saying. So anyway, so the 2 new race is like the Hrothgor, which are just giant beast, like felines. Which, fun fact, they're actually like based off the Ronzos, aka the beast people in FF10.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was like one of the cool things, right? Is where you can either be like, so when you're picking like your face for the Hrothgor, you can either be like this certain face. However, there's a couple of faces where it's just straight up just the Ronzo like people in FF10.
So can you just like easily make like a Kimari or something? Can you just easily make like a Kimari from like 10 or like?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I mean basically they have like the same face and the horns as well. And
Oh
the
my
same
god.
hairstyle too.
Okay, jeez. So it's a little obvious, but in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, which again, like I was amazed at like because I didn't like notice it until like Vex pointed. I was like, oh yeah, so the those guys are like way modeled up to the Ronzos. I'm like, oh, you're right. I forgot like about like those horn beasts.
Man.
So anyway, you got like the other one called like the Vieras. They're basically like the bunny people race from FF12.
Yeah.
So I decided to go away with the Hrothgor because, obviously it must be, be the the giant feline chunky bastard.
Yeah.
Make him tall, make him thick.
Chungus.
Yeah, well, Chungus with muscles. So, anyway, so far, like, I've been having like, a good time where I think at this point I'm still in the middle of Stormblood because I was thinking I want to get to the Shadowbringers because I've been getting told that like Shadowbringers is like the best thing ever, like ever, like in Final Fantasy, right?
Yep.
And I just really need to know what happens, right? So obviously, like, I've been going through like the quest, right? And so far, I was very impressed like what they changed. Besides modifying the quest, they even increased the XP gain actually.
Nice.
Like when you do like your main story quest, you get like so much XP. Like you get so much of it to the point where like it makes the side quest irrelevant because
that's sorry. I was just gonna say that's one of the things that my sister told me that really makes me want to consider getting to 14 at some point, maybe when I finish with Trails, I don't know. Is the fact that she told me that like you said, I don't need to worry about side quests at all. Like, she just went from like point A to point B. Like, she just went through the story, and that's it.
Yeah,
That's all she
yeah,
had to
yeah,
do. And I'm like,
yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah, I was gonna say like because as a perspective, right, is that like I also been helping out with my good buddy like locally, right?
Hmm.
Who also first played FF14 with me back in the day, but he hasn't came back until recently.
Right.
Because he also want to check out like the new changes, right? And he was also amazed, being like, "Wait, man, you're telling me I don't have to do side quests to progress the story?"
It's so good.
Yeah,
Because for me, I have played a tiny bits. Gosh, it must have been like 3 years ago. Uh, but that was when like it's funny. I'll get into it later. But when I was looking at my library of PS4 games, I still had like my PS4 like box that had like the 14 disc in there and everything.
oh yes, I actually like we have that too. Like I'm just staring like at it right now.
Yeah, so I was like, man, that was a long time ago. But I remember when I did attempt to play 14, I enjoyed it a little bit, but then once I had to like go out and do side quests or like roam around, I was like, I'm just not enjoying this. And I think it was because like I already knew something that was more fun with motorcycle, sorry. But no, I already knew something that was like more fun, which was like Xenoblade exploration and open world. Like for me, like that's my standard. For me to enjoy. If you're gonna have like JRPG mechanics, with that traversal, I want it to be as fun as that. But with 14, I wasn't enjoying it as much because I was doing side quests and I felt like busy work, and I was just like, I just want to get to the good stuff, right? I want to get to the
Yeah,
stuff that everyone's hyping up and everyone's talking about, and I just dropped it because I just wasn't. It just didn't grab me, and if a game does not grab you enough at the start, you're not gonna get to the good stuff, and that's like one of the biggest problems that MMOs have sometimes. So seeing this change is fantastic. It incentivizes me to really give it another go if
yeah,
I don't have to deal with that stuff. And I don't
yeah. I was
hate
just
side quests, but it's just don't make them required, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say like I actually do understand the problem because again, that was a similar problem with like my friend who I'm currently playing with, right? I mean, currently just helping out like whenever he gets on, right? Where he actually had the same complaint as well, where like he made it through a good chunk of it, right? But he even told me the same thing as like, man, I can't deal with the side quests just to like, progress the story.
Yeah, it should be optional if you want like a good piece of gear or if you want something like a good weapon or a mount or something, but you don't necessarily need it to get through the main story. That should not ever be a thing in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm just very glad like they did this change for the best like this time around, especially like ever since 5.3 came out, where
Yeah.
like I was amazed like how much XP I was gaining because I said like the only thing I'll need to focus on was just you know do my main story, and then obviously do my class slash job quest like in between.
Yep.
And the funniest part is that like um the XP again is very ridiculous to the point where like you'll be over level for a bunch of dungeons, which is hilarious.
God bless though. I'd rather take that than having to be forced to leave when the plot's
Yeah,
getting good and like go out and grind or do a side quest.
yeah. I was amazed that like so as again like for I also did like this experiment, right, where I was to see how much I can go through before I see like a certain block, right.
Mm-hmm.
So the crazy thing about the XP gain is that like besides hot tips for anyone that's want to check out for 14. When you get to level 15, you gotta talk to this NPC called the Smith to do Hall of the Novice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Hall of the Novice is a really good place. It's a tutorial to learn about like your role. Like they'll tell you, oh, this is what you do for like DPS, tanking, or healing, right?
Right.
It takes a hot minute, but what's worth it is that like they give you like a good piece of gear that will last you I think for like 3 or 4 dungeons, and this amazing brand new ring that increases your XP from combat until you hit level 30.
Bruh. Sounds good to me.
Dude, this ring was ridiculous with this new like, XP gain system. Ew, like I was amazed, like being like, wait, I'm like, I think what was the funniest thing is that I think before I did the like the fourth dungeon, which is like the dungeon where I fucking hated the most, where I had like PTSD.
Yeah.
I was like at my job before the fourth dungeon hit. I was like level 30, like I already just graduated like from Marauder to a warrior, and just blast through that place.
So you can just still keep using that ring and like change to another job and just keep getting to 30 like for free, basically.
Yes, that's the nice thing about the ring is that it's reusable in case you're planning to like level up like other jobs.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really amazing though. Like, I went through so much, right, where I kept going and going and going until I figured out the wall of progression. And I know what is the wall is. That the wall is between a quest for like level 46 and a quest for level 49.
Huh.
But thankfully, like you have, so depending on how much like experience that you got, right? Thankfully, like you'll able to fix that by doing like a quick duty roulette, because if you do like a duty roulette, they'll give you like a bunch of XP. Just to, catch you to at least level 49 to wrap up a Realm Reborn. And I believe, so once you get through the wall, right, you're just getting, like, gaining XP, like, normal as usual, and just making through story progress. That was, like, the only wall right there, because the wall I remember, like, I had before, it was a side quest. The side quest was, like, the worst wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, because for example, like, if you were to go through it, right, once you get that wall, we just duty roulette together and just get you a bunch of XP.
Sounds good. Because, I'm all for, like, slight walls here and there is fine. I know you need it, but, yeah, if there's an easy way around it, I'll live with that.
Yeah. And, I will say is that, like, I'm actually quite amazed is that, so obviously, you haven't played for, like, 3 years, right?
Yeah.
So, things have been, like, changing a lot, like, besides, like, the quests, right? Where, the systems have changed, including, like, for combat and everything, right?
Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, no, it might have been 4 years. It probably doesn't change what you're about to say, because I was like, I think it was before even Automata came out. So
yeah, I was gonna say like so after like 4 years, right? So if you were to come back now, man, it's like a whole different game. Like
I
to
can
what
only
you played
imagine
4 years ago. Like for like 4 years ago, man, like we had like these ridiculous systems that they got rid of just to streamline stuff. For example, like you had like something called a cross-class skill, where you get like you had to like grind like a bunch of jobs in order to get this certain skill in your fucking hotbar.
Yes, that's exactly what my sister told me, that they streamlined the hell out of jobs now.
Yes. So basically, they just give it a thing called role actions, right? Being like, all right, so for example, you're a melee DPS, right? And you get the same actions as the other melee DPS. And that's it. And same thing for like tanks, right? Being like, so here's your tank actions, and all 4 tanks get the same, these certain role actions.
Yeah.
And the other thing else they remember is that like before this is also like a new player trap where like you have to manually increase your stat, and you gotta figure which stat you have to increase, or else you have to figure out which stat you have to increase for your job. If you don't increase the correct one,
you're not min-maxing right.
Yeah, you're pretty much will bite yourself in the ass like in the end, right?
Yep.
And this time they're like, they just got rid of it. Because the only thing you have to worry about for stat-wise is just getting armor to increase your stats.
Thank God.
Similar to Monster Hunter.
Yeah. That's like the other big change too, that I'm just like, this will help me get back in a lot. For sure.
Yeah, like trust me, man, like I said, like with my friend, like who recently came back, right? He was like happy as hell, like dealing with these new changes.
Yeah, because like
Like,
for I was just gonna say for some people I wonder if there's probably a little bit of resistance when I think about it. Because it's like, okay, so now you can't really do your own weird custom build for Dark Knight or something. I don't know. Um,
hold
but
on,
at the
hold
same,
on, I'll hold that thought for a moment. Let me just Yeah. Not yet. Okay. Sorry about that.
you good?
Yeah. I just
Okay.
had to answer my door.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But yeah, what I was saying was that like some people might be saying that like maybe they're like class build that they think like, oh, it's like super unconventional but it works for me, or like here's the new meta for this like min-maxing stats for this class. And there's probably some resistance to that, but honestly I'd rather newcomers not get confused, um you know and do it wrong, potentially do it wrong. And I'd rather just be ensured that it's like, okay, they're at this class, they're at this level, they'll be fine unless like you check their gear and that's it.
Yeah,
I'd rather that.
that's pretty much it, right? Where like the only thing you have to worry about is that having the proper gear and making sure your other party members are wearing proper gear. Because like I think it was like once or twice I seen I think two players that didn't wear like proper gear and they were like they turned into fucking glass cannons.
Yeah.
And of course, how well are you utilizing, like your skills for your job as well.
Yeah, but now it's purely skill based and not just like, oh, I use like 5 stats in the wrong area, guess I'm screwed.
Yeah. I'm glad like, they changed that system, especially like yeah, no, of course, for example, like again, they've also like redid like most of the jobs as well, um especially for the tank jobs. They also overhauled that one very big as well, because context is that like early dungeons, like if you were like a tank like 4 years ago, it was a bitch to get aggro, man.
Oof.
Like, dude, it was like a horrible time. Like, I mean, besides like I was trying to figure like how to tank right, like trying to get the proper idea of how to tank.
Yeah.
Problem is that like trying to keep aggro was painful, man. And it was up like there was like a guy, which I can tell who was on duty roulette, where they had like it was like a DPS who was like on duty roulette, where their DPS was like so big where it was hard for me to keep aggro on.
Ugh, that's the worst.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is that like you didn't get like your special stance until level 30 when you like graduate to your job. And back in the day, right, where we actually had like 2 stances. We had like a DPS stance and of course a defense stance. But the problem is that like it's easy to fuck up like which stance to activate. Where there's like a bunch of times where like I was in an attack stance and forgot to put it on my defense stance. Yeah, because like defense stance, that's how you generate like all of the aggro.
Yeah.
So it like fucked me up so much, being like, and the worst part about it is that like you actually had separate combos, one meant for DPSing, and then you had like this boring ass combo just meant to generate aggro.
Yeesh.
And you can tell like how much fun I was having when I had to do my boring like aggro combo just to like generate just to keep like all the aggro in like from my party members. But this time around,
I was gonna say, did they ever add a skill where you can just like get aggro just from activating it?
Oh, actually, I'm gonna get to that actually.
Okay, because I'm thinking of stuff like again, because I recently played Xenoblade 1, is just like I just think of stuff that Ryan has and that one,
Yeah, I was gonna say like, so again, very funny thing is that like this game actually kind of feels like I'm playing Xenoblade again, like with the new systems.
Damn it! You just sold me the you just sold me the right way. But yes.
Yeah. So basically, like this time around is that so you're gonna get these new actions, right? So you're gonna worry about just one combo, and this combo is gonna do both damage and aggro, right? And this time, at level 10, we're going to give you the special brand new tank stance. You're only going to need to worry about one stance. There's one stance, You just turn it on like a light switch. Like that. And you're generating aggro for days.
That's dope.
Like, holy shit, dude. Like, when I was, like, starting out, like Marauder, right? Like, with this brand new character, with this, like, new character, like, I'm using currently, right?
Yeah.
Holy fuck. I was like, I can finally get aggro in these early dungeons.
God. Like, that's... I don't know who was in charge of making all those choices. Because I know it can't just be one person, but just, like, whoever thought of it first. I'm just like, thank you, God. Like, so many games have an issue where they don't know how to simplify it and they don't know how to streamline this stuff. But oh my god, dude, like in just 4 years or like probably less than that, like I'm so glad they fixed so many things that had me worried about coming back. Like you have no idea.
Yeah, dude, like, trust me, it's had, like, I wasn't sure, like, of how the new, like, tanks, of the new tank changes were gonna be. And I'm glad they changed them for the best, dude. Like, you could believe that, like, I got the skill early as level 10, and I go into my first dungeon, which is, like, I think level 17.
Yeah.
I think it was, like, 16 or 17, right? Where I could just... I could tell, like, I believe I had, like, 1 DPS. Yeah, it was just the same situation where I could tell this 1 DPS, he's on a duty roulette. He just needs, like, XP to level, like, his samurai. And samurais are very notorious to have... They're, like, naturally have, like, the biggest DPS out of the melee DPS. But besides the point, basically, they're, like, notorious of, like, doing damage. And if you do big damage, that means you get aggro, right? This new, like, tank stance, I'm like... That samurai didn't get any aggro. I just got, like, all the aggro from these enemies because I just flicked on my aggro switch.
Man.
Yeah, because that was a real problem before because, like, if you had, like, someone like a samurai or a black mage, like, who would naturally do, like, big DPS, they will steal your aggro so fast.
Yeah, which defeats the whole point of a roll to begin with, so...
Yeah. I know, and you know what's the best part, man? Is that I got, like, just one I only got, like, just this certain combo to worry about. And the best part is, like, this combo still does big damage while I'm just aggroing, like, all the enemies. And, of course, like, they've done, like, a bunch of other changes, especially for, like, healing and DPS, but mainly, like, for tanking, though. I was amazed how much they changed it, especially, man, like, I was amazed, like, how much, like, they overhauled, like, the system, like, over the years. And also, I'll give, like, a special, like, shout out to Vex, where, I was amazed, like, for example, like, I was, like, tanking, right, and do my DPS as a Dragoon on the side.
Mm-hmm.
For Vex, like, I was amazed, like, she chose, a white mage.
Okay.
The most stressful role out of the 3 roles.
See, that's the part where I'm like, when I go to 14, I don't even know what class I'm going to pick. Because, like, when I started 4 years ago, I went with, like, the monk class just because I want to punch stuff.
Yeah.
But, I'm guessing it ends up being, like, a DPS class later. So it's like, I don't know. That's one thing that still worries me about 14 is, like, the roles themselves make it feel a little more stressful than I would like. It feels like you're gonna get grief no matter which one you pick,
Well, like I said, it's stressful at first, but not so much. Because, like, I was kind of like a worry for Vex, who is, like, picking a healing role, right?
Yeah.
But I'm surprised, she, like, stuck with it, dude. Like, she, like, stuck with it, like, from the beginning of the game until Shadowbringers. Like, she was just, like, healing like a master, dude.
I'm torn, because I'm like, doing support in general would be nice since I know the queue times are like way lesser for those people. But then I'm also thinking like, man, if I'm going to stream 14 in the future, I probably shouldn't do support. I'm going to be looking at chat when they need me.
Yeah, I was going to say so when it comes to queue times, right, where healers get it the fastest, tank they get it a sort of second fastest. And then obviously there's the DPS.
Everybody wants to Unga.
Yeah.
But we don't need all the Unga.
Yeah, that is like so like one of the weird problems because like everyone wants to Unga though, which kind of makes the queuing time a lot longer. But well, that's the thing is that like the jobs like themselves have also been changed because like for example so since you get like Heaven's Sword, right, you get like access to like 3 more jobs, which is like Dark Knight, Machinist, and Astro.
Yeah.
And then with Stormblood, they brought on like Samurai, Red Mage, which are both DPS. But then with Shadowbringers, they brought in like the tank I'm currently playing with is like Gunbreaker, aka the Gunblade FF8 job.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and what's interesting like about that one is that like those guys are actually they're the DPS of the tanks. Because like before, Warrior was like the DPS king, but these days Gunbreaker is like the DPS king, most because like they have like a lot more buttons to press because like they actually have like more combos to do compared to the other tanks.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because for example, I go 1, 2, 3. I get like a cartridge, which it gives me to a special cartridge move that lets me do this other 3-part combo. Yeah, which has like a lot of high potency, but it's pretty fun to do. And of course, like they also brought in like a Dancer, which Dancer is like a long range physical DPS. But what's interesting about them is that like they're actually a support DPS.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I was expecting more support out of that.
Yeah, that was one of the weird things is that like before we were thought like Dancer was gonna be like a healer, and I would have like main Dancer, maybe just for that. I mean it's pretty cool. Like they still able to like a support, right? Where I think the only like support classes that like are pretty much like the Dancers, the Bards, and the Machinist. Yeah, those 3 are like they have like a lot of like good like party support for like for the game.
But I guess if you want to be like dedicated support and healer, I guess it's White Mage.
Yeah, so you got like 3 healers, right? It's either White Mage, Astro, aka the Yu-Gi-Oh class.
Yeah.
Which you literally gotta believe in the heart and the cards when you like pull out like your deck. And then the other class, which I do like the design of it, is the Scholars, where it's it's a pet healing class.
Okay.
Yeah. So pretty much, you know, you're like a scholar with a book, and you have like a pet fairy that helps you out with healing.
Nice.
Yeah. And of course, for like obviously for the tanks, it goes like, you know, Gunbreaker. That's the one for Shadowbringers, and then rest of it is like Paladin, Warrior, and then Dark Knight. And thankfully, Dark Knight is free because you have like a Heaven's Sword for free.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. No, the only weird thing about it is that like Dark Knight, you have to unlock it when you go to the Heaven's Sword area. But for other jobs, you can just unlock it like in the starting towns, especially for the ones for like Stormblood and Shadowbringers. You can also unlock them too in the starting towns when you get to a certain level.
Nice.
Yeah, that's another nice change is that like if you were to want to unlock like another class / job, you would have had to like meet the requirements, right?
Yeah.
For example, like if I wanted to become like a paladin back in the day, I had to be like a level, I think it was like a level 25 no, level 30 gladiator, and I had to be at least a level 15 conjurer, aka white mage. But this time you just gotta be level 30. But if I want to be like a paladin again, you just gotta be level 30 gladiator, and then bam, just do your quest and then graduate and just prove, oh, I am now a paladin. And same thing for like unlocking the other jobs, right? For like, for example, if you want to be like a samurai, the only thing I do is just own Stormblood and just get to level 50 with any job.
Nice.
Yeah. That's pretty much the new requirements is that like you only just have to be like at a certain level to unlock this job. And of course, the other one I also do remember is like unlocking ninja. Like ninja, you have to be like I believe like a level 15 like marauder and a level 10 like a pugilist. But this time it's just like he's gonna be level 10 to unlock rogue to, you know, become a ninja.
That works for me.
Yeah. The other thing I also did notice is that like yeah, I mean like so far like my journey wasn't like too bad. Of course, like I got like help from Vex like here and there. Most because like she's a healer that I can trust.
Oh
Right for my
man,
tanking.
that's actually my other question too. When it comes to support, like how how hard is it to get through solo content if you're like a white mage and you can only like I don't know the moveset obviously, but it's like how would you handle like the story quests? Like do you just like heal up like your NPC partners or like what do you do
Oh, that's the thing
for
is that like
damage?
like the healing support they can do DPS as well actually.
Oh,
Because
there's like
for
offensive
example,
white magic.
for ex- hmm?
There's like a offensive white magic.
Yeah, for example you get like stone, um yeah you get like stone, arrow, those types of spells, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for example yeah they do that like for the instance story fights, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how they get through. But for example, like during dungeons, right? For example, like if Vex is like with me, right? In case like I do like a big pull where I got like these bunch of mobs like fucking just gang banging me.
Yeah.
Vex like she quickly comes in and does this AoE move that blinds them, just so I have a little room to breathe.
God.
Yeah, that's the most.
I'm just thinking
Oh,
of
sorry.
Vex being over here with the Monado vision. Trying to just prevent. uh
She just like sees me like like what would happen like in this pool right there, and then she's like, okay, I'm just gonna run up, just blind these guys so I can give Soul a little room to breathe while the DPS are just nuking these guys.
God, I wish there was like a FF14 Xenoblade collab to just have that be real.
Yes, I wish that too. That's the nice thing about it is that like this game, it has become more of Xenoblade in sort of a weird way, where like exploration, you also get XP from like exploring like new areas,
Oh my god, yes.
and then of course the combat like very similar to Xenoblade, like where you have like cooldowns, like and just using most of your actions on your hotbars.
Yeah.
And another thing that's very similar to Xenoblade is that, like, for example, like, if you were to play a monk, right? Like monks, they're very dependent on their positionals, and those positionals is like playing Shulk. For example, like how with Shulk where you can only you gain more damage like for this move. For example, like backslash, you get like more damage if you hit them from the back.
Yeah, because I do remember when I played 4 years ago, um, it definitely made it feel like that for sure.
Yeah. It also happens like the same thing with like samurai, ninja, and dragoon later on. Cause
Yeah.
I yeah, and the cool thing about it is that yeah, even with dragoon, like I still gotta pull my Shulk instincts where like, oh yeah, I gotta use this move like on the flank, and then use the other move on the back right there.
Hmm.
But the nice thing about it is that like they also did kind of like fix that a little where like they give you this certain neat action where like it's called True North, and True North is that it basically negates positionals. So basically, you can do big damage without being in that certain position.
Nice, because yeah, sometimes as neat as that is for like a combat thing, sometimes the area might not let you do it, or you can't strafe around them like right, and it's like you that type of skill that's really appreciated.
Yeah, they basically give you like two free two free uses until it needs to like charge again.
Nice.
Yeah, which is actually really good because like which is actually really good, especially as a tank. Is that like as a tank, for example, like I had to make sure I had to like position the enemy as to you so you can do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
But in case we're like in an area that's like super tight, just just use your True North and just do big damage.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of like walls in general, right? Like you can't get to the side of them or something. Who knows? But yeah,
Yeah,
that's good to
yeah,
have.
yeah. Or worst case scenario, like we're like in a boss fight and we're like forced to be in this like certain position as well.
Yeah.
and how like uh and actually speaking of Xenoblade is that like so the other like interesting thing also actually I didn't notice until Vex pointed out is that so when you go from like a Rainbow to Heaven's Sword, right? They actually recasted the voice actors.
Huh.
Yeah. Because apparently, like the voice actors in Riverborn, they're not that very strong. Like,
Is it because they were
right now,
like amateurish or like?
it's just it doesn't fit well with the character, right?
So I guess a little bit of miscast there.
Yeah, it's more like a miscast right there. Where until like Heaven's Sword, where they actually recast it with like British voice actors. And here's the cool thing, which is that I actually didn't know they recast it with British voice actors, right? But what Vex pointed out to me is like, hey, did you know like new voice actors that voices these characters in Heaven's Sword and up and onwards, they're like the same people in Xenoblade. I'm like,
Are
wait,
you
what?
serious?
Yes, dude.
You know what? I think my sister did text me about one where like she noticed like I think like Fiora's VA or something along those lines, and she started playing.
Yes, that's the greatest thing is like, I had to go to behind the voice actors and check who voices, right? I'm like, oh my god, this is just the Xenoblade cast in FF14.
14 is literally just Xenoblade in disguise. I can't believe this.
And dude, and you know what's more crazy is that like, remember how like I told you like one of Vex's friend's mom voices like a certain character in Xenoblade Future Connect?
Yeah, which I still can't believe it when she said that casually, Mitch. I was like, what the hell? I can't even like process that.
Dude, she's also in this dub too.
Oh my god.
Before Future Connect, which is insane.
I'm so jealous. I need to fly to the UK and just get the hookup to learn how to do this professionally, please.
Like, dude, like everyone is there, dude. Even like Shulk's voice actor is also in this as well, man.
Sick. Oh man.
Like, dude, like my brain just exploded because like I always like told Vax is that like always like give my appreciation for Xenoblade for like teaching me like the ways of combat exploration for this game.
Yeah.
But now after I learned that the voice actors from Xenoblade are in this, I'm like, fuck it. This might as well be like a multiplayer version of Xenoblade right there.
Pretty much. Final Fantasy XIV is just Xenoblade MMO. Confirmed.
Yes, that was Xenoblade MMO like people have been asking for. Oh man,
that's great, man.
Yeah, I don't want to like go into it like way too long because obviously we have like a very tight schedule, but
yeah.
So basically, it's like I'm having like a like a very good time. Obviously I also enjoy like some of the dungeons, and I couldn't share you some of the dungeons I actually really not enjoy. And then the boss fights though. The boss fights, are pretty incredible as well. And the other like certain element I also really enjoy from FF14 the most is that the soundtrack.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how has this man not talked about the music yet when I've heard that 14 has some bangers. Like, some really good tracks.
I was like saying like the last thing.
Yeah.
I know the sound, like the soundtrack is just nothing but straight bangers though. Like I was thinking there's like okay songs here and there, but the rest of it is just really amazing tracks, dude. Like from like the overworld, the towns, even like some of the like the battle themes as well. Like for example, like there's like this mini boss theme that's pretty much like an interesting like arrangement of the prelude.
Nice.
Yeah, and then even for example like we have like these we have like the summons, right? They're called like the primals. Because the primals, they're pretty much like they're the espers onwards, whatever, they keep changing the names of the summons.
Yeah.
But pretty much like those types of bosses, they get like their own special themes. And what I like about it, right, is that like I know it's like you're a man that loves dynamic soundtracks, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So these boss fights have their own unique way of doing a dynamic soundtrack as well, and it's
Nice.
really great. For example, like uh, the best example is I can give with Shiva, because I know Shiva is the most famous example. For that is, so at the start of the fight, right? You hear like this epic like choir theme, and then you hear like the piano just go din 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 din, right?
Yeah.
And then once we get to Shiva halfway health, like the music stops, we get frozen, and then you hear a snap, and then the song just like kicks in so hard, man. And you
God,
hear like
that's
fucking
sick.
vocals and tracks.
Oh my god, I I can already tell I'm probably gonna lose my shit playing 14 if that stuff keeps happening. Oh my lord.
Dude, like many of those bosses, every time they put a certain part, like they obviously can tell they timed this on purpose.
God, that's amazing, man. Because I'm like, I've been saying it for years. Like, video games without music would be a lesser experience, but then you add in dynamic music on top of that, and it just heightens certain moments in the game. Like, that's how you do it, man.
Exactly, man. Especially like especially for these boss fights. Like, how can you keep an interest of like a boss fight for like either 4 players or 8 players, right?
Yeah.
And be like, you know what? We're just gonna make it epic as hell and just put these certain little parts and just hype up like just gradually. Hell, like the other best example is that there's like this giant bug boss named Ravana, right? It's just a giant bug man with like fucking 4 swords. And same example, right? Where you hear, this nice little violin tune.
Yep.
And then once we get to halfway health, like the music, just slowly turns into an orchestra. And then you hear this dude going,
Bruh.
and I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, I was like, man, I like this part. Well, we're just like in a big SAU weaver from the boss during this like the transition.
Oh man, it sounds like it's gonna give me some Dark Souls vibes too. Then shit, because Dark Souls soundtracks are really good about like amping that stuff up as the track keeps going. But
yeah,
God, I can't wait. I look forward to that.
Yeah, like that's the thing is that like the soundtrack is definitely like one became like in still has became like my personal favorites like in the series, and especially the other thing I also do like about it is like I do like how the amount of fan service it has, like
Oh yeah,
calling back to the previous Final Fantasies, like both like either lore objects and especially they do very amazing or like remixes and arrangements of previous like the like songs from Final Fantasies.
yeah. Like I already remember one of the first things I was like, oh, that's really cool. When I played 4 years ago was I think the starting time that I went to. They might all have this. I don't know. Was I just heard the Gold Saucer theme like walking a few feet. It's just like
Yeah.
that's dope. And that's the thing. That's why like I'm torn because I'm also like, man. Do I want to get into 14 after I finish the Trail series, or do I want to wait, play some of the classics, and then have an even bigger appreciation for the fan service here? I don't know.
Well, here's the best example is that like, it doesn't really matter like if you like get the reference as long as you still enjoy it, right? Because for example, my other friend, right, who is like I've been checking out the free trial.
Yeah.
And there's like this one particular theme I also really love, where it's like a jazz arrangement of the Final Fantasy II battle theme.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, and she was like doing like, and you always like hear like when you do like the tutorial whole the novice thing, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, I like how this theme is like going very hard. I'm like, oh, that's like the theme from Final Fantasy II. Let me send you a link to the original just to get some context, and then yeah. He's like, wow, I can't believe they did like a jazz version of the song. I didn't.
It'll be the East series all over again.
Yeah, it's pretty much like I think that's the cool thing about it is that like despite like how much knowledge you have of previous Final Fantasies, it's not really necessary to enjoy it.
That is true.
like it's the same thing with with PSO2, right? Where with PSO2, I can guess like they have callbacks, references like to the classic Phantasy Star quadrilogy.
Mm-hmm.
But even though like you won't get it at first, but it will make you want to check it out like later on.
Yeah, and you're right, because with me playing PS2, which I'll get into in a bit, is just that it's pretty much like that. I haven't played any other Phantasy Star game, but it is like a gateway where you just kind of want to discover the rest eventually.
Exactly.
But
like yeah, so that's pretty much like my huge ramble about FF14, and yeah, I mean it's so far I'm having like a good time.
Yeah, I was
I'm
gonna
just like
say,
mm-hmm.
oh, sorry, you go.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, I'm just like need to make progress to get the Shadowbringers, and then oh yeah, and of course like the other thing also that I did forget to mention before I end this is that obviously you look the fun part like the glamour system, having like this like perfect Sicily costumes.
Yeah.
And for example, like I didn't notice like you have a particular famous costume in PSO2, right? Like you're like dressed as a big ass rappy.
Oh yeah.
And guess what, man? We're gonna make a we're gonna do the FFA version of that in FF14. Where we just yes, there's actually is a like a Chungus Chocobo suit that you can unlock.
I can't wait.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be like the funniest glamour right there. Cause I wish you not like one time I was at a dungeon with someone in a frog suit, literally like a big as frog head in a frog suit.
Oh man, is there a Moogle one? Is there a Moogle one? Because I'm sure my sister would be all over that.
Oh yeah, I believe there is a Moogle one. However, that Moogle one is like a paid one.
Ah, okay. She'd probably still pay for it.
Oh no, she still buy it anyway.
Man, has she ever asked you guys to like play or?
No. Thing is that like she's on a different server for me and Vex.
Ah, yeah. That's the one thing about MMOs. All got to be on the same world.
Yeah, no, thing is like it goes from like different data centers and then different worlds as well.
Yeah.
Which that's the only like I mean that's the only new thing I will like explain is that like you have like this data center is like here is the place, and then you have like these 4 or 5 worlds together in this particular data center.
Yeah.
And this time around they do a thing what they call cross world. So you go into a cross world for that particular data center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Which is basically like meant for use for when you need to do like dungeons and stuff.
Can you like pay to transfer a character to another world?
Yes, yes you can.
Okay.
Yep, you can pay to a transfer to another either to another world or to a different data center as well.
Good to know. I don't even remember my login info. It's been so long.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I also forgot mine as well, which is why I have to like make like a new account.
Yeah, and I mean, it is cool though. It seems like they did the right thing because, like it doesn't necessarily need to go free to play if they want to keep the subscription service. That's fine, but it seems like now their free to play offering is much better, much more substantial, and very generous to the point where you could still technically call it a free to play game to a certain point,
Yeah, like I remember like Sharon was asking me, like, what am I gonna do if I reach level 60, right? Well, guess what? You can play Triple Triad for days at the Golden Saucer.
God, that's right. I've still never played Triple Triad ever, and I've heard it's fun and like somewhat addicting if you can get into it.
Yeah, there's a Triple Triad. There's also whatchamacallit, they added Mahjong recently. Yeah, they had like Mahjong. They also do lottery tickets. And there's also Chocobo racing too.
Nice. but no snowboarding.
Yeah, sadly, no snowboarding yet though.
Oh man, no, but that's cool. I definitely want to check it out because that's the thing. Like when they first initially did the whole free to play thing, I was like, okay, that's cool, but I don't want to come back until they substantially rather fix some of the pacing issues that the game had 4 years ago, and it seems like they definitely did it. So, like, that's the
Yeah,
thing. For me, it was like, yes, the price was a big factor because I didn't want to like buy 30 days or like buy a month rather, and then be like, oh, I'm playing other games in between because this is like a very me problem where I don't just sit down and play one game, especially if it's an MMO, to like stream that for an entire month. I'm like, probably not. So I want to make sure I'm getting my money's worth if I'm going to pay for that sub. But now that it's free to play, I don't need to worry about that.
yeah. Well, technically free to try, but it's still slowly turning into like free to play though.
Well, yeah. You know what I mean? Like now I don't need to worry about that starting off. Like then once I'm settled with the game, then I can, come back in like a month and be like, okay, this is where I'm going to make progress, or, like a week or two, going to make
Yeah.
big progress with the new content that comes out. Because that's the thing. The hardest time to really put in the hours is at the start, because you need to learn a lot. And now that a lot of that stuff, I don't need to worry about paying a sub to learn the ins and outs of the game, and I'll be settled. That's the most important part. But yeah, it's really good to see that they also, fixed the pacing if you just want to like see the story and, upgrade your character. And I'm like, that's the thing. People like gotta like shorten it because like they're really trying to say like, oh man, it's free to play, or like, it's free to try and you can like really do progress. And I'm like, that's great, but there was a lot of under the hood stuff that they needed to fix as
Yeah.
well. And that
Yeah.
sells me way more.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is that besides like the quest, right, is that like I mean they've changed like like obviously they cut it like in for good reasons because obviously they got like a lot of complaints of how long like how long a Rumble Born is, and
Yeah.
especially I mean they could do like a little few cutouts, but hopefully in the future like they'll revamp it more.
Mm-hmm.
But like so far like obviously you get to progress very fast with your story quest.
Yep.
And the other interesting change that made my friends surprised is that you also get your chocobo super fast too. Actually,
Nice.
yeah, because before you would have to grind this currency called seals, and you have to like grind what is like a shit ton of it just to get like your chocobo license, just to ride like a chocobo to get around faster.
Mm.
But this time around is that like you just do a certain quest, they'll just give you the seals anyway because they'll know you're getting that chocobo license.
Yeah, because I'm like, faster traversal should not have to be an ordeal.
Yeah.
Like there's like so many different cool mounts and stuff, and it's like that should be where you got to work for that stuff, not just the one chocobo mount to go faster.
Yeah. And here's the awesome thing is that like you also when you're making progression you also unlock like mount speeds, and the other biggest change, actually the biggest game changer actually, is that once you beat like a Rumble Born, you get to fly, my dude.
Dope.
Because before you could only fly Heaven Sword or Stormblood back in the day. And then with flying, it makes it easier because like you'll be doing like these certain quests when you're making your way to Heaven Sword. With flying, it makes it easier to backtrack like most of these areas, like
Yeah,
a lot more faster.
and you can like avoid encounters and stuff, I'd assume.
Yep, because
That's
you're
cool.
just super high.
Yep. Then was that it for your month basically?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much my month has just been eaten by FF14.
Makes sense. Oh my god, we're close to 2 hours.
Oh god, I can't believe I talk so much. So
I expected it because it's like this is like Pat at Super Best Friends, like when he talks 14 with Wooly. And the thing is too is that like I at least have some recollection of like when I played 4 years ago. So I mean it's worth it because it convinced me to check it out. So hopefully other people listen to this and maybe reconsider. But,
yeah, and it's like I said, I do recommend checking it out, especially they got like, a good context of what Yoshi P and the FF14 Lite team, have been doing in order to understand the hype for I understand like the hype for FF16.
Yeah. So I'll check it out when I can. It's probably not going to be till like next year, I imagine.
Oh yeah,
Um
no worries. When you like come back next year, there'll probably be like more changes here and there.
Probably, yeah. But this is like the most significant change, and I'm glad it's at a point where people can enjoy it, because now that, we're in quarantine, some people are going back to work, of course, but for those who have to find some way to kill time, I'm glad that they have this now and they can enjoy it. Because I'm
Yep.
sure people enjoyed it before, but it was rough around the edges. I wanted to really see what made that game so good, and I didn't have the patience and dropped it.
Yeah, like the best comparison I can say is that like A Realm Born to me is pretty much Charles in the Sky first chapter.
Yeah.
And remember what happened like when we got Turbo Mode for first chapter? It became a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh man. It'd be like that. So hey, well, I sure hope you all had a good time listening to MMO discussions, cuz now I'm about to hit you with the 1-2. I'm sorry. But hold on. Actually no, before I do that, but let me space this out properly.
Okay.
So, yeah, my month was pretty good. I was mainly streaming PSO2 and Trails to Azure. I started both of those. Yeah, pretty much right after I put out that last episode. But before all that, I might as well get through like some other stuff. So obviously you've been messing with PC, it's been pretty good. I ended up getting though a well, actually wait, I forget. Do they have IKEAs in Canada?
Oh, IKEA, yeah,
Okay. Because
yeah. I mean, like IKEA is just pretty much like everywhere.
well, that's what they say. There ain't no IKEA in Syracuse.
Weird.
As far as I know, I'll have to look up on Google Maps later or something. But I tried once. I was like,
Okay.
"There's no store that's reasonable." Um, but I did end up ordering online. Actually, before the Puerto Rico trip that I mentioned on the last episode,
Mm-hmm.
I ended up purchasing a media shelf combo that had like storage and two spots. Well, actually, no, it's just like one for my TV, which looks pretty nice. But I still need to organize the storage a bit, because man, I gotta tell you, there ain't nothing more satisfying than being able to finally, like, after dealing with like 3 or 4 boxes in my room, which I still need to work on organizing.
Yep.
But finally, just being able to take out all of those games and just put them in one place. My God, like it was so rough to just like look through them all to the point where like I had to resort to using like a CD case or like a DVD album or something,
Yep.
and just putting them all in there because I couldn't be bothered to like keep getting the cases out every single time. I was like, oh my God, there has to be an easier way. Um, but no, I'm super glad about that, because it's also really cool to just like organize it alphabetically for the first time. Just really just getting a sense of like remembering how many games I actually have, because when they're so separate and scattered and like disorganized, I'm like, I honestly forget half the things I own. you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say like you don't want to like see like my room right now because most of my games like that I bought recently they're just stacked a bit on top of each other.
Yeah. That's the thing for me too. I used to stack my games up vertically, but then I got super paranoid about it because I think Mario Maker on the Wii U, the box art for that thing got destroyed in the move when I had to like pack the boxes up. It got super warped. So just like, damn it. Now I'm paranoid about stacking games now. Because 1 or 2 of them got like warped. So yeah, just finally being able to organize them in like, bookshelf order feels really nice. I also went with like a gray one instead of black, because for anybody who is considering buying furniture or anything, uh, you might consider black, but the thing with black is that it catches a lot of dust and it's very easy to see. So I personally just went with a gray one, and I think it was like black, white, or gray, but I was like, I'll go with gray. It's more discreet that way. But yeah, it was pretty good. Uh aside from that, just been keeping up with Ring Fit Adventure, just doing exercise when I can. Apparently my gym actually opened up again, but I still don't want to take the risk. So I'm probably gonna cancel my membership and then come back later. But yeah, I don't even know. I think it's also because, like, as well, since I'm playing the Trail series, it's much easier to do exercise at home and then stream as opposed to like having to do the routine of like commuting to the gym every time. So it's just for convenience, for now. Because
Yeah.
I'd like to get that series done before quarantine is over because it's a golden opportunity for me to finish it. Because unemployment bonuses actually are pretty good. In fact, it's kind of sad. I'm almost making as much as when I was employed. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, that is very strange right there.
Like, it dipped a little bit for a few weeks, but then, like, I think I don't know what they signed or what they did, but there's like some funds coming in, so then like the bonuses are back up, and I'm like, that's why I ended up getting a PC finally when I thought it was gonna take all year, right? Like, this is stupid. Like, it's genuinely stupid because like other places are probably struggling and they have to do like minimum wage jobs and stuff, and it's like I'm just sitting here financially fine. There's something really messed up about that. Like, there really is. Um, but yeah, you know, just that's been the whole thing with exercise. Been enjoying it. It's been really good, especially when man, when I'm streaming for like 6 or 5 hours in the day and I'm just like stuck in this chair. I'm glad to at least be able to do exercise at home and just, stretch the body, do what you gotta do, because my god, gaming is fun, but I definitely have gotten very conscious over the years of just like, man, I'm just sitting in this chair. You know what I mean? It's just like, this is just not good.
Yeah, like I definitely have the same feeling too. It's like I'm worried about of my body getting weak, where I just have to do like do some quick workouts at home,
Yeah,
just so my body doesn't feel like shit while I'm like grinding in FF14.
pretty much. Because it's like, no matter how good of an office chair or like whatever you have, just like, you gotta get the body moving. Like, your arms, everything, because after a while, your body just gets so used to this position of like sitting that it's bad for your health. It honestly is. But yeah, so I've been doing that. Anything else happen? No, not really. I mean, today actually I got an order from Walmart of all things, because I actually ordered some poster frames, because I got conscious as like some of the posters in my room. It's like they're not even properly framed, so I want to fix that. Just to keep them still like in decent condition, because the thing is, like, a lot of them that I have like hung up they're all fan art, and the thing with fan art is I don't know when I'll ever be able to buy that stuff again. So I should probably try to preserve them a little better.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say like I haven't really bought any frames yet for my posters, but I still have like a shit ton of posters that are still like in their packaging that I haven't even opened yet.
Which, by the way, if anybody considers getting posters in the future, shoutouts to command strips, by the way. Because I know some people use like Scotch tape or use like other stuff. But command strips are pretty great for posters. I've had no issues taking them down or like putting them up, and it doesn't like actually harm the poster's quality itself. But I didn't know about that until recently when I finally wanted to put some posters up on the wall, because I don't know, man. I go to so many conventions and I see so much good art that I just can't resist buying them, that I wanted to do something with them, and then I found out about that. So command strips are pretty good. They're easy to use, but and they're cheap too, from what I noticed. But yeah, aside from that, it's just been mainly streaming when I can, and a bit of Discord here and there. There's been like a lot of stuff we'll get into with the news, but nothing too crazy. I finished Trails to Azure. It was great, and I'm still playing PSO2 here and there when I can. But since Trails to Azure we'll be talking about for a bit, I'll just get into PSO2, but I'll try to keep it brief. So for those who don't know, I'm sure some people know, but the thing is, PSO2 is like way smaller than like Final Fantasy 14 in terms of like the audience.
Oh yeah.
So Phantasy Star Online 2 came out about I would say like what, 2 to 3 months ago? Actually no, 4. It was like around June, I want to say.
Yeah, I believe it was like around June. Like yeah, it was like around June.
Okay. Because yeah, it was funny. I remember like being super excited when it got revealed in like one of Microsoft's conferences that it was finally coming to the West, and I didn't play it for a while. For one, because of the Windows Store, that was
Y-
cursed.
yep, and especially how I was one of those people that got cursed with the Windows Store problem that made me like that ate up like my hard drive as well.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus Christ. That's really unfortunate. But then I also, um, once I finally got my proper PC, by that point I only got to use it for like 4 days before I had to go on that trip to Puerto Rico. So by the time I came back, I was like, well, okay, I guess the Steam release is happening, so let me wait until then. And I started playing pretty much the day after this podcast or the last episode came out. And my God, let me tell you, I'm so sorry for that podcast coming out late, because it was hard for me to have discipline and just say like, all right, stop playing PSO2, stop playing Trails, just spend like a couple hours like editing and rendering this thing, because I can't render and stream at the same time. Most likely it'd probably be too much. I'd imagine it causes drop frames.
Oh yeah,
Um,
no, that'd be like very overkill on your CPU.
yeah, so I was like, I don't want to take that risk. But I just couldn't tell myself to stop for 1 minute. I was like, oh my God, I got no self-control, dude.
Dude, I have the same problem as well. And the thing is that it's not just like it's not just like from like grinding like my combat classes right in FF14. It's the same thing when I'm doing my gathering class, fucking botanist. I'm like, I can't stop like cutting these trees and gathering these vegetables.
Yeah. I was like,
And
oh, sorry, you go.
yeah, I was gonna say like, and then I look back at my screen, I'm like, how the fuck did I get to level 60 with this like gathering class?
Pretty much. Or like the thing with PSO2 is urgent quests as well. Like those show up on like a schedule, so it's like, oh God, I should be editing, but then the urgent quest is happening on the hour. I'm like, oh God, I guess I gotta do that. Wait, I should be streaming Trails. I gotta make progress on that today. Fuck. I can't schedule this. It's so hard. But no, PSO2 is very fun. I finally got it with the Steam release. Which is why, like, I was gonna say too, we're also recording this a little earlier in the day, so that then I have like, about 3-ish hours or so to like edit the audio and start rendering it overnight. So hopefully I can get it out in a timely fashion this time. But yeah,
Yeah.
PSO2 is it's pretty fun. I definitely agree with Max. Maximilian Dude, he did a review of PSO2 when it came out initially, and I still think a lot of it rings true. Where I believe he called it like the easiest, most complicated game ever. Uh,
Yeah.
I love a lot about PSO2. Like graphically, it looks dated for sure, but I can't help that I'm a sucker for that art style. That very like almost PS2 sci-fi era looking like, anime game
Yeah.
is
I
like my favorite thing.
Yeah, I do like the look as well. Is that yeah? It does remind me of like obviously of like MMOs like during the PS2 generation.
Yeah. Because God, this thing's like 8 years old.
Yes,
um
I'm amazed like it's still like living and kicking and still living like very soon.
yeah. It's it's insane because for me I didn't look up anything from like the Japanese end. I know a lot of people were probably like suffering seeing like Japanese gameplay and just wanting to really play it, but for me, I just remained blissfully unaware until I ended up listening to the Super Best Friend cast, rest in peace. Rather rest in peace, and like I always kept hearing about the bet that I think Liam and Pat made.
Oh yeah,
you know,
between Pat and Liam.
and so I was like, what is going on with PSO2? They're like betting like every year, like if it's coming out or not. It's just like this big joke. So, that's how I
Dude.
found out, which is why I love listening to that podcast. It's such a good time capsule, but then it helped me get caught up to like, all right, what's the whole deal with PSO2 not coming here?
Like, dude, like it doesn't help that like there is like this dude I used to talk to, right? Like he was fucking always rant to me being like, man, I wish PSO2 was here already. I'm like, uh Someday, I'm not sure, man. That was like before I wasn't like not that really interested in PSO2, being like, it's a cool MMO spin-off of one of my favorite RPG series.
Yeah.
But
Which
but
that's the thing. Oh, sorry, you go.
mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say yeah. And then later on, when the game was getting released, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll check this out, right?
Yeah. Because for me, I didn't care. Just because, or like, I guess I was blissfully unaware, just because I did not know, or how to phrase this. I knew about Phantasy Star Online, but I never played it, so it wasn't exactly relevant to me personally. You know. But I know it's a
Yeah,
huge deal.
yeah. Like I also know it's a big deal. So, but the problem is that like, that was like way before I knew about like playing online games on the Dreamcast.
Same. I did not know about online gaming until like the frickin' Wii came out. Like until that era, that generation. Um, I just didn't know. Because that's the thing. Back
Yeah,
on the GameCube and PS2 era, it was very limited. I think the only game on GameCube that has online was PSO.
yeah.
Like it was
Literally,
insanely niche.
yes. I remember. Yes, with that very like rare like LAN adapter that you have to attach like the bottom of your GameCube.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's what I remember like that along with like FF11 for the PS2 where if you had like the fat PS2, like the fat part was meant to put in like a hard drive
Man.
to basically store all the FF11 files right there.
Yeah, it's insane. And like Dreamcast, I never grew up with it, unfortunately. I remember I went to someone's house and they had a Dreamcast and I was so jealous because it looked really sick. Because I think at the time I had an N64, so going from an N64 to seeing Dreamcast graphics, I was like, oh my god, dude, this is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, yeah, I still remember like that transition too when my other brother like bought himself a Dreamcast back in the day.
Yeah, like that was, oh my god, like if you were there for like the 1 or 2 years where it was like the best looking thing ever, god, it blew your mind. But yeah, that one like had like decent amount of like online features, but since I never grew up with it, I just didn't get to discover that until 360, PS3, and Wii era. But yeah, PSO2, finally coming out, I was like, cool. I definitely want to check it out. And then I started playing it, and then I realized that, man, the structure is actually pretty similar to Monster Hunter. And then I got messed up for a good minute. I was like, why did nobody tell me PSO was just Monster Hunter?
Yeah, that's like one of the first things I noticed, right? Being like, because I know like PSO, like the original PSO was super different, right? From seeing like
Yeah.
footage of when I saw like Max's like his old broadcast footage of it.
Yep.
But this time around, I'm like, man, is this pretty much like the closest like thing to an MMO of Monster Hunter right there?
Yeah. Well, look, it's insane.
Fuck, dude. Actually, you know what? Quick story is that that's another like I also had Monster Hunter in my head as well, especially in FF14. Yeah. Also, I gotta tell you this right away before I forget. There is a Monster Hunter collab, which explains why I
Yep.
keep saying fucking Rathalos in the desert. And I learned is that it's a permanent collab. So when you like join in like next year, whatever, right? It's still gonna be there, man.
I think the Nier one's also permanent, isn't it?
Yep, Nier is also permanent too.
I'm like, that's dope. So I don't have to miss out. I'm like, that's amazing. I'm so used to games having it be limited.
Yeah,
God bless.
yeah. So very soon we'll like beat up Rathalos together.
I can't wait. I'm like, the fact that 14 has like Monster Hunter and Nier collabs, I'm like, this is perfect.
Yeah, but anyway.
But yeah.
So anyways, like explain like about like the Monster Hunter like comparison with like PSO2.
So there's not exactly like monster carving, but the structure of it is pretty similar. Like you go out and do a hunt, like you literally accept the quest and go out through the gates to start the quest, just like Monster Hunter games. You have like the lobby or like the hub, where you can like interact and like you could do like crafting, you could buy weapons or enhance your weapons. Hell, there's like a drink you can do like on a quest that will give you bonuses. Like
Wow.
the DNA is kind of nuts. Um, but yeah, like you get in there, you fight the monster, take care of smaller ones along the way. You can also gather along the way. Again, like the DNA is just kind of insane. Um, but yeah, it's you can also do mining. So yeah, it's pretty fun. It's simple. The gameplay structure is simple, but my god. Also it has like, a decent amount of like weapons and classes to choose from.
Yeah.
But I will say the upgrade paths are a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I remember like my head got very twisted like when first me and Shirian first saw like that skill tree.
Yeah, like the first thing I asked Shin, because he played PSO2 for a while. I had two people helping me out. I had Soulblade Megiddo, which is obviously a Golden Sun reference.
Yeah, or
good taste.
as like the call him like the other soul when
The other soul,
we're
yeah.
in a group together.
I'm like, damn it, why do I know two souls? But yeah, no, him and Shin, they were helping me out, learning the ropes of the game. But my god, I gotta tell you, as fun as PSO2 is, and the music is pretty good, and the culture of PSO, I've noticed it's very fun and very casual. You got some weird people in there as well. But it's very fun. I kind of it's interesting being someone so late to a community and seeing how they handle things. It's really cool having that experience. But yeah, it's the first thing I asked Shin and the others was like, all right, what are the beginner's traps in this game? And unfortunately, there are a lot.
Yep.
I'm already thinking of two immediately. I'm thinking of like your mag and your skill tree.
Yep.
Those are the two biggest ones that are easy to mess up for any new player.
Yeah. Like I still remember like those two, like I almost got trapped, dude.
Yeah. And like thankfully with the mag it's not as bad because there's like a level reduction device you could exchange for. But that's if you haven't gone off the deep end completely.
Yeah.
Because like in my case, I messed up once, but it was like maybe 5 levels high. So it's like, okay, just exchange 5 of those and I'm good. But God, the skill tree is rough because it's just as it sounds. It is a skill tree, but very much like how 14 had that problem and they fixed it. PSO2. I don't think it's changed at all, like when it's come out, but or since it came out, when it comes to that. But basically, you need to know the right build or the right recommended build. So I have to go to this Google document, which is amazing, but not in the game. That tells me what the best builds are. The best build and subclass, by the way. That's another thing. You can also get a subclass later, and subclass is. If I can be real, subclass is it's a good idea, but the implementation is fundamentally flawed here.
Yeah. I was gonna say like that subclass system that they have, that was the thing that FF14 used to be as well.
And like I'm all for it if you want to have like mixed builds and stuff, that's fun. But the problem with PSO2 is that there are clearly subclasses. Basically, the way subclasses work is that you can use like some of their passive skills and whatnot to help you out. But there are clearly one or like I'd say 3 subclasses that are always better to have than the other ones. Primarily to keep it brief, one of the ones that goes with anything, it's like, God, it really is just one of those goes with everything memes. Is Hunter is like for free the best subclass. It gives you some wonderful skills that help you survive, do more damage, or even automatically use your healing items, like automate half-line, I think is what it's called. And Iron Will, which keeps you living with 1 HP sometimes if you get it to proc. Like, it's so good. Why would you ever use anything but Hunter subclass?
Yeah, also, here's a quick question. So, wait, that for one of the skills, so wait, did I heard Iron Will?
Yeah, Iron Will.
Funny thing you say that's like the name of the tank stands for Paladin, and they're like considered as like the fucking Swiss knife of tanks.
It makes sense.
I mean, even like the hunter as a subclass, they're pretty much like the Swiss knife like of subclasses too.
Yeah, it's insane. It goes with like any subclass unless you're going for like maybe like a mage build or something. But for most of them, when I look at that Google document outside of the game, it's like, yep, Ranger Hunter, uh, Braver Hunter, or like, you know, when I started out, I did Bouncer Hunter. Like, it's just, it goes with everything. It's so free. So
Yeah.
it's this problem where it's like, okay, it's a little layer of depth that I can see why you'd want to do it, but oh my god, it's woefully unbalanced. In terms of like variety. Um, but that's, you know, there's a few more beginner traps, like obviously, you know, knowing what like weapons to go for or what not to invest like too much in. Um,
Yeah, and plus I do know the other one for like specifically for Braver is that you got to pick like what you're going to be, either a katana main, a bow main, or hybrid.
yeah, and I went katana main for mine, but because I feel like if you go hybrid, you're just not gonna excel in either. So it's like
Yeah,
this weird choice of like,
and the
you
problem
know,
is that like with hybrid, like you have to really depend on getting like max dexterity.
yeah, and that's the other thing too is that mags, even if you do one right, it's very rough to try to do everything. Um, it has, well, PSO2, if you like, depending on what race you pick, there are like some slight stat differences, but if you want to like be like an all-arounder, if you're going to consider playing this in the future, go human. Human has the best chance to, like, you know, if you want to be mixed and like go all over the place. Hunter, or not, sorry, not hunter. Hunter is your best bet, yes, but no, human's your best bet.
Yeah, that was another like complaint like I had with that is like is the race diversity.
Yeah, and it's
Is
so minor. I'm all like, it's fine for them to have it, but to not let the player know is pretty bad.
Yeah, because again, I don't want to keep doing these comparisons, but FF14 used to be that way as well, where
Yeah.
there was like slight differences. There was like slight differences like in stats depending which race you pick, but these days they're just your skin. Like if you want to be like a big chunky beastman like me as a healer, the games just go ahead. Or if you want to be like the goddamn fucking potato people that are the Lalafels and be a tank, the game says, yeah, go do it.
Pretty much. It reminds me, to go off on a slight mini tangent, it reminds me of I was watching a little bit of Chugga Conroy's Xenoblade 2 LP, because I'm so glad
Yeah.
he's finally playing that. But every time he goes to like explain a mechanic or explains like a percentage chance of things happening, he always says like, "You know how I found that out? Data mine." I'm like, yeah, that's a mood right there. Xenoblade 2 has so many things that it does not tell you, and it's, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's rough. But PSO2 is like that too, where it's like, I didn't know about that stat stuff. I just noticed and told me to go for human if I wanted to do that, but it's like the game doesn't tell you any of that stuff.
Yeah, which is something like I would have wished, they would explain like further, like they would just show at least, just a stat, like a short like stat chart, like
Yeah.
between like the races.
Yeah, or even just like a flavor text and like, oh, they excel in this, or it's like an
Yeah, for
all-arounder, like something.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Because even when it's not even just class-based too, it gets worse. It's gender-based as well.
Oh yeah, that one also stinks too with PSO2.
Like, I did an alt for a character, and there's like a cast, which is basically just like the mech race of the series, which is pretty cool. I wanted to go with a male cast, because for me, when I think of mechs, I think of what the male cast look like in general, right? The big, cool Gundam anime mech. Female cast just ain't doing it for me, sorry. They're more like almost like humanoid androids in that sense, design-wise. So I went male cast. But I went male cast as a ranger, and apparently female cast as a ranger has a 1% increase to the stats. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm not optimized because I went male cast. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I'm like, that type of shit. I'm like, oh my god,
wow,
dude. I wanted a preference, and apparently it's not.
Fuck, dude. Like
That's so bad.
Dude, that is bad. Like, you know what's the only issue I had to deal like with the races in FF14, by the way,
Yeah.
is that so for example, like the new race, like the one I'm using, the Hrothgore, along with along with other people, the other popular one, actually the most popular one, Viera, the bunny race from FF12,
Yeah.
is that those rays they're still very fresh to the point where like the only problem they had is that they have compatibility issues with headgear visually. Like you can still equip it for stats, but if I want to equip like this cool looking like knight helmet, it's not going to appear in my character because it's not compatible.
Yeah. Um I mean, it's like that too. There's some like outfits and stuff in PSO2 that are, for a
Yeah.
race specifically.
Yeah,
But
but for like stat wise, I don't have to worry
no.
about that. But visually, like wise for my glamour and stuff, I have to worry about that.
Yeah. So there are some things that make PSO2 like definitely shows signs of the time where it's like things have been streamlined, and I'm not a dev, so I don't know how much of an undertaking it is to like really rework that stuff and bounce it all over again. I don't know. No doubt with 14 they probably had to like go through a lot of testing
Oh yeah,
for that.
a lot of testing, QAing, along with like getting feedbacks like right from the forums as well.
Yeah, and I know for sure they probably have a bigger team for that since it's very successful. But I think with PSO2 it's a bit rough. I'd imagine it's like a smaller team, but it's like for it to come out global, like man, it's a very small but tight knit community of like people.
Yeah, I can imagine like it's like I think two medium sized studios, like one obviously one in Japan and one in the West, just to like
Yeah,
localize it.
yeah, pretty much. Um, but yeah, I mean that is to say that PSO2 definitely has some rough spots in there. A lot of beginner traps. If anybody is looking into starting PSO2, which is still a very fun game, I have to stress. That's why I've still been playing it for about like 2 months now. Is there is a YouTube channel called Anamana AU, and he does a lot of really good beginner guides, and he just breaks it down, makes it easy to understand what you should be focusing on when you start the game, or things to avoid. Like just now, he uploaded today things that were added in for the episode 5 update, which added a whole bunch of stuff. Primarily, Nemesis and Raven are finally outdated, which is the thing that was plaguing the game for like a good few months. Because long story short, with that, they added Nemesis and Raven way earlier than expected. For global PSO2 servers, and it just overtook anything else that you would get from events or like any other weapons. It was very bad. You had nothing to work for once you got those. Basically, you just had the best thing. It's like, well, that's it. But now with the episode 5 update, you can just get those from like weapon exchange badges. So you don't even need to grind for those, and now there's like 14-star weapons, which are basically better. But yeah, I want to keep this a little brief. But PSO2 is despite the issues, it doesn't really bother me when I play. I still really enjoy it. I still enjoy seeing like the community just show up, and man, I think that is the one nice thing about being in a smaller community is that like people will actually show up to the stream. Because I remember when I played 14 like those years ago, it was dead chat. Ain't nobody watching me play 14. And even my sister, I think she started streaming 14, or like she was considering it, but then she said no because then people gotta like she's gotta sit there like through the dungeon waiting times, and nobody shows up. It's like, well, if you had an active chat, dungeon time like would be easier because then you could talk with chat. But if she's just starting off, it's like, yeah, you're basically just looking at a screen all day, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say like for something for like FF14, it's definitely like you gotta like stream like wait with a group because doing it solo is like very super hard until unless you're like a very famous like FF14 YouTuber like Mr. Happy, where he obviously gonna makes like guides and stuff where he will get like guaranteed views on Twitch whenever he streams FF14.
Pretty much, yeah. Although I was incredibly humbled because I guess to like go off of PSO2 but still somewhat tying back into it. I'm very fortunate enough to be I guess invited to a Discord group called the Arcs Council, And essentially what that is that two prominent streamers and content creators ended up making a Discord, a private Discord for only content creators and streamers of PSO2 related stuff. And long story short, I said hi to Anamano when he was streaming once or twice. And what was I don't want to mispronounce the name, Hot Sammy Sliz. He's like a prominent Monster Hunter streamer and PSO2. I met him at MagFest in 2018. Went to his panel. We talked, it was pretty chill. But yeah, I guess he noticed me on the chat when Anamano was streaming. And I guess Anamano remembered my username when he finished the stream and was trying to find somebody to raid. And I was playing PSO2 that night, so he raided me with like over 70 people. And of course, like people, leave afterwards. But my God, that was really cool. Because I think that's like the first time where it's like an actual community prominent person like actually noticed my channel. But that's an indication of how small the community is, right? Like if anybody wants to do anything or like mess with PSO2, that was probably a good time if you're a content creator or a streamer. But I got invited to that group afterwards, and it's like super, super prominent people that have done content for that series, or that game rather. Like the people who made that Google Doc, or like a program that like can allocate like the class stats and whatnot that everybody uses, they're in that Discord group. People who do like fan art, people who do some of the fashion pictures, people like Anamana's there. Black to Basics, he does a lot of good like weapon guides. Like pretty much every prominent Western like person that's creating content is there, and I just feel like such a small person in a sea of like amazing talent. Like even people who do like motion comics and stuff, like it's insane. Like anything and everything, speedrunners, like it's all there. I'm just like, man, I'm just here streaming to like 5 people. It's incredibly humbling.
I was gonna say that's insane, dude.
Yeah, it's incredibly humbling, and I super appreciate that because it's nice to just see like all these people do like these amazing things, but it's like they're just memeing with everyone else. Everyone's just like, everyone's making jokes and everyone's just like chilling in that Discord, and I'm like, this is pretty cool. I love it because it especially also inspires me to want to learn how to do like video editing content and whatnot. So, it's good. I'm glad to be a part of that. But anyway, about PSO2, because again, I want to keep this somewhat brief. So, PSO2 in itself is very fun, and again, the community, if that's, what I just mentioned, is a good sign of people wanting to be tight-knit and close together. It's very fun. I like the art style. The classes are pretty fun. I knew I immediately had to go with Bouncer, because, it's freaking jet boots, you're breakdancing on enemies, it's very fun.
I mean, pretty much like you're playing like Jet Set Radio right there.
Yeah, I'm like, every other class is like pretty, it's like, oh, okay, I expect it. Yeah, you got the mage, you got the big sword Unga,
And
Fighter's pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and of course, like, you have to get, like the Samurai-based class, aka Braver right there.
Yeah. Braver was cursed because I didn't know when I'd ever mess with it. Because shit in Other Soul, like, always just called it, like, the weeb class.
Dude, you know what's funny?
What?
That way, people like what is it? People like say like the same shit to like for anyone who uses like the samurai chops in FF14.
That's the same thing that Shin said about Longsword and Monster Hunter. It's just for some reason, if you got a katana, I guess you're a weeb. Oh man, I did Uchi Katana in Dark Souls 3 my first playthrough. Guess I'm a weeb.
Dude, I think my favorite joke is that like when I was watching like a little bit of footage that was like the FF14 Shadowbringers trailer, right? And the first thing I see is like a broken sword, and then there's this guy doing like an analysis, right? He's like, "Wait, broken sword? It means weebs are dead."
Oh lord.
Fuck, dude.
But no, Braver's it is pretty fun. I do like the counter, or like I guess like the counter stance thing you can do, where like if you get it right as you're about to be attacked, you actually get like a temporary like damage buff, which makes it pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean pretty much you're just doing Royal Guard.
Pretty much, yeah. Although I noticed the timing is pretty lenient, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I also forgot to mention that besides like you have you need to like someone with a katana, right? In every MMO, Braver also supplies you gotta need the bow and arrow class as well.
Is that really an MMO thing? I had no idea.
Yeah, dude. Like I think almost like any other MMO, like someone has to have like a bow and arrow.
Oh, I thought you meant like that they both like have to go together.
No. Just the bow and arrow. No, I meant like
Yeah.
for Braver specifically, like they had to bring the samurai class along with the bow and arrow class.
Yeah. Oh man. Like yeah, and they're both pretty fun for when to mess with them. Because that's the thing too that makes these classes kind of fun is that like it's not just one weapon. They usually can like pick between like 2 or 3 weapon types, which is fun. I think Hunter has like up to like 3 or something, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's insane.
A fighter is kind of fun, but a little weird. I still got to get used to them. But all the classes are in general pretty fun. You'll find something I think you'll like. Not as good as Monster Hunter because I feel like Monster Hunter is like I don't even know, man. I can't even call that just like weapon sets. I feel like it's like a weapon showcase almost. Like every single one feels like they've just been working at it for years. Whenever I mess with just one weapon in that series.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like, did you also mess with that with the pet class in that game?
Summoner, no. I'm intimidated by Summoner. The resources you gotta put in it are just like, I don't know when I'm gonna mess with this.
Yeah, I remember like Shirian like tried her best like to go with Summoner. She's like, nah, fuck, I'm just gonna stick with Ranger.
It's tough. At some point I'm sure I'll mess with it, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I mean, if you want to be a summoner, that you could be a summoner in FF14 and just summon like fucking Bahamut and Phoenix.
This is true. We'll see. I'm not even sure what class I'll get to when I mess with 14 again, but
yeah. Well, we'll figure that out later though. But
yeah, but yeah, the classes are pretty good. That's the thing. Like, the combat is very action RPG. It's very simple, but it works.
Yeah.
Not really. You're dealing with some cooldowns, but you still have like normal attacks and whatnots, and it's very fun. I instantly liked it right away, personally, especially with Bouncer as like my first class. Like, it comes with like a double jump. You have so much mobility.
Dude.
It's arguably the funnest class to start with for beginners, honestly.
Dude, like, when I started, like, use that class, right, I was like, I wish I had that mobility when I played the game a bit with my Braver.
Yeah.
Because the only thing I could do with my Braver is just do a short dash, and that's it.
Yeah. And that's the other thing that I have to warn people, is that, like, mobility is not great at first. There are photon arts you can get, which are basically like your skills. That can help you like traverse areas faster, and they also like could be like an offensive art anyway. But it's just like, like Braver would have like a long dash you could do, and like you just keep spamming that over and over again. It's very monotonous, I won't lie, but it is what you have to do. But if not, starting off with a different class, it's not Bouncer, you might just be like going on foot a little bit. And also, if you will, dash canceling is worse. Don't do it. You come to a full stop. Like, just running is better, or just constantly walking.
Yeah, because the problem like dashing just wastes your stamina right there.
Yeah, that too. But overall it is enjoyable. But I won't lie, it's the little things that I enjoy. Weirdly enough, the lounge is where like the most fun happens. All the dumb stuff happens there. Like, I remember when I first started playing the game, there was like a summer event going on, and like when I ended up going to like the shopping area, it just had this big ass water slide with like two slides going like to the pools, and I was like, this game gets me.
Yes, I actually love the plaza too, because like again, like when I was like applying it for a bit, but like before, like I was coding it for PS2 New Genesis, right? Yeah, my favorite one was like when they were doing the Sonic one. It was just Green Hill, rings around to collect, and then they had like the springs you can also jump onto.
Man, I'm so jealous because that's when I was on vacation. That killed me.
Dude, and the funniest part is that like if you typed on like "gotta go fast" like in all caps, they also gave you like free stuff.
That's amazing. I love how that meme is just now Sonic's catchphrase, like officially.
Gotta go fast.
Oh man. But no, it's really cool how they change it up for events. There's like a Soccer Wars one going on, which it's cool. It's mainly for like the new game. But
Yeah.
the unfortunate part is that it's just two vocal tracks that get old really fast. I started using a YouTube playlist, which like the music is nice, but not for like over a week nice. You know?
Yeah, and I can imagine like it wasn't as pleasant as like it wasn't as pleasant like during like the Sonic event, because with the Sonic event, the only thing you get to hear all day is just Station Square from SA1.
Yeah. Which like, I can see how it'd be annoying, but at least it's instrumental. But if it's a vocal
Yeah.
track, vocal tracks get old way faster. It's just how it is. For as nice as they do sound. But yeah, that's been going on. But man, I also missed out on well, PS2 has like a lot of stuff, but also the scratch tickets. I missed out on that Sega themed one, so I had to buy some stuff from the store, which thankfully means that I didn't miss out completely. Because I had to get Earl's outfit from Puyo Puyo. I couldn't say no. Uh, but man, you are dealing with like the actual player market, so sometimes when it comes to fashion, which fashion is like one of the biggest appeals to PSO2, especially with the collab events and stuff. You can buy that stuff, but sometimes those prices are going to be jacked up based on like demand.
Yeah, I will say like a one cool thing about it is that like at least you're able to buy that stuff like after the event is done.
Yeah.
Because if this is like a FF14, right, where if there's like a, for example, like a Dragon Quest event, and there's like this cool freaking like slime like hat, like you always wanted, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that like you cannot get it anywhere unless you were there on time for wait for the collab event.
Yeah, it always sucks when you're just like praying that it comes back.
Yeah. Like literally,
Um,
I was like super lucky like when they brought back the Yokai Watch event, because I wanted to get the special Yokai mount.
oh, nice. I'm trying to think though. Yeah. The other thing though is that yeah, the prices are all over the place. But sometimes you could get lucky, and your series is so obscure that nobody wants that stuff. So in my case, some of the Puyo Puyo stuff was pretty cheap. Unless it's Carbuncle, because for some reason you could have like a mag skin that everyone and their mom is using, and they're all fake. None of them know Puyo like I do, but I can't buy it because I'm broke. They're all imposters.
Yes.
But Carby
Also,
is cute, so I
confession.
can see why they'd want it. But yeah.
Yeah, confession. I was one of those with the Yokai mount. Because literally, like, that was an obscure series, but I just did it just so I can get the mounts, because it looks like the freaking Scooty Puff Jr. from Futurama.
Nice. And that's the thing though. It's like I get it why they would still want to use it though. But it's just funny to me. That's like half the time I'll see someone wearing like Arl's outfit from Puyo Puyo, and I'm like, are they real? Like I hate this like mind. Like for a split second, I'm like, but what if you are a real Puyo Puyo fan? uh, um,
Oh, you know what? I can't get enough for this man to interrogate everyone whenever he sees like a random person in an FF14 wearing like the near automata stuff.
yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be a trip.
Yeah.
Um, but no, it's the fashion's really fun. It's really weird how the prices go though. I have to say, outfits are pretty cheap. Um, but then you go into like the minute accessories or like a hairstyle, and you'll never buy them from the player market.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I probably bet like they would price the jack up like for those two things.
Like 10 million or 15 million Meseta, and I'm like, yeah, that's gonna happen. you know, which Meseta is just like the money currency in the game for those who don't know.
Yep. Yep,
Um,
which is also the currency in the original Wake quadrilogy as well.
yep. So my best bet for people is like if you're gonna get into PSO2 and you really want to get into fashion, just stick with outfits. Pick maybe one or two, and get a few of the outfits that you might want from the scratch ticket. But anything afterwards, you're probably better off just doing the scratch ticket itself and using AP, which means that you got to spend a little bit, but that's your choice. I've never done it because I just settle for the outfits personally. Um, but yeah, there's also a fun scratch ticket, which is basically like the free version. You could just get fun points in the game. It literally just fun bucks, you know. You can just use
Yeah,
it on that. There's some good stuff there too. There's some emotes and some hairstyles in there, so it is decent.
yeah, yeah. I was gonna say like it's very similar. Like you get Moogle points in the Golden Saucer, and you can get like either outfits, weapon glamour, emotes, hairstyles, or better yet, like this turtle mount
Yeah,
that's pretty much like that flies like Gamera, or Sharon actually like miswrote gamers.
gamers. Yeah. But no, that's cool. You can also even like have like your private quarters, your own little room, and you can customize and get furniture with all
Oh
that.
yeah, I was gonna say like that aspect right there is actually really super nice.
Yeah. I see some people with like some like Sonic figurines or like some rappy stuff, or even
Oh
like I
dude,
think even saw some like someone had like a fitness center like gym almost. So I was like, this is cool.
dude, you should have seen like what I have is that like when I brought like Sharon like into my private quarters. The first thing she saw was like this like she was like being hypnotized by this floating spinning 3D Sega logo.
Yeah, I saw someone else's room had that. I was like, damn it. Reminds you of like the PS2 motorcycles. No, the PS2 memory card like icons or save icons.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, there's all kinds of cool like furniture stuff. There was like when I started playing, it was like the summer event, so I got some like almost like resort like sofas and like like an outdoor pool. I was like, this is pretty nice. It's just nice that you can customize stuff. You can also expand your room. You can have up to like 3 large rooms, which is insane. Um, but
Wow.
it's fun. That's the thing. It's just that it has a lot of charm to it, and the art style still makes it look very fun for what it is. Um,
Yeah, I'm very like very interested to see what they're gonna change like when they do the graphical upgrade when PSO2 New Genesis launches.
yeah, and that's why like I'm still playing it now to just like take it all in and just like get settled with like the mechanics of base PSO2, because for me afterwards when New Genesis comes out, I'm going to be focusing on that, and I want to make sure I'm not lost whenever I go back to base PSO2. Because it is weird. I'll get into New Genesis in a little bit, but I just want to say they also have these well, for one, they have like really good campaigns to keep the player playing. You can get like free emotes and free weapon skins and whatnot, free SC, which is like the premium currency. um they have good incentives to keep the player going, as well as like easy ways to make money with like daily orders and whatnot. But man, they have some really fun like live concert events too.
Oh yeah, I've seen like a couple of those. Is that like I think the first one I saw it was like way with the Vocaloids,
Yeah,
and then after that it was like the OC idols over there.
yeah, and I'm like it's very fun. I still play with the English sub, which some people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, that's sacrilege, bro! How could you?" But in a way, it reminds me of when like English anime OPs were a thing, and
Oh yeah.
it's fascinating to just see how they would like translate these songs into the English language, and they do a pretty good job from what I've noticed. I was surprised, but my god, my favorite one though is Everyone memes it, but it's so good. TLDR, basically the Rare Drop Koi Koi Arc Stance Festival. That shit is so fucking great. Cause like the shopping plaza, literally they do like 2 songs. And it's right in the center, but you get up to almost, I don't know how I could explain this because I don't know like the proper term, but I almost think of like almost like a layered cake, where it's like it's a platform that has like several circles like inside and out, but like different elevations.
Oh
So
yeah.
every single person that gets up there dances along with them. Like you're not just watching it as part of the audience, like you're dancing with them, and it's like amazing. And if you participated in it, you actually get the Arc Stance emote afterwards. I use it all the damn time because it's just it's the best. The song's very catchy. Couldn't get it out of my head like for the week that it was playing. It's so charming, man. And all it really does is like it gives you a boost for like an urgent quest when it comes up. But my god, it's so fun. Like they don't need to put that in, but it's just for the charm. It makes makes it feel real nice. But then you have stuff like the Rappy suit, and I can't stop using it.
Yeah, I just remember like the one like Twitter video that this man like dropped, and it's just him just like having so much with that Rappy suit.
It's so good. The animations on it just look they look so weird at times, but it kills me. I almost want to do like all the episode 1 through 4 content with just the Rappy suit in cutscenes.
Fuck, you know, give me the idea is that whenever you go on live stream, I want to like I'm gonna glamour myself with the Emperor's New Clothes, which that's a legit glamour item, by the way.
Man.
Cause yeah, I remember like I seen like this one like Mel Rogadin dude.
Yeah.
And literally he was like in this fucking like cat print tanga while we were in this 24-man raid.
Oh man, it's gotta be done. But no, there's some fun stuff with that. Could even have like I think even like in the Fresh Find shop recently, like I just bought like a cat that just goes on top of your head and you can just use that as an accessory. That's just like I think there's also like a rabbit too. Just goes on your shoulder. I'm like, bro, why is this here? I don't know. But the best part is you can have like up to 3 or I think 4 accessories on you. So I could have the cat on top of my head. I could have the rabbit. I could have some shades and random butterflies. Cause why not?
Yeah, I remember like I saw like Max where he had like I think 3 or 4 scars like on his character.
Man. But yeah, the fashion's very fun. The gameplay is very fun. It's just it's very simple. But the nice part is that it's very easy to take a break from it and come back later. I plan on taking a break soon. But I still just want to there's still a few mechanics I want to properly understand before they add new updates. Like I haven't done like a fixing, for example, which is basically how you can get other weapons to have basically transfer their augments, but I still don't know how to properly do it or like get like better chances at the transfer process working. So I haven't even touched crafting yet. I just want to know how to do that stuff before I like step away and like wait for more content. Along with doing episode 1 through 4, I guess now episode 1 through 5, I gotta stream those. They're very short and very simple, but I just need to do them.
Yeah, and the other question I also do have is I can imagine controller support is pretty great, right?
Oh yeah, it's not. The only thing is like when you want to do like weapon switching, you kind of got to like set it up a little bit. There's guides out there. You can set it up for like your D-pad and like you hold a trigger.
Yep.
But aside from that, yeah, I've been playing for 2 months with controller and it's been completely fine. Obviously, when you have to like chat, gotta use a keyboard. But what can you do?
Yeah, I mean that's the same situation for me. Is that like obviously I have to use my keyboard to chat while I have a controller to play FF14.
Yeah.
And which, by the way, if you're planning to play FF14 with a controller, great controller support. Hell, even like Vex is healing on the controller, and I can't even process that.
Pretty much. Yeah, I got to do everything. There wasn't really an issue where like I couldn't go to like a certain window or something, because I could just like use like I think like the left trigger lets you like hop between different windows if there's several ones on screen. So
Yeah.
it's completely playable on controller, 100%. But yeah, PSO2 is it's small right now, but it's very fun. If you for some reason, if like you tried 14 and you can't get into it, maybe check out PSO2. If you're a fan of Monster Hunter or something a little more like action and like more like I guess more immediate, because that's the thing too. It was very fast to get to like I think like level 50 or something, in like the span of like 1 or 2 days or 3.
Yeah, Yeah, I was gonna say like I like how like both of these games that both of us played, right?
Yeah,
I like how like they're just giving out like XP like crack.
they're insanely fast, and like when I started playing, I was taught with the advanced quest exploit where you get like a launcher and you farm that and you barely got to look at the screen, but it's so much better now because they have bonus keys, and you
Yeah.
can use those for insanely easy experience, like combined with like a booster or like an alliance boost as well. uh you can rack up experience very easily, and the best part is that with those bonus keys being used, uh it's basically one per quest, silver or gold depending, but that scales to your level, so you're always guaranteed to get a good boost of EXP. Like you got to do maybe like 2 runs to get a full level, which is pretty damn nice. It's insane, and they're really short too. Like you could do
Wow.
like 2 runs of that in like 5 minutes. I shit you not. Um, so it's very good. Um, Definitely getting your levels up and getting your classes maxed out isn't really that tough. They did recently with this update put it up to level 90. That's gonna be a trip. Because it definitely gets
It's,
tougher later.
yeah, so wait, like the level cap right now is like 80, right?
No, now it's 90.
Now, wow.
It used to be
Y-
88.
y-
Now with this update literally today, it is now level 90.
Wow. Yeah, because I was gonna say like during like in FF14, right? Like level cap was like still like 80.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell they're gonna do for like level 90.
I don't know. I mean, they are smart about it where at least like starting off for these events, like, they're still expecting you to be like level 80. Um
Yeah.
and they also recently introduced a hero class, which I really want to mess with because that's like the first Scion class in the game. And what Scion classes are is they're basically the ones that don't need a subclass because they're already like pretty solid for what they are. Um
Oh yeah, I actually like read some of it like when I was looking at the list of classes on the PSO2 wiki.
yeah. And what people told me, the hero class can basically switch between a melee weapon, ranged, and a tech-based weapon. Tech is basically like the more magic-based one. So essentially, people attribute hero to Dante in that sense. It's not the first. I've heard that comparison several times because you can literally just do weapon switching, um, built in as that class. So it should be fun. I want to mess with it, maybe get some levels up with it tonight, hopefully. But yeah, I mean they're releasing content at a pretty good pace. Obviously it's behind from what Japan is, but there's always something to do in the week, like a campaign or some other event that's going on. As well as like I said, I still have some things I need to learn or like properly understand. So after a while, you do get settled with it. I don't want to make it sound like it's a very tough game to play. It's very easy to play in and of itself. The combat's very simple in a good way. But yeah, it's the menus, man. It's the upgrade systems that like you really got to do some research, for sure. But it's a
Yeah.
very fun game. If you are the biggest takeaway though for me, and I think for most players, is that if you are an old school like 90s fan of video games, you should really check out PSO2, primarily if you're a Sega fan in general in any sense of the word. The fan service is what keeps bringing me back, man. Uh I think the summer event, one of the summer urgents I was playing, it had like the 3 outrun tracks playing that I heard from like Yakuza 0. And I'm just like, this is like the one time I play Yakuza 0 and finally know what outrun is, like, the old school Sega game, and I'm just like, oh my god, they're playing these same tracks in this PSO2 like beach event. I'm like, that's fucking perfect. There's also like a
That's
Majima
awesome.
skin you can get. Obviously I mentioned Puyo Puyo. There was
Oh
I
yeah, there was
think,
also like Virtua Fighter,
yeah,
and I believe there's also like Valkyrie Chronicles as well.
yeah, they were all part of I think like one like really cool scratch ticket. They had a Persona one recently, which, man, I gotta tell you, I love those games. Rather, I enjoy those games, but like the outfits for the scratch ticket are not great. They're okay, but man, the Persona cast never has like amazing designs outfit wise, so it was very underwhelming for me.
Yeah, I also have like a very good question. Is that like, did you actually mess with that P5 dance mini game like during that event?
Yes, for some reason they chose Persona 5 Dancing's version of Rivers in the Desert, which is ass.
Oh my god!
They they really did that. I was like, dude, like after that, after the Persona dance concert stuff was when they added Arc Dance Festival. I was like, okay, this is the real shit. This is fun. I'm loving this. But holy shit. And you had to do Persona 3 and 5, both of their respective concerts to get the Morgana suit. Which it's very easy to do. You just have to attend them each one. Persona 3 thankfully had Mass Destruction, the correct choice. But the contrast with 5 is just like, oh my god, they picked like the worst possible remix for this.
Wow, that is super S right there.
Yeah, I mean the
Well,
Persona event was fine, but
yeah, I was gonna say like yeah, I do know like this game has like a good history of collab events like in the past. Like the one that definitely got me like the most. Actually, the one like also they liked the most was the KOF 2002 collab.
Oh my
That came out
god,
like
yeah, you showed me that.
yeah, they came out like a some time ago, like in Japan.
Yeah.
And holy crap, like I would have logged back in just to get those costumes.
Yeah. Like I kept mentioning it on the stream once or twice. I was like, man, if they ever did like a Falcom collab, like East or Trails, like I would lose my shit.
Well, there was a Cold Steel collab a long time ago.
I know, but man, what are the odds of it coming west?
Uh,
I don't even
who
know.
knows?
That's the weird part with games coming out like after the fact and having to get caught up. Um
Yeah. Whatever. You know what's gonna be like the funniest collab? Like I'm waiting for though.
Among
Is
Us.
mm, of the memes everywhere, man. With the Among Us,
Nah, can you imagine just like
dude.
I say it just to date this episode because in like 2 years from now you're gonna be like, what the fuck are they talking about?
I can't believe I forgot to mention I was playing Fall Guys too, just so we can add to that.
Yeah.
But anyway, um, so the one collab like I'm actually like still waiting for like to happen right is that the day is when you guys get the FF14 collab while me and Vax we get the PS2 collab in FF14.
Oh, that'd be amazing. I'd love if they like collabed. I know
Yeah, no, no.
PSO2 and they both have already had a Monster Hunter collab in Japan.
Yeah, no. The thing is, like, they actually done it before. I'm just hoping like they do it again.
Oh, so that's already been a thing.
Yeah, because
Shit.
they actually like had an event like for each other like a long time ago.
Nice. Makes sense. Then I guess I'd have to do it when the global one gets it, would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it happens though.
Hopefully. I feel like there's a lot of like talk in between. Like I've noticed a lot of Monster Hunter fans playing PSO2 and a lot of 14 fans checking out PSO2. Or like, they bring it up a lot, both of those games in particular. So
Yeah.
I'd
So
imagine it gets both of those collabs for sure. It'd have to.
yeah, and thing is that we can like joke to each other like, oh, I was in this game for a little while.
Pretty much. Also, I'm incredibly weak to the usually most mascot characters don't work for me, but Rappies are so cute that I can't say no. They've
Well,
destroyed me.
wait. Well, welcome to the mascot of the Phantasy Star series.
I already like Chocobos in Final Fantasy, so this is just the next step where it's like, God, they're trying to kill me with this.
Yeah, I can tell you this is that like when you go like do I think PSO like I mean Phantasy Star 1 and 4.
Yeah.
Like when you play those classic games. You're gonna say like how these used to be very chungus before.
Oh yeah, and they also kind of have some of the older ones. They have like nav rappies in like some of the area that kind of
Yeah.
look more different as well. And I know those are more kind of like the old school design. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's pretty cool. I definitely want to, after playing PSO2, I want to check out the rest of the series, and I um already got the Phantasy Star Sega Ages version, which, by the way, for anybody, if you listen to this at the time of putting this up, there's a really good sale going on for a lot of these Sega Ages games on Switch right now. Like I already saw Outrun, I saw Phantasy Star, Virtual Racing, like I think all of them might be on
Yeah, I believe
sale.
it's like yeah, I believe it's like all of them if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Which man, I gotta tell you, it's nice to see Nintendo do a lot of sales often. I'm kind of surprised. I'm
I'm
not
very shocked about that too.
I'm not used to this Nintendo where like sales are happening almost every single month. It's kind of terrifying. um my god, you haven't lived till you've seen like, oh man, this one or two sales in the entire year for 3DS and Wii U. Thank you. Oh lord. But yeah, no, PSO2 is very fun. It's just, please look up some guides or something. The beginner's traps are real. Um it's a fun game once you really get down into it, but yeah, it's got a few flaws that I just, you need some help. Definitely need some help going into it. Maybe get a friend, or just, again, there's video guides online on YouTube, but it's unfortunate. With that being said, though, really quickly, because we're already approaching 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna be blitzing through news, by the way, people. Like, we're gonna be super blitzing. But
Yep.
yeah, New Genesis, I guess somewhat related to news. At Tokyo Game Show, they revealed some more footage for that. New Genesis, for those who are wondering, like if they're listening to me, like, what the heck is New Genesis? Because I even know Vex asked me. So New Genesis is weird. It's cool, but it's weird.
All
So
right.
New Genesis is basically an expansion. I don't know. I guess you'd call it an expansion, yeah. To PSO2. However, it's standalone, and they basically both coexist with each other. So basically, imagine it like one launcher, but you pick between two games when you start, and you can freely switch between them. So New Genesis is going for very much an open world style gameplay, which some people say like, man, it's unfair, or like, don't compare this to like Xenoblade, but I can't help it, man. It
I was
reminds me of
gonna say,
Xenoblade. I'm like,
yeah,
listen,
I was gonna say like yeah like when me and Vex like first saw the trailer, I'm like, this looks very Xenoblade as hell.
yeah, and they showed off a lot of live footage. Unfortunately, the quality is still. Oh, sorry, I thought it was being called. Um, Unfortunately, the gameplay is still kind of muddy because it's like the stream footage is the only thing I think they've released so far. I really want direct feed. Um, but it looks really cool. You basically start off in like the lobby, which almost looks like a college campus or something. Like, it looks very it reminds me of Xenoblade X in that sense, where like, you're almost like in like the starting town, and then you literally walk out seamlessly into the location. I think they mentioned that it's only like an 8-player instance, for the most part, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably going to change based off like events or what you accept or whatnot. But you go out, you gather, you do stuff. It seems like you have like a way to like quickly sprint around, not as fast as like Xenoblade X, because Xenoblade X has like moon jump and you sprint like super fast. Uh, but it's still a pretty good speed. You can also jump and like hover or like glide, so it makes traversal pretty easy. And it doesn't seem like
Yeah,
it runs out from what I noticed in the gameplay. You can
yeah, which is
hover
some
anywhere.
yeah, which is something like that appeals to me. Like when I first like saw like that trailer.
Yeah. Um, it all looks very good. Obviously, the graphics have been enhanced, to the point where for anybody that's going to consider even playing base PSO2, there will be a new minimum system requirement, because the base PSO2 will also be getting a facelift, graphical upgrade, if you will. So, I think they said that it was gonna at least like support like the latest I want to say directly the I want to say 10 or like 9 at least, like as like the bare minimum. So I'm not sure what the minimum specs will be. They probably haven't like mentioned them fully yet.
Yeah, I do
But
know that like yeah, because
ye-
I was gonna say like so with the upgrades, right? Like I do know because currently like PSO2 runs like on super potato computers compared to like FF14.
yeah.
So I can imagine like with the graphical upgrade, those like potato computers are going to be obsolete.
Yeah, unfortunately. I wonder how much it's going to affect the community that's playing it right now. I hope a lot of players can still play the game. We'll just have to wait and see.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully.
Because yeah, it's like they specifically want it to look in line with New Genesis, which for those who've seen the trailer, it's a graphical overhaul compared to the original base game for sure. It looks more detailed, a lot more reflections. I don't think they're gonna add I don't think they're gonna add ray tracing, but like it looks really nice. It looks really clean.
Yeah, I was gonna say like ray tracing might be like very overkill. Trying to get like
Watch them
trying
be
to like
like,
run
we'll
that game.
toggle it anyway. That'd be insane. Microsoft be like, listen, you guys got to do ray tracing. It's the next generation. That'd be nuts. But no, it looks really cool. It's like I said, open world, very seamless. They've shown off only 3 classes so far. So you have like the basics, which people said like reminds them of like older PSO games, or like what did you call it? Like the whole series, like you had like a term for it.
The term for oh shit, I might have forgotten.
I don't even know. Um, but yeah, I guess like the older games had they had like less classes than what PSO2 has.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but this one has like I think Hunter, a Ranger class, and I think Force, and they all look pretty fun. It seems like they took a lot of abilities from like previous classes or Scion classes, so they look pretty decked out for the utility that they do have. Footage wise, they showed up quite a bit of that. The music didn't really stand out to me when I was trying to listen in on the stream. So hopefully, it has pretty good music in New Genesis. We'll just have to wait and see. Because I've noticed that's one thing with PSO2 as well, is that like if we're talking about the music, it can be very, very good. But sometimes it's just kind of there. But for a lot of urgents, like the music is like really nice. But it's hit or miss. Um, So we'll see. But gameplay wise, New Genesis looks very fun. I want to mess with that when it comes out. I don't think they gave a date. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna, fact check right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say like they haven't mentioned a date yet. Just say like it's coming like
2021 for sure.
yeah.
So it's it looks good for where it is right now. I'd imagine there's gonna be some like betas coming up. So if anybody wants to check it out, there's probably gonna be a closed or open beta like sign up at some point. I'll be sure to put that on the podcast if it ever does end up being announced. But
Yeah, and the other questions to have is that like did they mention like anything like menu changes? I mean like stat changes, like like the skill tree or the megs, because I do know like I haven't seen any megs in New Genesis.
they have not mentioned anything about the stats, but I do know that the game seems like pretty streamlined, and it's not 100% confirmed, but I think mags will be gone, which would be nice.
Yeah,
Mags are cool to an extent, but nah, it's too much maintenance. I'd rather they get
yeah,
rid of that beginner's trap.
yeah, because like the problem like I had with megs is that it just reminds you too much of Tamagotchis,
Yeah.
and as someone that actually had a Tamagotchi once, it was painful to own that thing.
Yeah, there's like easy ways to level it up, but even then, it's like you still have to feed it every time you go out on a quest. I'm like, oh my god, dude. Thankfully, once it gets to level 200, you can feed it anything you want. I'll feed it these useless Vita weapons. It's like, ah, yes, thank you. You garbage bin, I love you. But no. It might be gone in New Genesis. I don't want to say as 100% fact, but yeah, signs are looking like mags might be gone. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, we haven't even talked about trails yet. Oh my god, how are we gonna do this? How are we
All
gonna
right.
do this?
All right, so last thing we're for the MMO convo though is that what's the name of what's the name of your character in lore?
Um. Oh wait, my character?
Yes, your PS2 character, and what's their lore that you made for them?
I don't have an OC name. It's just my username.
Oh man,
It's just VFX Marcos. It's very boring. Um.
so I'm guessing that VFX Marcos happens to be like a Puerto Rican from Earth who happens to be working for these guys in the PS2 universe.
Sure. I also made her female because hey, guess what? I like girls. um, she had to be tan. I gave her some sunglasses, but hilariously, I just still remember it's like you just said like it just looks like Orchid, and I was like, I can't help I like the color green. Like it really just ended up being that way unintentionally because it's like I like green. I wanted her to be tan. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Hair color's got to be jet black.
Dude, I was gonna say, like, when I first looked at your character, I'm like, that's just Orchid from Killer Instinct.
Pretty much. I was like, oh shit, you're right. But I'm not going back. I'm not reverting that.
No, I mean, at least you had a happy accident according to Bob Ross right there.
Pretty much. But no, I don't really have the creative process of making like an OC or anything.
Alright, so for my character, so obviously the races are Hrothgar, Beastman, so his name is Tiggs Tegon. It's actually like a name that was created like from me and Vex. So the Tiggs part, that was like from Vex, where I named it after like a way from one of the this character from this kid's British show that she used to watch back in the day, I believe called like The Shiny Show.
And this is your character in 14, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so basically there's this tiger named Tiggs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then one day, right? So remember like the one meme I showed you where it was like Homer with the with the tiger blanket, like it says Hispanics in the winter. When I showed it to Vex, and Vex is like, "Oh, nice Tiggs," I'm like, "Tiggs? I never heard of that." And then after that, she explained to me about like, oh, it's the name of like one of her favorite characters in this kid show called The Shiny Show onwards, right? And then the Tingon part, it's pretty much like I was looking up like weird like animal hybrids, and then the one I liked the most was the Tingon. It's basically like an episode of a Ligar. So basically, my character is like, hey, my name's Tiggs. My father was a tiger. My mother is a lion. They loved each other. And then they made me. And that's my life. Crazy, isn't it?
I'm like, man, it's more thought than mine.
Yeah. But no, like it's pretty much like a character that like I collaborated with X to make.
Nice.
Yeah, and pretty much I managed to at least make a the closest thing of getting like tiger stripes and a tiger tail as well, because obviously the options for the for the race were like kind of limited, but I was able to at least have at least some part lion and then some part tiger to make it like into a hybrid.
Well, now I'm just thinking, man, how are we gonna do this, dude?
Shit. Should we do it like brief or should we save it after news?
What, for Azure?
Yeah.
I think we'll just keep it brief. Because
Yeah.
I mainly just want to hear like your thoughts and like from you playing like both of the games and like what you thought of it as well. But
Okay.
yeah, I think we'll just get into that. I'm not gonna cut this out because I'm genuinely like, guys, we're like at like the 3 hour mark and I'm just like we're legit thinking like how are we gonna do this?
Yeah, I forgot like our MMO talk just like took about a huge chunk of time.
I did not expect. I was like, oh my god, that's right. I was thinking like, okay, gonna be talking trails, gonna be talking news. I was like, right, we're both playing MMOs. How did I not?
Yeah, we miscalculated that. So anyway, so this man recently beat it like Azure, which is like the second game of the crossbow games.
Yep.
And appropriately, we're talking about this on, I believe, the 10th anniversary of Trails. Wait. Well, basically the first crossbow game, like with Trails from Zero.
Yeah. I'm like, man, what a time. But yeah, I'll keep it very brief. I think I already talked about Zero on the podcast
Yeah.
previously. So not much has changed since then. They didn't really end on a cliffhanger on Zero, but it was cool to see different party members in there. See Noel and Wazzy, which by the way I should preface that there's gonna be some slight spoilers here. Actually, probably just major spoilers, but we're keeping it brief anyway. But just to be safe, if you're ever gonna play the series, don't listen to this part. Probably skip ahead, like I don't know, maybe 20-ish minutes.
We'll wait. We'll just he'll put like a timestamp somewhere.
Yeah. Heck, give it just like 5 seconds here, and I'll just remember to put a timestamp there.
All right. Yeah. So about Charles and Blue, according to behind the voice actors.
Oh my god, that's right. Um, God, so it was cool to see the perspective, but man, I think I'll just give my general like thoughts when I finish the game. Is that like it was fun. It was kind of like rough to like have to get the gang back together because I just missed Tio so much, and she was like dead last. To get, I was like, "Where's my Zero field? I can't live like this."
Oh man, the best part is like this man, he was just like trying to cope like with Ellie as well.
Dude, someone's gonna hate that playthrough because I kept dunking on Ellie, but it's like, I'm sorry, it's so easy.
I'm like, I mean, it's no contest though.
It's
Because I mean,
so
don't get me
easy.
It's again like it's just like I think it's because like Livy, a good friend of ours, who is part of the GeoFriend team. She had like proved a theory of how easy it is to like dunk this girl.
God. Like, I remember when like the GeoFriend Zero patch was coming out, and everyone was just memeing and putting in that hashtag, and I'm like, bro. It was unavoidable. It was great.
Yeah. So.
Well, sorry, you go.
Anyway, no, I was gonna say like so. Yeah, continue off.
Oh yeah. So first chapter they got a new car. It's pretty cool. They were chilling. But man, I gotta tell you though, I kind of checked out from this story until the shit was going down with the Jaegers and everything on like Orcus Tower.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the one problem that I have with Azure, because I just want to give my thoughts in general. I'm not gonna like go through the entire thing because we just don't have the time for that. But
Yeah.
I feel like the pacing of Azure, for what I heard was people's like favorite. I think it's pretty lopsided.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I was gonna point that out is that I do know like universally this is like many like this is like a huge favorite from like many Trails fans.
Yeah.
But I think I'm feeling like on this certain boat with you where I can get why people say it's their favorite.
Yeah.
But to be honest, is that there's like many things that kind of like ruin it for me that prevents it from making it my favorite, like in the series.
Yeah. And I'm just talking about story, but yeah, when we get to like gameplay elements, oh boy, you already know me. But yeah, it's just like I feel like I liked the last 2/3 of it. Or like the second half of it, because that's where I wanted the second game to go right off the bat. And I guess that wouldn't be like proper build up to it. I understand, but my direct comparison is Trails in Sky SC. And Trails in Sky SC continues from that like cliffhanger that just punched me in the gut. And I already love Estelle so much as a character that I was invested in her journey every single step of the way, because I loved her as a main character so much. Like, I just wanted to see her get back with Joshua. I wanted to see more about, the Ouroboros Society. Like, everything was, like, introduced, and it's just, like, it just kept building on top of each other till, like, the climax at the end, right? That's fantastic. And I'm not saying SC is a perfect game. There's probably some problems when I, like, go back and think about it. But, Azure just took a while to get to where I wanted it to go. and get like extremely invested, you know. It'd just be like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I definitely have like a similar feeling where like story wise, where like SC just got me to where I want. While with Azure, it just takes a little while until we get to that one tower.
Yeah. It's it's so weird, man. Like they really spent like there was like a several days in like chapters. It's just like I'm just doing side quests. I don't know. Like I'm playing the game, but I'm like, why am I playing the game again? I'll be 100% brutally honest. You know, it's just like I think that's the problem too, where it's just like I just don't like the SSS nearly as much as Estelle and Joshua, and that's also another subjective thing. Like I love Tio and Randy. Tio and Randy put them on the list as like favorite Trails characters, but like Lloyd and Ellie just aren't as interesting to me, um, as I would have liked them to be. Um, Especially Ellie. Ellie just after like chapter 2 of Zero, that's the most character development she's ever gonna get. Just boring, wasted character. Holy shit. Like she didn't have any single moment in Azure. Like awful. Awful. I'm so disappointed, and not even in a like fun way of like, yeah, let me dunk. It's like I genuinely want to like this character and they gave me nothing. Uh just what a mess. Like Noelle and Risha, which are like side characters or like supporting characters that aren't even part of the main group, had better arcs than her. Um,
Yeah,
I
especially
just don't know what
like
happened.
yeah, especially like both of them like combined, like they just like put Ellie into the dust.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean like with Lloyd, like again, like he has like a similar problem, but at least he has some stuff going for him compared to
Oh yeah.
Ellie.
He's still a good character. Um, he still has decent arc, and by the end, I was feeling for him. There was a really good moment towards the end, but yeah, it's just compared to Estelle. Like, I'm sorry, man. You're just not on that level. It's not your fault. I just already have my favorite.
Yeah, I was gonna say like if we go further though, like what is like obviously like from fair pro takes, like just the pro takes themselves, right?
Yeah.
Obviously Estelle was like first one. Obviously universally agreed.
Yeah.
Second place definitely goes to like Kevin
Oh yeah.
because with Kevin I still count him as the main character despite being from one game.
Yeah.
And then Lloyd is in third place.
I could see that, yeah. Because I remember reading from when I played a little bit of Cold Steel 1 did not impress me. So we'll see. We'll see when we get there. But
Yeah. We'll see like your thoughts when we
yeah.
like get over there. But
And I think that's the main thing, like when you mentioned Kevin, Sky the Third Man, like introduced Kevin and Reese in one game, more or less, because Kevin had like a whole ambiguity thing beforehand. So properly introducing him, and her in just one game makes Ellie's like span of 2 games that much worse. I'm like, holy shit.
it doesn't help that like we see both Kevin and Reese in Azure though.
Yeah, and they still had more of a critical character moment than Ellie did in the span of 2 games. I can't make this shit up. Oh my god. God, freaking Wazzy had an amazing arc in Azure. Fuck.
And dude, and the best part is that like you see like the twist with Wazzy, and then Wazzy, like ends up revealing is like, oh yeah, I am now the Godhead,
Yeah.
like the dude, like the freaking dude in freaking God and Capcom's Godhead.
God, and yet he's still chill. I love how his character just doesn't change, but like in in the nice way where it's just like, oh, thank God, like yes, we know who you really are now, but it doesn't matter. You're still friends with them. Like that's really cool. But yeah, it's just like every other character was like done really well. Obviously, Randy. Oh my god, I already loved Randy in Zero, but then seeing his whole backstory and his relation with like the other people of his family was like nuts. Really feel for the guy. Coming out on top again was like really nice to see.
Yeah, dude. No, and plus it's such a good thing. Like you also got to see like his final bonding moment in Zero. Like that help you expand that.
Yeah, it's nuts. That is one thing that I don't like about the crossbow games is that it seems like the bonding events are very important and they're optional.
Yeah, that's That's like way one of the weird like complaints like I have like with the series, right? Is where this is like where the series was starting to borrow things from Persona.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, is I love Persona, right? But for that type of action, for like bonding, I'm not a huge fan of that.
I'm not either. I did like a Max Social Link guide because that was the way to show off like most of the content. But Max Social Link runs suck royally. Because I don't know when I'm ever gonna do P5R, but I don't know when. I'm sure
No
they
pun
didn't fix it
intended.
either. But it's just like Max Social Link runs suck. It's so strict for time management. And that's the same problem with Zero, where it's like, wow, I messed up one thing. I used one combo craft and I ruined it to get, a good amount of them.
Yeah,
They
and,
kind of
then
fixed it in Azure a little bit, but it's still
yeah,
not great.
yeah. I mean, the only this time around, like with Azure, right, is that you have to do the math in your head. Like you have to get like the special chart of like, oh, I can get this certain, I can gain like this certain amount of points, like in the certain part, just so I can like get the proper bond with the proper final bond with them.
Yeah. And I was
I
surprised
just
that I got a good amount, but
yeah.
still wasn't all of them. So I still missed out on Wazzy and, Ellie and I think someone else. I think Dudley.
Actually, yeah. The one like I remember is that like he also did miss out Tio big time as well.
Yeah, I was devastated I did not get Tio because I was trying to go for Tio, Randy, and Noel. But my god. But yeah, that's one thing. Like you said, I'm in agreement. I do not like the bonding system, and I know that they did not get rid of it in Cold Steel. I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like for Cold Steel they kind of like fixed the bonding system, but I'll wait for your reaction when you start that stream.
Yeah. It's just what a yikes. But yeah. That's the thing. I also do not. Let's just get into this shit.
All
Fuck
right.
the bonus DP in Azure. Just royally.
Yep.
Just fuck off with that shit. What were they
uh,
thinking? What were
dude,
they thinking several times?
dude, I'm gonna tell you this is that like this is like one of the biggest like Trojan horrors I ever got into. Like the Trojan horse is that like you must check out Azure. Azure is like the best game. And then when I saw like those conditions for the bonus DP,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't understand why like everyone says this is their favorite.
I went from like max BP runs in Sky and SC to I think somewhat getting everything in Zero to now just like fuck it, I don't care. 80% run. Basically.
Yeah, it doesn't know that like when I was playing this, right, I was like on a strict deadline to make sure like I had to beat this before CS3 like arrives to my house before, well, Canada Post delayed it more.
Yeah.
Like it's very ridiculous because like it's like they looked at that one fight from FC with that Love fight that you had to do.
Yeah.
It's like imagine if we do a few more of these for Azure. Except one of them has a time limit.
Man. Also, be right back 1 second. But okay, yeah. I'm just gonna continue. So yeah, what was the last thing you said about the bonus CP?
Oh yeah, where like it's basically like what if we had like that particular Love fight from FC,
Yeah.
except we do it like a few more times, and one of them has like a time limit.
Yeah, 5-minute time limit, and you have to get to like 75% of their health on a scripted fight you're supposed to lose. And not to mention, he has moves that can split the party up, which makes the DPS even harder to keep up with. Holy shit, just... Holy shit.
Friggin' like Sigmund, man. Like
I think Vex said that someone spent like a day, or like several hours.
yeah. Yeah, she mentioned like someone like went insane like doing that for like many hours though. Blind, by the way.
It's just not worth it. Because then like
No.
Cold Steel comes as like the next game, and it's not even gonna give a shit about that.
Yeah, and The other like worser one is like particularly with Erenhad, the Steel Maiden, right?
Yeah.
Thing is that if you don't beat her ass, you missed out like some interesting lore. If you manage to like beat her though.
Yeah. And is it completely like you have to win straight up?
Like you don't have to win it. Like the only reward for winning it is getting like that interesting lore.
Oh no, but that's what I mean. Like if you want that, like you have to win. It's not like a percentage thing.
No, yeah, you have to win it.
That's insane because she literally has a point where like, just to like pass, you need to like break her mask. But then once you do that, she goes like fucking Super Saiyan, and her health comes back completely. And now you have to deal with all that shit again, which she was already hurting by like the first time.
No, that's the thing is that she's pretty much was fisting the shit out of you, dude.
Yeah. But we did get an amazing highlight from that.
Fucking like Walsey was just like dodging for days.
This is just, oh my god, dude. That was that was so good.
But oh god, though, like, yeah, that was like the problem side, like the structure like that, and then, I mean, the problem is like for the combat and the pacing overall, it's just a very frustrating experience, especially like at the point like where I want to get into is that like the reason one like where I got more frustrated compared to this man is that I got plagued with bugs.
Oh yeah. And you're playing this on
And-
what, PSP emulator?
Yes, it was on a PSP emulator.
Jesus.
And I because I remember like everything was fine on Vex's end, right?
Mhm.
And she couldn't even understand of how I got cursed with these bugs.
It's a mystery.
Like for example, like every time like I see the car is like transparent. It's like I'm riding like in an invisible car.
God, that's
I'm like,
weird.
I'm like whatever, right? But then once we get to the final chapter, that's where like the game was just trying to like ruin me. Where specifically in America Village, like on the road, right?
Yeah.
I had to avoid every enemy, or else the emulator would crash. Cause somehow, like if I encounter with them, it would crash.
Man.
And then if I try to enter the like the place where you head to Sunfort, I had to like save, then reload, and then enter it again because it was also blocked too.
Yeah. God, and I got stuck on that final dungeon with that elevator. That at least happened for me.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my lord.
Dude. Like I'm like it didn't happen to me, but holy fuck though, like especially in that final dungeon where like you had to do like walls or like walled section, right?
Yeah.
That particular like a certain line in this demon form, I could not go anywhere. I could not like hit start or anything. I press every button to the point where like I got blocked, dude. I got hard locked. I couldn't like I tried the different things where like I tried to like load it on an older version of PPSSPP or do many variety of settings, right?
Yeah.
Until I have to look up a solution, and the solution says like, oh yeah, I have to like drag my save file, put it into my phone, and then do that section onto my phone. And after I'm done with that part, I can safely transfer it back to my PC and then continue where I left off.
So wait, did anyone else actually have that specific issue?
Yes, actually.
Oh my god.
And yes, that's how I was able to find like that phone solution.
That's so cursed, bro.
It is, man. And then it doesn't help that like when you get to the final section of the final dungeon, like all those like particle effects that you see, it freaked out the emulator so much where it's saying it was like giving me like messages being like, oh, this is gonna run really slow.
How bad are we talking? Like 5 frames?
No, it's like whatchamacallit, I think 20-ish frames or so, something like that.
Okay, so it's like the underwater sections in Skies of Arcadia.
Yes, actually. That's actually like a really good comparison right there.
I still haven't played that game, but I think Naked Jake or somebody brought it when they were talking about like their discussion of like water levels. I was like, why would they do this? But yeah. Um,
Yeah. I tried like not to remember that whenever I think of Skies Arcadia.
I want to play through it someday, so I guess I'll have to suffer eventually. But yeah.
Yeah.
Final boss, final dungeon was pretty cool. I kind of like how it was like almost like
Oh,
mental representations of like each character. Shout
yeah.
outs to Shirley being the most freest fight I've ever done in the series.
That was like the first time we had like first try no hit, dude.
It's so dumb.
That was the funniest thing ever.
God. But the final boss, and oh my god. Just I will say one general thing too before I get into like closing thoughts. Final boss kicked my ass, but my god, Azure has a real vanish fetish. Like straight up, it does not shut up with the vanish status ailment. It's so bad. For people who don't know what that vanish status does to you, is it basically removes a party member for like about 3 turns, and their EP or their magic is completely gone for some reason, for some completely asinine reason. I don't understand why. But if an enemy does an AoE with that vanish property, you're just wiped out. And there is not a single thing you can equip in the game, no accessory, no nothing that can prevent vanish.
Nope, and here's the worst part is like, you know the one like a craft skill that Richard has where she can put herself in stealth mode?
Yeah.
Even in stealth, you're not safe from vanish.
It's so stupid. Like, there are accessories that can prevent death, but not vanish. What the fuck, dude?
And my other favorite fetish for this game is giving this man a shitload of chimeras.
Yeah, because the chimeras also have that vanish move, so they know what they were doing. They didn't reuse any. They didn't reuse any other boss in that final dungeon. They just reused a chimera 3 fucking times. I'm like, oh my god, dude, I'm about to lose. I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
It was actually 4, but still.
Oh great, I'm glad you remember because I sure didn't give a shit.
uh,
Oh Christ.
But other things, speaking of pacing wise, right? Like the final chapter. I do know, like, the final chapter was, like, quite a big complaint right there, where
Yeah.
it's, like, super huge, like, for a chapter.
Yeah. That's the other thing that makes it frustrating, too, is that, like, Azure, pacing-wise, if it just got to where it needed to go faster, it wouldn't feel so lopsided, and it wouldn't feel so bloated by the end. That final chapter is egregiously long. They should have broken that up into a different chapter altogether, or made that final dungeon shorter or something, man. But, like, they set up way too much, and you could really tell that it being a duology almost holds it back. Like, I feel like they're desperately trying to make it like a 2.5, you know?
Yeah,
Jesus.
no, and also they did had a very hilarious time with it because, like, so I was thinking it's the other shenanigans where, like, you know how, like, me and Shin kind of, like, left your asses off when you got to certain parts, like in P5.
Yeah.
It's a similar thing with me and Vex, because every time you said, you're gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna finish it this weekend. I'm gonna finish it this weekend."
I thought I was gonna finish on like September 15. That was before the final chapter. But then I didn't like put in the hours, to be fair. But yeah. It's like, fuck,
Yeah.
dude.
Dude, every time you say, like, you know, I'm gonna finish this soon, I'm like, oh my lord. This man is in for a huge rude awakening.
But to be fair, was I wrong? Because usually the other final chapters in like 4 other games were like fine.
Yeah, but this one really takes the cake.
Yeah. No, I know, but it's just like, you laugh, but the logic is there.
Here's the thing is, like, I also pointed out to Vex, is that, like, I can, like, I put, like, an image that I shared with Vex where, like, you're Homer. Like, when he went on that skiing trip, like, into the mountains.
Yeah.
And you're just, like, looking up at that sign, and you're just, like, reading, like... And that sign represents, you know, like, the character dungeons. in that final dungeon right there.
God. Yeah, and it's... That's another thing, too, for, like, man, this is, like, the best one for a lot of people, and I'm like, bro, you can't even get amped for doing that final dungeon in one go. Unless you, like, no life. Like, it's pretty bad. I had to come back like another day prior. I'm like, what is this shit? uh,
Yeah, I mean, pretty much like I'm seeing this man just like climbing the mountain,
yeah.
and you think he's at the peak, but no, he was just at a small slope that
Dude,
he
even when I
randomly
did the
found.
finale, it was like over 9 hours. Like, fuck me. That's even with doing the dungeon beforehand. But oh boy, that final boss sure didn't want me to finish the game. Holy
Dude,
shit.
yeah, the thing is, like, I will agree with you. The final boss was also torture for me too because, um, if I remember correctly, is that it was like 2 days before CS3 was gonna drop. I'm like, ah, fuck.
Yikes.
I need to like beat this dude like super fast.
Yeah.
And that's the problem is that like that's actually like the most frustrating final boss I have fought like in the series.
It is easily the hardest I've fought so far in the series. It takes a fucking cake by a long shot.
Yeah, and it's such a big comparison compared to like Zero's final boss because Zero's final boss that was like it was like easy as hell right there.
Yeah. Even like, FC and SCs weren't like too bad, but holy shit, this one just refused. Like, it's got a fucking party-wide nuke game over. It's got vanish out the ass anytime you use an S-craft, like a free counter. It doesn't... Like, it took me a while to figure that out because there's so much else I was trying to worry about. It's insane. It just counters anytime you use, like, an S-craft, I think. And it just
Yeah,
vanishes that member completely. It took me a minute to figure that out on, like, the third run. But even then, it's hard to say no to it because it's like, fuck, man, I want to do damage. This is gonna take forever otherwise. Or sometimes
yeah,
you'd want the AOE S-craft to get rid of the other ads that it spawns. Like, fuck, dude. It's awful, and of course it had to be vanish because can't be deaf. You can have a accommodation for death, but not vanish. And if that wasn't enough, I like using Zero Filled at TO a lot. And it just has a move where it negates any single type of buff. So any guards, any reflex, any attack up or defense up or anything doesn't fucking matter. With a flick of the wrist, he just negates all of that setup and you just wasted your time. It is so frustratingly annoying that I couldn't set anything up. Holy
yeah.
shit.
That was the issue like I had with that fight is that like you would think like when you do the final boss from the previous fights, right? Like they want you to fight normally, but have like have like some different choices here and there, right?
Yeah.
But for this guy, you can't fight normally because he cheats on you. The only thing you can like beat his ass, the only way you can like beat him is to like you have to cheat him back.
Yeah. And I really hate that because for me, I fundamentally believe that if you're going to do a final boss or you're going to do something towards the end of the game, it should be a test. It should be a test of everything you would learn. So for me, I was thinking, okay, I'm using my master arts, doing the team attacks, doing everything new that they introduced, doing combo crafts, right? Like that should be what it's testing me on. Also the burst system, and I thought the master art was enough for me to say, okay, it's going to test me on that. There's gonna be like I was thinking maybe along the lines of like how I think it was like early on in Azure that like tank like mini boss or like boss fight,
Yeah.
where there was a point where it was like invulnerable, but that's like the point for you to burst, or like the point where it was vulnerable, and that'd be the point for you to use burst and wail on it because otherwise it was gonna like take a minute. Just anything that would like test you on using your mechanics properly, but no, it just fucking cheats, and that's so much worse design because of it, because I'm not even playing the way that I should be. Like, Christ, man, awful final boss. I was not a fan, and I hate it because the music is so good. I was super hyped for it. I was super hyped for ending the game, and then I just got really fucking cranky because I'm just stuck here. Fuck, dude, it's such an awful feeling.
Dude, yeah, I know, right? The thing is, like, that song is, like, my second favorite, like, final boss theme, like, in the series. Like, first being it goes to TSC.
Yeah.
But holy crap. I want to, like, enjoy the song, but no. Like, I was too busy just, like, trying to beat this guy before, like, Cold Steel 3 arrives.
Yeah, and this is exactly why, like, people like turn-based games, and I get it. But man, having bosses that cheat in turn-based games is very easy to do. And it gets very frustrating because I wish it was skill-based. I won't lie. Sometimes I have those feelings in fights and I'm just like, fuck, man. Why can't I just dodge out of the way? Why can't I just, like, learn the enemy pattern and get good, you know? Like, fucking
Yeah,
hell.
it's definitely like a because I think like my favorite example is like you remember like a Sky's third final boss, right?
Yeah.
At least it taught you like is to use your tools properly.
Yep, and use your
Like
whole party because it kept cycling through all of them. That was a good final boss. It wasn't, like, crazy hard, but it was fine.
yeah, I mean it taught you like a lot of what utilities like your party member have. Especially, when you get to the part where you have like the final party with like Kevin Reese along the choices of your two characters.
Yeah. And ultimately, that's what made it frustrating by the end, because it was like, Azure's final boss just made it feel like a block from what I actually wanted to do, which was just see the end of the story. And it just kept denying me every step of the way. Instead of it being an enjoyable final boss in its own right, it just felt like it was interfering. God. Just... Ugh.
Yeah, I still remember like that look on your face like when you just finally like beat that boss and just watch like the ending like play.
Yeah. It's just like, I got pissed, but then like afterwards I was like, fuck that, I don't care. Story time. Please. Please make me feel something again. God. But yeah, that was just rough. But the ending was great. A lot of good character moments, especially with Lloyd. My God, dude. When he met up with his brother like that, I was not expecting that whatsoever. That's another thing too, though. Azure has a lot of good twists. I will give it that. The best one being like Zero's opening sequence actually being a plot relevant thing. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Yeah, dude, like I mean, that was like the most like unique like plot twist right there.
I was like, holy shit. Yeah, long story short, guys, dealing with like alternate timelines or like causality and whatnot. And it's weird to think like, yeah, that opening sequence is completely different because Estelle and Josh were there and it's actually a relevant thing. So it was really cool. I also liked how, Lloyd had his proper bonding moment with Kia there at the end. It was very wholesome. But yeah, it ended solid. Mary Bell went off to the society, so I'm like, fuck, now they gotta replace him for a freaking wise ass, as I call him. So I'm like, shit.
I was gonna say like wise ass. That's like our competition to man sex in Kingdom Hearts.
This is accurate, but no, it ended pretty satisfyingly. I'm gonna miss the cast. I'm gonna miss seeing those sprites because now I'm gonna be going fully 3D. But I gotta be real, man. Crossbell, for how I hear people say that it's their favorite, I just don't see it. It's good, but I think for me, what I value was in the Sky games. I value that sense of adventure. I loved how every chapter was a new location with new things to learn about the world or what makes it tick. Every time you went to a new chapter, it'd have like a new party member, and you would learn more about like maybe like Calvard or Erebonia or something, right? Like it felt like a very it like that's the thing with Sky though, is that it's very much a cultural introduction to the entire series.
Yeah.
So it felt so rich. It felt so expansive. Every little line I heard, I was like, this is gonna be huge. And Crossbell has that setup too, but it doesn't have to do nearly as much of the heavy lifting. And to see what they did afterwards, it's just like, it's good. But yeah, it's just not as much as I enjoyed the Sky games. And it also has to do with it being my first series, but it's the thing, telling someone to forget about their first time experience with the series is very hard to do. Estelle and Joshua are like my first. They're my favorite. That's just how it is. But yeah, the crossbow games are fine. It's just, I only really play them for T.O. and Randy. Maybe sure know what, like the rest of the cast is good too, but just like, Lloyd's fine. Everything about the game is like pretty good. But for how great I thought it was gonna be, kind of let down. But that's just me. I don't know about you, man.
Well, I was gonna say like so this is like in a perspective where I actually like played them after being like CS1 and 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say yours is totally different.
Yeah, like from my perspective is that like even though like I like Sky the best, but in but I will say like I did like Crossbow like a lot better compared to my journey that was Cold Steel 1 and 2.
Oof. Yeah, I expect that too. I expect 1 and 2 to be rough, but I guess I'll just want to get to it because yeah, I'm sure maybe like by the time I play through the Cold Steel games, I'll be like, yeah, Cold Steel was lesser than Crossbell.
Yeah, no, especially like with like graphics engine as well, because it doesn't like the other day where like I actually found beta shots of Cold Steel 1.
Yeah, I know Vex
Because
mentioned that on stream, and I want to see them eventually.
yeah, like I was helping out like Vex looking for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And holy shit, it's so different, dude.
Man.
It's really different, and I would have. The only thing I can say is that like I would have wished they would have gone with that style instead of the style they went with currently for Cold Steel 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I can already see where Cold Steel 1 and 2 are gonna disappoint me, and it's what having a very large roster.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's
like
just it's a match made in hell.
yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how you react to the Class 7 like very soon.
Yeah, I remember liking some of them, but God, I forget the personality of others for a reason. So
But
yeah,
don't worry.
we'll see.
Yeah, you gotta remember like one of them has a big sword. That's the personality right there.
She's very good. But no, yeah, it's no, crossbow games are fine. And to be fair, I want to retract my similar said. I just don't see it. I do see it. I see why people really like this one over some of the other arcs. I'll have to see when I finish them. But it's just for me. I think my expectations were a bit too high after seeing how good Sky was, and I guess I expected, I kind of expected that again, but it just didn't get there. I guess for me.
Yeah, yeah, I don't blame you because like I do know like particularly for the crossbow arc, that is something that it gets very hyped up so much.
Yeah, and I think it's also if I'll be real here and speculate a little, you know what it reminds me of, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when Sonic CD was labeled as like the best Sonic game because nobody could get it?
Oh yeah.
It's that shit too, I think. I think some people love to hype it up because it's the one that a lot of people don't play.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's a very similar comparison to another game actually.
What's up?
Keep in mind, I love this game, but I will still, but I will still still punch it like I will give it like shit, like one way or another, right?
Yeah.
And that always goes to the Castlevania Run to a Blood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's also it's a same situation where like that's a game no one could ever play because it was Japan only. But then once you finally played the game, then it's hard to understand like why there was hype for it. Besides being this was like the holy grail of of the Castlevania series that no one could ever get.
Yeah. But that's the thing, certainly like the accessibility does make it almost seem like more appealing in that sense because you like feel like it's more exclusive or like elusive in that sense. So yeah. I'm not saying that's the only reason people like the crossbow games. There is a lot to love there. I love a lot of the characters. I love Kia. I love T.O. Randy. A lot of the cast is great. It's just I have to wonder, and I'm pretty sure that factors into people hyping it up as well, is all I'm trying to say. But it's good. It's very good nonetheless. I still enjoyed it by the end of it, and by the end, they had some really good moments, no doubt. I'm gonna miss that cast. And Ellie too, I guess. Sorry, I had to do one more.
Yeah, I will say is that like this is like one of the few games where I just had to go for a bromance mount. I mean a bromance route, no, not a mount.
I'd rather ship Randy and Lloyd, honestly.
Yeah, because like if I were to be real, is that like this is like the second arc like I've ever did in the series, right? Where
yeah,
because you know how like in Coastal like they try to push like Alyssa, aka the blonde hair character.
That's the one thing that I was wondering. I was gonna wait till afterwards to ask you. Well, actually, you know what? We're short on time. I'll ask you later. Um, I was just wondering what's actually the best idea to pick when they're trying to push this character. Like, should I go with that or should I go with someone else? And it doesn't matter too much.
No, so I'm gonna get to that, right? Is that the way they try to push like Alyssa like on me? I don't really care.
Oh, so it's like a thing
It
of like you're pushing this character makes me want to like him less because that's what happened to me with Ellie.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that that's with me with Ellie as well. Is that like Alyssa had like even though like Alyssa has like some of her moments in Cole still, right?
Yeah, I still like
But
Alyssa more than Ellie, even for the little bit that I did play. But yeah,
yeah, but the problem is that like the way they tried to like push her though, especially on the cover.
yeah, that was pretty egregious. I'm
Yeah.
like, Reen's the main character. What you doing with this box art? What you doing? Get down
Yeah.
from there.
Yeah, it just came to the point where like in during crossbow, right? I'm like, it was kind of like a similar situation with Ellie, to the point where like, you know what? I'm gonna go play for the other team with Randy right there.
Hell yeah.
I mean, dude, even like Randy has like the best final like bonding like between like in both Zero and Azure.
He really does. He's the most like interesting character. Like I feel like in general, most characters that I like, if you want to have a solid arc, is always seeing them be on the opposing team previously. Like even on like Bravely Default, my favorite character was like a DLE because she also has that kind of thing going for her, where she knows the people that you're going up against. I always love when characters have that backstory. But that's just like that's a me thing. But that's why Randy has so much depth to him because like he basically has both sides to tell. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, like again, like it helps that like he was like a former Jaeger.
Yeah, and he's a total bro. What's not to love?
Yeah, man, like he's a total bro that lives, for ass and titties and possibly dicks.
Well, as we might find out. Oh man,
He always finds out.
oh man, no, but yeah,
Fuck
that was fun. I'm looking forward to messing with Cold Steel.
Yeah, I was gonna say like if Randy like it didn't exist, like if Randy like didn't exist, what way Wazzy would have been my choice as well.
Yeah, I can see that, or at least like Noelle. Like every other choice is better than Ellie.
Oh
It's
yeah,
so sad.
even Noelle is great too.
So
Even
sad.
Noelle, freaking Rishi is great too. Fuck.
TO's when it's like FBI open up, but oh man. But yeah, we're already at 3:52, so man, you want to just like blitz this?
Yeah, let's get into the news. So yeah, so the point of it is that like Azure is a very interesting game, despite its problems though.
Yep, and the crossbow arc is still definitely one you want to play. Also, be on the lookout for Geofront when that version of Trails to Azure comes out. They've confirmed that it's coming out, and they're making good progress. I've noticed they're going at a much faster pace than Trails from Zero for sure. So
Yep.
that there were times when I was playing the game, I was like, "Geofront, save us!" Like legit.
Yes, dude. Because like, even though we had like a special launcher that we found for it was still not enough to like, fix those sort of problems, especially with the text, right, when it's like off center as well.
Yeah, it's rough around the edges. I got it done. It's still definitely playable.
Oh yeah, I mean, like compared to like pre-patch 0, it's a lot more quality.
Yeah,
Compared to, like, a
people were
pre-patch.
playing PSP versions. Those sprites are like rough to look at.
Yes, I really like when we tested like the PSP version, and everyone just looks like oatmeal.
It's so rough. I'm like, oh yes, this is Lloyd. I think it's an abstract drawing of Lloyd, but I'll take it.
And Noel's shoes that looks like a bowl of oatmeal.
Oh man, but yeah, hopefully by the time people check out those games, they'll both have the Geofront versions, and they will be the best ways to play those games for a good while.
Yep.
But yeah, we're just gonna get into the news here. Let me see. Yeah, we're at like 3:54 right now, but we'll just get a move on. really quickly, just wanted to mention before we get to these articles, Sony had their recent conference or like reveal showcase with the PS5. Man, the pre-order like issue was a complete disaster. I managed to somehow get one at Best Buy, but holy shit. Both the Xbox One, or sorry, I was about to just say the Xbox One blanketly. No, the Xbox One Series X. Holy shit. I was about to make the mistake completely intentionally because my
Yeah,
brain.
so random fact is that there's like a news article of like so many parents and grandparents kept ordering the Xbox One but not the Series S.
Yeah. When the Series X pre-orders are going up, people said that there was an increase in Xbox One X sales, and I'm like, oh my god.
It's the Wii U. It's the Wii U all over again, dude.
It's so bad. At least the Wii and the Wii U like look different packaging wise if you're like going to Amazon or something to buy one. But shit, dude. What a mess. And PS5 wasn't any better. I was staying up till like past midnight to finally get a pre-order from Best Buy. They just did not announce when it was going up. And by the time Series X pre-orders were going up, it was out of stock. Like, it's just a mess. All these digital storefronts, man, they need a fucking queue system. They need one yesterday for this shit to not happen. It's awful.
Yeah, they really do, man. And plus, it isn't up that like I think one of my friends tried to order one, but he said fuck it because it's way too frustrating, especially GG's to our Canadian price for the PS5.
Yeah. Oh my god. And then like $70 games, bro, for US. But then like I don't know how much it is in Canada, but I know in Europe they're getting screwed.
No, here's the thing: is that you guys are getting $70, right?
Yeah.
For us, that's $90.
It's such bullshit.
And that's like the current price of like full price games that they're selling in Australia.
Jesus Christ! Like I feel so bad.
I don't imagine like how Australia like prices right now with the PS5 games.
Yeah, and I'm like, let me be really quick about this. I saw people defending this price hike, and I'm like, listen, I get it. Games are hard to make, but holy shit, why do you have to go in so hard that you have to go over that $60 price? Why does it have to be that way? Because then there's gonna be microtransactions for $70 games. You know that shit's gonna happen, and if you think it's not gonna happen, you are gullible as fuck.
Yep.
Like, holy shit. And then the worst part is that people are trying to defend this saying like, oh, well, increasing the price is a good thing because now I have to consider what games I actually want. And, you know, I always bought games without caring about that. I'm just like, that sounds like a you problem to me, bro. Like, honestly, it should not be that high because you should only be playing the games that you want to play in general. Otherwise, why are you paying full price for that shit? But fuck, dude, it's gonna make me want to try out games that I'm not even sure about. Never. Games that could be good, but like now I have to make 100,000% sure that it's a good game.
Yeah,
games with like an 80 like review score, like 8 out of 10s and below, they're gonna get fucked.
Yeah,
they're gonna get super fucked.
That's the thing is that like that's the worst part about it is that like I have to be like more fucking careful.
Yeah.
Because goddamn, like, it doesn't have like when we got like our Canadian like prices right when that price like got announced. The first thing I saw was an old Toys R Us like flyer of Super Nintendo games,
and they keep using that excuse.
And dude, I remember like people keep saying it's like, oh wait, you have to account for inflammation. I don't give a shit about inflammation. Fuck your inflammation like system.
Inflation, but to be fair, it does make my body inflame with rage. So yes, I do look like a tomato when I see that price. It's still right.
Jesus to me though, like a mistaken inflammation for inflation. But basically, I don't give a shit like about your inflation like argument though.
Yeah.
Like I get it was cartridge games, but it doesn't matter though. Like
don't give a shit. Back then, there wasn't a standard.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, like, games were still expensive, like, back in the day as it is, like, today.
Yeah. I'm like, that's great and all, but doesn't mean that people didn't say it fucking sucked back then either.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Is that like, even though you tell me about inflations and cartridge argument, question is, did you enjoy those prizes back in the day though?
Like, nobody would say yes. Like, just, oh my god, people keep using the same arguments for defense, and it's like, no. I'd rather a game look less graphically intensive if the price went down to 60. Holy shit. Like, just, what a mess, man. What a mess.
Yeah, I'm just really fair for my Canadian prices over here.
I'm like, well, I'm gonna enjoy my Switch and PC a lot more. I'll tell you that much.
Yep. And especially,
Christ.
I'm actually considering of like upgrading my PC first before the PS5.
Yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
speaking of upgrading though, I was considering potentially getting a 3080 and that got sold out immediately because of bots. So everywhere's fucked, man. This next generation sucks ass. If you want to
Yeah.
get one thing, you're fucked, dude.
Welcome to and welcome to me. We're freaking like trying to get like a physical copy of 13 Sentinels over here in Canada.
Yeah, it's just it's rough everywhere, man. Trying to pre-order anything for next gen, anything period. Holy shit. But yeah, long rant on that aside. It's just for me, all I'm gonna say is, and I can say this because some people, unless they change this, my ass is gonna be using GameFly a lot. I don't know if that's the thing in like Canada still, but for
Oh,
those,
we do have like some sort of rental service, but the problem is that like that rental service does not support my debit card, sadly.
oh, that sucks. Because like for me, I'm just like, I'm probably gonna rent a lot of games more than just paying full price for that shit. Like, oh my god, dude, fuck off with that. Like the only one that I'm considering like buying full price potentially is like maybe, man, I was gonna say maybe Miles Morales and maybe Demon Souls, but after the news that I saw today, what the fuck did they do to Peter? What the fuck did they do to my boy?
Oh
They
man,
massacred. Like, I didn't
dude.
want to bring this up, but I woke up seeing like the all that stuff. We were talking like, wow, why does he look so different? They changed Peter Parker's model in Spider-Man PS4 for the remastered version on PS5. It's so
Y-
stupid.
yeah, no, because like holy fuck, because wait, I actually woke up to it too as well, right? The problem is that like he looks like your average white dude retro reviewer right there.
Yeah, he looks a lot younger now too, which defeats the purpose of this being an older Peter. I don't like it. I don't
Yeah,
like
no,
it.
even like the new suit is like a downgrade as well.
God. Like the suit thing, at least you have customizable suits and everything. Like that's fine. I can live with that.
Yeah, at least you can fix it, but model
Jesus,
wise,
why'd they have
yeah.
to do that? I'm now I don't even know if I'm gonna bother getting the one that has the remastered included. But even still, it's like, fuck, dude, those prices are insane.
Yeah.
Like $70 for a game, it's like I don't know. I might wait a day or two just to rent it, and I hope nobody else catches on to that because I want to use that strat, please. um,
Oh, it'll be very curious like if everyone like uses that strat.
yeah, because like right now, just for like a month rental is like $12.95, which isn't like it's not bad, you know. That's like a decent price for membership on GameFly. So I'm like, I'll use that. I'm gonna use that for Melody of Memories on like Switch. Because it's like I'll mess with it a little bit, but I don't know when I'm gonna play it. Hell, I'm also gonna rent Crash 4 because I feel like that one's gonna come to PC later. So for me, I'm like, I'm gonna rent Crash Bandicoot 4, play that on stream, enjoy it, and then just get it on PC when it comes out there, probably like a year later. That's the other thing too. I'd rather rent for things that are gonna be like coming to PC a year later anyway.
Yeah, but here's the issue is that like for everyone everywhere else in the world, including over here, I wish I had that option.
No, dude, same. I wish everybody had that option because now more than ever, renting games is needed and it's not available in a lot of places. It's very
and
dumb.
dude, and I had to like depend on rentals back in the like during like back in the day, especially like up to the like the Wii and PS3 era right there.
It was a godsend. And this is the other thing, too, that I want to say. I know we're getting into like a very long ramble when we said we're going to start news. But the other thing, too, is that, man, doesn't Xbox Game Pass look really, really appealing right now? I've heard of people going out to buy an Xbox One Series X just because their wallet's not going to get fucked over in the end. And I get that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Thing is, like, yeah. It does sound really appealing, though. The thing is, like, I would have gone for that if I didn't hate the Xbox controller with a huge passion.
Oh, yeah. No, and that's fair. But I'm just saying, like, in this entire, like, price debate, then you have Game Pass on the corner saying, like, you're guaranteed to love me, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's just like, Jesus, man.
Yeah, I'll give it one thing, is at least, you know, it also extends to PC, so I'm pretty, like, eyed with it as well.
Yeah. Please put Rare Replay on PC, thank you.
Please.
I wish all the games were compatible.
Yes, that's the thing, is, like, I remember, like, my friend, he recently bought himself, like, an Xbone.
Yeah.
And asked me, is like, do you own Rare Replay? He's like, yes. I'm like, good. Or else I would question you as a Rare fan.
This is the most relevant thing. Please put it on PC, I'm begging you.
Dude, I just want to play, like, all these games, like, on PC.
Seriously. Or put it on Switch. Like, please, just get it off the Xbox One.
Fuck, dude.
But, yeah, no, it's just, man, this is going to be such a weird console generation. There's going to be a lot of debate. There's going to be a lot of... there's going to be a lot of semantics. It's a weird one, man. It's going to be a weird one. A lot of shit's changing. Yeah. But that price is a big problem. Unless it's a game I really want to play, I'm not going to bother getting it day one. Just, what a mess. What an absolute mess. But, yeah, I mean, with that being said, you know, Miles Morales itself, like the gameplay footage that they showed was pretty good. And the Demon Souls, remaster, or rather remake from Bluepoint looks fucking amazing. It looks gorgeous. Like, Bluepoint people sleeping on them. They did the Shadow Colossus remake on PS4, which had like 30 and 60 frame versions. I can't wait to play that game. It's been years since I played Demon Souls, and just they've done a lot of good work. I'm looking forward to that. I know Shin was excited as well. But man, I will say, though, the launch lineup is decent. It's better than PS4, but it's still kind of rough because you're basically, you know, you would end up paying for games that you already played before.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a similar situation with, like, the 3DS launch, which was also very rough as well.
Yeah, well, that one didn't have really any good games at the start. At least this one has Miles Morales and Demon Souls. I'll give it that. At least those are two very good games.
Oh, yeah, and plus, at least they gave us, like, a free platformer included, so...
That is true, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, at least it has backwards compatibility, so my PS4 games will run, you know, good on there as well.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm looking forward to is, like, hopefully those new events are better than the PS4, so I can enjoy Sakura Wars, like, properly.
Hopefully. Yeah, I hope I don't have any, like, cursed defect issues, because, yeah, I'll be getting a PS5 day one, I guess. Because I ended up choosing that over, getting, like, a graphics card, because I'm just like, I'm fine for now. And, like, I want to check out the exclusives. I'm a Ratchet and Clank fan, so I got to check out that game when that comes out. And it's still one of the best showcases of, like, the new hardware that they've revealed, honestly.
It's really impressive.
Yeah.
Like, especially, like, it's just like the main point of it is like, here's what you can do. Here's how you can make a game designed for an SSD. Pretty
much. The shit looks really good. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Backwards compatibility always helps, you know, at least at the start. I'm probably still going to mainly be sticking to, like, you know, playing games on PC. So, like, the drought of games at launch doesn't really worry me too much. Like, by the time I come back, there'll be something, you know?
Yeah, no, and plus, like, there's, like, certain games where, like, obviously I will get, like, a free PS5 upgrade as well.
Yeah, like, shout out to Witcher 3, being generous once again. Project Red
like,
is just saying, like, free upgrade. I'm like, bless you.
Dude, here's the craziest thing is, like, those guys, they're giving me a second, like, free giveaway. Because the first giveaway that they gave me was if I synced up, like, my GOG account with my PSN, right?
Yep,
They gave
that's
me
how
like
I also got it for free on PC. I'm like, God bless you.
yeah, and then they're giving it to me again, like on PS5.
Like, they are so good, man. That's how it should be, but we're just not there. It's so disappointing. Like, here's a
Yeah,
company that's doing it right, and everyone else is just saying, "Oh, well, this is a new standard. We gotta accept it." Like, fuck, dude. It'd be like
yeah.
that.
Well, at least I do appreciate like certain titles that are coming for both PS4 and PS5. They're at least are offering like free upgrades too.
Yeah, it's
For
really
example,
nice
like
to see.
yeah, for example, like Little Big Planet, that's a free upgrade. Even like Balan Wonderland, they're also doing like a free upgrade too.
Nice.
And I believe same for like Yakuza 7 as well.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like a lot of them are doing it at least. So we'll see. I hope that it's a standard and it's not just used as transition from launch. I hope that still becomes a thing, because I'd imagine a few games are going to be coming to PS4 and Xbox One still for the whole year.
Yeah, I d-
So
yeah,
we'll
cause
see.
I mean, hopefully, it hopefully it goes okay though, because obviously I'll be waiting up for a bit because combination of Canadian price and of course the taxes over here is pretty overkill.
Yep. Um, but man, speaking of overkill,
Mm-hmm.
hey, guys, I'm really glad you're listening to this podcast. I appreciate it. But I'm sorry to say it's not going to be available by the end of March of next year. So I'm sorry to say, you guys, it's going to be a limited release. This entire podcast will self-explode and self-detonate once we reach March of next year. Why am I saying that? Man, nobody would be stupid enough to do a limited digital release along with physical, right?
Oh
Nintendo's got a
god.
Nintendo. So really quick, I just want to mention, because I'd be remiss not to. Man, hey, I got 3D All Stars. I forgot to mention that in my month. It's still in the shrink wrap because I don't have time to play it, but I bought it anyway so that I wouldn't have to deal with the hassle of trying to find the physical years down the line, and it's a fucking nightmare. What a mess. So basically, Mario's 35th anniversary is happening, and for some reason, a lot of stuff had to be limited, and 3D All Stars is a thing, and it's great. I'm glad that a whole new generation can experience Mario Sunshine jank. Twitter is a free website. But yeah, it's solid games. It's just basic emulation. They're not that crazy. I would have liked them to be touched up a little more, but it's fine. For $60, if you've never played them, it's good. People who have already played them like me, though, it's not really that appealing. But what can you do? I still bought it just for the sake of having them on the go. The appeal is still there to be able to access them wherever. I would have liked it to be $40, but again, what can you do? It's
Yeah,
Nintendo
and
we're
plus
talking
like
about here.
yeah, because obviously only in the collection, right? It only includes like Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy.
No Galaxy
But
2. I hate that.
yeah,
Galaxy 2 is better
thing
than 1. Don't at me.
here's the thing is like I wish Galaxy 2 would have replaced Sunshine, because thing is like I already like looked at like footage and everything, right? Thing is like when I heard like Sunshine was like coming to Switch, here is a concern of mine was the gimped controls.
Yep. And people are saying that the controls are pretty rough. And even one baffling one is that the camera is not inverted when you're aiming. And you
Yeah,
can't switch. And I'm like, oh boy. They really fucked up. And that's the thing that I hate about Nintendo sometimes when they release their games, is that they barely give you any options for anything. You don't even have like individual volume sliders for like music or sound effect. Which I really like for streams. I love when games have that. I'd use that on PSO2 all the time. But yeah, they're awful when it comes to options. I guess you could like button map it with the system firmware, like customized control option that's not in the actual game, but I'm like, holy shit.
it's a bit so context like people like are asking me like why are you talking about like gimped controls? Is that so originally like when Sunshine came out for the GameCube, uh it was like one of those games where it depended on like the L&R buttons, those on the GameCube controller,
Yeah,
they
analog
had
triggers.
analog support. Yeah, they had like analog triggers, and those analog triggers depend like how much sensitivity you need to shoot like the flood weapon you have for Mario Sunshine.
Yeah. It is
And on
still
the
the best
Switch,
use of those triggers, by the way.
oh yeah, really, really good use of it though. Despite me not being a huge fan of Sunshine though.
Oh, yeah.
But basically, the point is that like with the Switch, for some reason it doesn't have no analog like support for those triggers.
Nope. And even if you have a GameCube adapter, because Smash Bros. Fans gotta keep it, and I'm in that boat. If I were still playing Smash Bros. Now, I'd be like, I gotta have GameCube controller. But that doesn't even work with the Sunshine version for some reason. They just didn't consider it, and that's very stupid. It takes more effort to change everything else around it to make it playable on Switch. Like, fuck, dude. I don't understand. You could have been lazier, and you chose not to. Fuck.
Yeah, it's just like I don't understand what's going on. Like when they were making this collection,
It's baffling.
yeah, like it's like if you're gonna get this, is that Mario 64 is okay. Keep in mind the game is like 4x3 the entire way,
Yeah.
and along with some weird like sound issues. But for Mario Galaxy, really solid port actually, despite like weird controls that depends on the Wiimote IR pointer.
Yeah. That's the main reason I got it, though, was just like when I saw Galaxy footage, I was like, holy shit, that's the crispest I've ever seen that game look. It looks
Dude,
great.
last time like I've seen like very crisp like that is when it came up for the Nvidia Shield in China.
That's right. Oh, man. But yeah, like the main reason I got it was definitely for Galaxy. But yeah, it's just it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
Very
but as
weird
for
collection.
yeah, and as for Sunshine, uh, try if you try if you want to, but I will warn you though, it's not a good experience.
Yep.
You're just like better off of just like playing that thing on Dolphin.
Honestly, that's the thing too. Is just like, man, why is emulation still a better option? It's unfortunate. I only, again, like I said, I only got it to have the portability if I ever want to feel, nostalgic and play them. But yeah, limited release, and it's not really that great of a collection. It's just, what the hell, man. And the part
Yeah,
that gets
no,
me is, I gotta stress again, limited digital release.
yes,
Limited digital release. What the fuck were they thinking?
that was like the first time I ever heard of that. Where physical, you know what? I can get
live
that.
with that. Yeah.
Digital, what the fuck are you thinking?
Just holy shit. Yeah, so by March you won't even see this on the eShop. What the hell's the point? Oh my god, dude. Like it's so baffling. Same thing with like Mario 35. It's like a Tetris 99 spin-off. And it seems like a fun thing that people want to play whenever with the Nintendo Switch Online service, which really needs more incentives because it's still trash, I'll be real.
Yep.
And that one's also limited for some reason. A new fun way to experience Super Mario Bros. Competitively with other players, and it's limited till March. Why in God's name? It's a completely new game. Like, it's baffling.
And hell, I mean, like, and this is like what we designed by like one of my favorite devs, Arika Games.
Yeah. Just
and I don't know, man. Like, it just instantly the meme like of the dog says like, please remember my game, and then the person tries to touch the game, and then the dog gets pissed and says, only remember game.
No play, only remember. Yeah. God, that's literally it. So yeah, Mario's 35th anniversary is just, ooh, Nintendo drives me nuts, man.
Yeah, that was
my
like
childhood, and yet they just frustrate me to no end.
That was like one of the biggest monkey's paw like I ever woke up to.
Yeah, just holy shit. But hey, 3D World also got announced with that. I noticed some changes that I do like. They changed like the overall speed of the game, which is nice.
Yeah, which I'm liking. And you know what else got added though? Online co-op, my dude.
Oh, I don't expect it to be any good, but we'll see.
Well, we can suffer together though.
I mean, the new expansion too. The fact that it's coming out so late gives me hope. It's like, I think somewhat early 2021, but like,
Yeah,
the fact that it's coming out way later since this announcement means that it's probably gonna have something substantial behind it. I don't
Yeah.
expect a completely new game, but maybe like a new quarter of a game or a new half. I don't know.
Hopefully though, because out of like the Mario announcements that happened during that stream, the only one I look forward to was that. Wait, was this for Mario 3D World?
Same, and I don't blame you. 3D World's not my favorite game, but it was still fun.
Yeah. I mean, the thing I'm looking forward to the most is Suffer with this man online.
Some of those levels are not made for multiplayer. I can't
We're gonna
wait to go through those Switch panels and we just get fucked up and die like 20 times in a row. And we
guess what?
We laugh for a good amount, but then after a while we just die and just let me just rage quit out of this session.
And he does it live on Twitch.
Oh my god. It's so rough.
Fuck. You know what? I can't wait for that moment right there. Thing is that even though there's some levels that I really hate in that game, I'm just looking forward to finally playing with this man online. And
yo, but wait a minute. I need safety net. Dibs on Peach. Calling it now.
Alright, dibs on Rosalina then.
You don't get her till later in the game. Alright, fine.
Hold on. But keep in mind though, what if they unlocked her early though?
That's true. Okay, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
I'd still take Peach.
I'm like, whatever, I'll go with Ouija anyway, because fuck the toads.
When I wanted to do easy mode on 3D World, Peach was the best. That hover is just so nice.
I mean, the same can say for it when playing Super Mario Brothers 2 as well.
Oh yeah. Oh lord. But
yeah, it's either I'll either go with either Luigi or Rosalina, depending how they structure it.
And some poor man's gonna go with Toad. God bless him. But yeah, just ooh, what a cursed anniversary. But yeah, moving on from that, we're at the 420 mark. Granted, some of it's gonna be cut, but yeah, we'll get a move on here. So we'll just go through some of these really quickly. So starting off here, the announcements that happened after we finished the recording of the last episode was that Dante actually is in SMT 3 HD. The meme is still not over. So what are your thoughts, man?
Well, I was gonna say, now it's featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. I was not surprised because I did saw that coming though. Because when I saw DLC,
it's the most prevalent meme it has. There was no way.
I mean, they are aware how popular he is and how much this man sold copies. Wait for SMT3.
Yeah.
And plus, to be fair, that was one of the reasons where I why I got interested in playing Nocturne for my first SMT game back in the day.
Yep.
But so I'm very happy, especially there's a particular friend of mine who's he got very interested because I told him how great Nocturne was, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he kind of got bummed out when Dante wasn't back until he learned about oh my god, I'm gonna finally check out Nocturne HD when it comes out, thanks to that thanks to that Dante DLC.
And yet it's actually reversed. Apparently the Raito stuff is the DLC. So if you want Raito, you're paying for DLC, but Dante's in by default. Because I'm reading here, it says by purchasing the Maniacs pack, Rose will be able to select new game. Oh wait, what's up?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I was gonna say so the interesting what they did with that is so they will give you an option, right? Where if you go with Maniacs version, that means you're gonna see the title screen movie and the logo with Dante. If you pick Maniacs Ultimax, well the Raito version, right?
Yeah.
It just shows the title screen and the movie loop that was Raito.
Ah, okay. So you can pick which one you want, and then the other one you gotta it'll be DLC, I guess.
No. It's that so Raito is there by default, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dante's DLC. So basically, you get to pick, like, which version you want to play. You want to play either the Dante version or the Rydell version.
Okay.
Yeah. So pretty much like the only difference is obviously is that like they have like their own stories, their own like ability like wise they're the same, but story wise it's very different though, depending like which character depending on which version like you want to pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously like Dante is back in his DMC2 close, which I like to call it as a canon DMC2 Dante.
Pretty much. It's the only time it's relevant.
Yeah.
The MC2 does not exist. It's not real. Man, I already played Devil May Cry 1 on stream. I can't wait to start with 2.
You're gonna love to. You're gonna witness like how much like it's gonna have to like salvage like so much of it too.
Oh yeah.
Because holy crap. But anyway, so I'm very glad like Dante is back, and again, as I predicted, is that he's also voiced as well for the cutscenes.
Nice.
Yep. So basically, we'll get to hear like Dante like speak in the dub as well. And the only other like difference like that they did with Dante is that like before like the difference between like characters between Dante and Rydell.
Yeah.
Is that Rydell he was a better party member compared to Dante. Especially if you were to take the character to the final boss.
I see which side Atlas prefers. Don't think highly of us Western fans. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, so this time around is that they actually buffed Dante.
Bruh.
And, yeah. So, because before, like, Rydell, he had, like, this one particular skill where it gives him something, what we call a Pierce effect. And Pierce effect just goes through any barrier. Unless it's a reflect. So with Dante, they buffed one of the skill to have Pierce as well. So basically, Dante he's now viable. He's now like in the same ranks as Rydell as a viable party member for when you like are trying to like wrap up the game for SNT3.
Yeah, nice. Cool. But yeah, I'll mess with it eventually when it comes out. I don't think I'll be able to be there day one.
Oh, don't worry about like a day one though.
Yeah, I'm like it's already an old game. There's really not much to spoil. I just gotta be careful on Twitter because people are gonna be crazy.
Yeah, and also just to make sure is that you'll be doing Rydell version though, because I know majority of people want to do Dante version.
Damn, so he chose me to be a hipster. Damn, forcing the hipster life on me like that.
I'm just joking though. You know what you do, man?
Just I can't meme with the pizza man. Coin flip.
Just coin flip. Because this dude does a coin flip.
That was a weird gimmick at the time. Well, we'll see. But yeah, we'll just move on.
Anyway, yeah. So just get excited for Dante though.
Yeet. Hopefully people enjoy when it comes out. So, now we're getting into September news. So, this one I completely missed. But then looking through articles on Gematsu, I was found it. So, apparently Hong Kong distributor lists Ninja Gaiden Trilogy for PS4 and Switch. I hope that comes out to the West because I've never played a single one of these.
Okay,
honestly.
So I do have a good opinion about these games.
Yeah.
So, I actually did miss this news as well, but I am hoping it comes over here too because these games are very fun. Like Sigma is pretty solid. Sigma 2, very fun. Like I managed to like beat through the entire game, and still managed to impress like a friend of mine who keeps saying like, "Bro, how do you beat like that hard game?" I'm like, "It's not that hard. It's challenging, but it's not that hard once you pay attention."
Yeah.
And Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge, it's pretty okay game. I mean, before it was trash, but now it's okay.
Yeah.
But the main issue is that like it's the hardest of the trilogy.
Really? Huh.
Yeah. It's because like
I know the Wii U version was not good.
No, Wii U version was okay actually. The version was not good was the vanilla version that came out for PS3 and 360.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hence like the name Razor's Edge.
Makes sense.
Yeah, even though like it like improved on some things, but it's still like a very frustrating experience. Like if you want a really good context of what happened with Ninja Gaiden 3, I recommend looking up Matt McMuscle's What Happened with Ninja Gaiden 3.
Yeah. A really good series. Man. But yeah, just I really hope it comes out to the West because I would love to be able to finally play these in an easy way to access them.
Yeah. No, plus, I would like to play this on the go as well.
Yep. Man, yeah, hopefully they're optimized on Switch, but usually Koei Tecmo does pretty good work at making their games run on Switch, and they've gotten better over time.
Yeah, I was gonna say like like these games they came out for like PS3 and 360, so it shouldn't be like a hard task to do.
Dude, I remember when they put out a Dead or Alive game on 3DS, and that shit looked way better than it had any right to be.
Yeah, I'll and then when you put it on the 3D effect, that's when the frame rate like dies.
Yeah. But still, they can make that shit run on anything. I trust them a little when it comes to putting that stuff. I don't know how they do it, honestly. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna move on. So this one's also somewhat yours, because I barely have any context. So, Pocky and Rocky 2021 just got announced like a couple weeks ago.
I did not expect like this to happen, dude.
What the hell, dude? Like, they really just brought this back from the ashes. It's insane.
I'm like, because I'm looking, wait, Pocky and Rocky is back. What the hell?
I couldn't believe it.
Anyways, just Ray, roll the footage while we're talking about this.
Yeah.
So, good context is that Pocky and Rocky, it's a very fun like shoot 'em up series from Natsume.
Yeah.
And it has like this very charming style where like you want one character is a shrine main and the other character is a Chungus raccoon.
Yeah.
And basically you're just like shooting stuff like with the shrine main she like shoots like with her with her like spiritual papers, while fucking Rocky he just like shoots everything with freaking leaves right there. Yeah, it's very fun, like like a top down like style shooter, like either by yourself or with friends. With friends, it gets very funny though, especially like if you tend to fuck up a lot.
Yeah, because I was seeing a little bit of them playing it on Game Grumps, and my god, it does look fun.
Yeah, it gets really chaotic though, like well at certain points, but it's still pretty fun though.
Yeah,
and the thing I like about this, like, is this new title, like, they're bringing it back, right?
Yep.
They kept it 2D in their signature, like, pixel art style.
Yeah, it looks really good. Like, it's clean. Like, obviously, built for HD, but yeah, the sprite work looks really good. Oh my god.
Basically, it looks like a remastered version, like, the first game that came out for the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, which is nuts. It makes me wonder, like, if they would, like, maybe also include the old game in there. I don't know.
I mean, who knows? Because like I know like there's like a similar process that they did like for the other games. For example, like Wild Guns had a remastered.
Yeah.
And literally that was like a Super Nintendo game that was like it looked more cleaner and in widescreen. And same thing for I believe it was called Robo Ninja.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a 2D beat 'em up side scroller. I can't recall the name, but basically, this game had like an amazing song title called "Daddy Milk."
I don't even.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm looking forward to Pock and Rocky though. Hopefully, it has some sort of online, but who knows?
Hopefully, yeah. But it just came out of nowhere. I was like, what? Once again, every single podcast. Do I even have to say it? What year is it? Like. It's insane, dude. We can't go any episode without having to mention that.
Speaking of what year is it?
Yeah. Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake got announced on Ubisoft's live event recently. And man, I don't think it got the reaction that they wanted from people. It's coming to PS4, Xbox One, and PC, but oof, son. Oof.
So here's how I feel about this news, right? Is that I'm like one of those people where I love Prince of Persia.
I've never played
and
them, but I've heard they're good.
I miss Prince of Persia. And Prince of Persia is like one of my favorite 3D 3D platformers.
Yeah.
And apparently during that stream, right, is that after we get like the huge bomb, right? And then after that, like, actually no, what's the huge bomb that's coming up, right? Was it like the last thing, or was it like after, or was it like before this?
No, I think this is towards like the middle of the
Okay.
of the live show.
Yeah, so I was like very shocked in like they're doing a remake of Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, and I love Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. And so far, like from what I've seen, is that they show off like of how it looks like in game, like with the graphics and stuff. And I can tell graphics is very rough, but did they explain is that that's footage from many months ago.
Yeah.
So they said like it looks a lot better than it is in the trailer currently. And the other like details I do know is that like they're doing modernized controls, which thank goodness.
Yeah.
But they also do offer like either the original or modernized mapping. And the other thing I'm also very excited for is that like I heard they'll also be reworking the gameplay, especially for the combat, because I know the combat like in the original was super jank as hell. So hopefully like they can like fine tune the combat in this remake.
Hopefully.
And,
well, sorry, you go.
And then the other thing I also did notice is that like they even update the animations as well. Like before, like the animation at the time looked very impressive because that they had animated like one of the princes, like when he does like a wall one, right?
Yeah.
I think it was like around like 1,000 frames that like hand animated.
Oh,
but this,
crap.
Yeah, but since we now have like the tech of that is like mocap technology, they'll able to make it look cleaner this time around.
Yeah.
And,
I've never played it, so I definitely, if it's a a good remake by the end of it, I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, I'll probably like let you know when I get my hands on it, cause
yeah. I'm like, let me know from like someone who's played the OG, like if it's worthy or not,
Yeah, because again, like it's been like a long time since like I've been waiting for Prince of Persia, because ever since like Assassin's Creed ever came out, they were like very occupied with Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, and I've heard this series is good. I just don't know a thing about it.
It's just amazing. It's like a very solid like trilogy of 3D platformers.
I can't wait for when Nitro Rata stops doing Frogger and goes on to Prince of Persia.
Yeah, and of course, one other thing also they mentioned is that like so apparently like there's like a special costume where you can get the original prince like in this original like polygon look from last
nice.
gen. I mean from like a few gens ago.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's cool, I guess, right? But then the one thing I did let my ass up is that I was so surprised. So in majority of Prince of Persia games, you have to include the original Prince of Persia Mac version game.
God. It's like, of course, you need to.
Yes, you gotta like you gotta see where the series came from, right? So
Lord.
Yeah, I always did let my ass like when they include that like as a bonus. The only part where I got like pissed with that was with Prince of Persia. I forget what's the name of it, but it was like the last Prince of Persia game that came at the same time as the movie. But obviously it wasn't based on the movie, right? But when it came out like for the Wii, right? It was the one time where they actually misadvertised being like, oh yeah, we're bringing in the Super Nintendo version of Prince of Persia, which I was hyped for because that was like the best version of the original Prince of Persia, right?
Yeah.
But instead, it was just the Mac version that I played already from Sands of Time.
It's gonna be a yikes from me, dog.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Again, like hopefully this is a decent remake though.
Yep. Hopefully it's what fans want, because yeah, I don't know much about Prince of Persia, but I've heard it's a pretty beloved series when it was out on PS2 and whatnot.
Yeah, like it does have like it's good like is fans right there, especially like this is like the series that they depended on before Assassin's Creed like was the thing.
Yep. But hey, you know what has a lot of fans as well and is coming back?
Oh.
Oh boy, it's finally alive again. Fellas, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game, is coming back on pretty much every platform imaginable,
Even the
even
Stadia.
Stadia, this holiday. Oh, God, it's finally out of jail. It's finally been a good
Dude.
boy.
Yo, I was worried that like this game was gonna be like lost media.
Same. Oh my goodness. I gave up hope after like 4 years.
Like dude, like you know wait, so before like we got this news, right? I was thinking like about that game the other day, and originally I was like, you know what? We're gonna like try to attempt, like the homebrew online play that came out for the PS3 emulator recently.
Yeah.
And then once this news came out, I'm like, well, time to throw that idea into the trash.
Oh man. Thank God. Thank God it's finally back. I mean, there isn't like a ton to talk about. It's an amazing beat 'em up. You should all go like play it when it comes out. Just it's a classic that's not a classic because you couldn't buy it, so it's very frustrating. But finally, fans can play it again. It's like
Dude,
it's so good.
like everyone like all over the world, they were like demanding for this game like to come back.
God, 10 years.
Dude, even like the creator himself was demanding enough way for this game to come back as well.
God.
And holy shit.
I
Like,
I was gonna say though, it's just that like you already know I need to like get caught up on the series to like properly like appreciate it, because when I played it back then, I did not know about or I didn't know like any of the like the lore behind the series aside from like the movie, obviously.
yeah.
But man, were you gonna
Yeah,
say anything
no,
else?
like, oh, I was gonna say like, I'm just like really glad like it's back, especially like after like fan demand. Like again, like I also gotta reread the like the comics again before we play this just to get the references.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though like out of the beat 'em ups I played, it's a pretty alright beat 'em up, but when you play with friends, it's a blast though.
Yeah,
Like
it's incredibly charming.
yeah, and plus I'm glad like this game still has online play for us to co-op.
Yep. So can't wait to play it on Stadia, guys. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, we're gonna be streaming that baby on Stadia together.
No, we're probably gonna get it on Switch.
Yeah, either
So
Switch or Steam, but
yeah.
So here's a good question: is that so? Which character are you calling for?
I don't remember the moveset, so I can't tell you. Gosh, I really don't remember.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say I was gonna go either with Scott's X or Knives Chow though.
Yeah, I just don't remember the movesets at all. It's been 10 years. Fuck, I can't believe it's been 10 years. That
Dude,
doesn't feel right. I feel ancient right now. I feel like I just want to crawl in a tomb and just go to dust. Oh my god, dude.
yo, I'm still amazed that like, dude, I haven't aged as well when I saw this announcement. Holy crap!
Jesus Christ, I was probably like 15. I was still in high school when this came out. Fuck.
Yes, dude, I was also looking at in high school as well. Like when I watched this, holy shit.
I remember I didn't even see a trailer for this thing. I just saw it on the PSN store and just bought it. Holy shit. I had barely any context and I couldn't stop playing it. Oh my god, it was so fun. Good
Dude,
shit.
like yeah, it's really good.
But yeah, just glad that's like the one Ubisoft announcement I was pretty much waiting for, because I know the creator hinted at that before the live event. I was like, okay, I need to see this live event for real. Now I give a shit.
Yeah, the other thing I'm also glad is like I'm glad like it finally came out like on a Nintendo system, because this game had like so much like
So
Nintendo
many references,
like
yeah.
inside,
It's
and
insane.
people were like were demanding for like a Wii port back in the day.
Yeah, I remember that too. Oh
Yeah,
man, what a time to be alive. But
fuck.
yeah, moving on from that. Speaking of ports, So, the Panzer Dragoon remake, which came out a couple months ago, is coming to PS4 and PC. Xbox One later on, apparently. But I've heard it had a rocky launch, but it got its act together.
Yeah, I can testify is that like it was very rough at first, but then I'm glad like the devs like updated like so much of it just so it can be very playable.
Yeah. Big props to that because I know it's a very small team doing this. So, hopefully once it comes to PC, people can give them some feedback as well. Because I'd imagine porting it, there might be some issues as well. So,
Yeah, one thing I'm expecting for PC is that like even though like we got like a proper like 60 FPS mode for the Switch version,
yeah.
obviously the only downside is that like the resolution like it dips if you put it like into 60 FPS mode.
Yep.
So hopefully like with the other versions like for the PS4, Xbox, and PC, like they'll able to enjoy like this game like in higher resolution while in 60 FPS.
Yeah. If it comes to PC and ends up being a good port, I'll for sure get it on PC. One word of warning to people though, if you're ever gonna get this or you're waiting for one of the ports, it is a very short game. So I normally don't want to tell people what they think is worth the money, but it's a very short game. You can beat it in a matter of hours. It's one of the old school like shoot 'em up on rails games, very much like Star Fox if you played any of those. So it's short. If you want, wait for a price drop or get it day one. I just if Panzer Dragoon is like a Sega classic from like back in the day, was it? It was only on Saturn, right?
Yeah, it was like only on Saturn and I believe PC back in the day as well.
Yeah, it was a big deal when it came out. The music was great too. Holy shit, the music was fantastic.
Yeah, yeah, dude. I'm actually glad like they put in like both the original soundtrack and the newly arranged soundtrack.
Yeah. But yeah, hopefully the port's good. But
Yep, it's a good
man,
game.
speaking of things related to Sega, I don't know why these are all ordered like this for segues to just make sense, but here I am. So Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 got like a trailer like a while back that's well, for when it got announced, so I'm incredibly happy. Because I've been a huge fan ever since the original one came out. Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 was how I think me and a lot of Western fans first got introduced to the series because it was, I think, like close to like 13 years since the West ever got a release from this series, so I'm definitely not alone on that front. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, I'm excited the sequel's coming out. I doubt it's gonna be balanced. But hey, listen, I don't care. Adventure mode's back. That shit was a Saturday morning cartoon in the original. But for some reason, this reminds me of Budokai 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say like yeah, I'm looking at this like layout again. I'm like, yeah, it is Budokai 2. Hopefully, it's not as bad as Budokai 2 though.
Hopefully not. It seems like there's like a skill battle mode where I guess you have like different like effects that you could use like on the field. So hopefully it's like it's more fun. Because the way they described it is that they kind of turned it into like the RPG based battles. That were in there was like a 3DS game. I think it was called Puyo Puyo Chronicle or something like that. But it had a mode similar to that, so it kind of has slight RPG mechanics combined with like the puzzle game aspect. So hopefully it's good. But I don't want to dwell on it too much just because we got to get moving. But I'm excited. I'll be there day one. Hopefully there aren't any crazy difficulty spikes because Puyo Puyo Tetris 1 on Adventure Mode had crazy spikes by the end. I don't know what happened.
It was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other nice thing I also did notice is like they're also they're offering like free next gen upgrades too for both systems.
Yep, which is very nice. Hopefully Sega keeps doing that for all their games in the future. We'll see. But yeah, really looking forward to that. I'm definitely getting it on Switch because that's where I got the original. And I think certain versions are coming out later. I think like Steam, it's coming out way later. So I'm like, I'll get it on Switch. It's not a graphic taxing game, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, and plus it's makes sense to have that on the go.
Pretty much, I have all the Puyo games that came out in the West on the Switch right now. But man, so I just wanted to briefly talk about this one. So Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 becomes the fastest selling game to sell 1 million units in franchise history. Man, don't you love it when they actually get it right and they don't mess up the entire franchise?
I know, right? Like, you make a game that, like, the fans have been wanting for years, and you got profit from it?
God, I've been meaning to buy this one as well. I just don't have the time to play it right now, but you already played it a little bit, right?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I managed to play, like, at least some of it, because I bought like, a copy of it for my brother's birthday.
Hmm.
Because I know, like, the only game I couldn't get is only just the Pikmin play type of games.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know what, Tony Hawk is perfect because I know he has played a lot of the series before.
Yeah.
And so I could definitely say is that it's a really fun game. Like, I'm glad, like, it's definitely uh like a huge improvement than what we got over the years.
Yeah.
Like with the franchise.
I've heard nothing but glowing reviews from anybody who's played the game. It's like it's the real deal. Don't be skeptical because it's Activision. This is a genuine good remake of 1 and 2, modernizing them just enough to the point where like modern fans can enjoy it. Yeah. And not going crazy with microtransactions. It's legit. It's 100% legit.
Yeah, I can testify is that like there is many things to unlock without microtransactions.
Yeah, if you're a fan of like the 90s like skateboard games or any of the Tony Hawk games that you grew up with, check this shit out. Don't even be apprehensive about it. PC is Epic Store exclusive. That's like the only thing that's kind of but
yeah, and plus it has like the weird online DRM thing.
Yeah, that's right. How
can I forget? But buyer beware. But yeah. For PS4 and Xbox One, you're fine though. You can play it offline. So
yeah, just if you do get it there, just have fun for real. It's legit. They finally did good. God, after 5, they redeemed themselves.
Which reminds me, I gotta get like my own copy soon.
Yeah, I definitely gotta pick mine up whenever. So this one's pretty cool. Just because I missed out on it because I know Undertale recently had its anniversary, but my God, it's been 5 years. So yeah, along with that, they also brought up some Chapter 2 updates for Deltarune, which had a really fun Chapter 1 that came out in Halloween, like I think 2 years ago.
It was actually, yeah, I believe it was either 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay. Actually 3 might be right. I'm not sure. I really lose track of the years, I've noticed.
Yeah, I think that's the problem is that like of where we are right now, it's hard to keep track of time previously.
Yeah. But basically just, they showed off some new screenshots. Toby Fox was going on more detail as to like I always love, by the way, his updates when he's talking about game development because they sound so genuine and sincere. Like, it doesn't feel like it had to go through, like, someone else to make sure it's, I don't know, legally distinct and, like, just completely clean. I just love how real it is because he's basically saying that the reason it's taken so long, which he is, really serious about this, was that, he had to change engine, when he was in the process of, like, developing, Chapter 2 of Deltarune. But,
yeah,
it took him a while because he's like one dude.
Yeah, which actually makes sense.
Yeah, because he was saying that like the scope of this one is much larger than the original Undertale. A lot of new characters, a lot of new mechanics, and like he's trying to go bigger for this one essentially. But yeah, ultimately he ended up going back to the engine that he used, I guess, because it was like what he was comfortable with. But it's really cool. I'm looking forward to whenever Chapter 2 comes out. He did say that he's trying to shoot for the end of this year, which we'll see. If it gets delayed, I'm not really gonna, throw a fit. Because, listen, he's just one dude. He's one dude and he's doing all this, and I'm like, friggin' props. He gets some help here and there, but I do not envy this man's work at all. Because it sounds like so much.
Yeah. Like, I do give like a respect to this man where, like, it's impressive how he's made like all that by himself, especially like on a brand new engine. Is definitely a more demanding task.
Yeah.
No,
And the
and
thing is, though, it's like
and what's
doing all
amazing is
that
that
work
like
and then not being
the
able to
other
use
engine
it.
that he was using for like Undertale and Deltarune, right?
Yeah.
It was like something called Game Maker 2 or something like that. Literally, he had to get like Game Maker to work specifically like for Switch, just so like games like Valhalla can port that game to the Switch.
Yeah. That's the thing, too, though. Apparently, he, like, did the end, but then went back to Game Maker, which is, like, oof. So, yeah. It's rough, you know. It reminds me of, like, when Square Enix, like, did all that work for, like, the engine. I think when Kingdom Hearts 3 was coming out, like, their own proprietary thing, and it's like, just go with the Unreal Engine 4, please. You know?
Yeah, and plus we also had like the cursed time that was Crystal Tools.
Oh, yeah. The Luminous Engine, God. But yeah, just really cool to get an update on the game because I thoroughly enjoyed. I know it's like, you know, it was a cool thing to hate on back then, but I still gave Undertale a shot, and I thoroughly love that game, and I'm looking forward to Deltarune. It's gonna be a fun time. Uh,
Yeah,
you know,
it's definitely quite like a transition right there when you point that out. Is that before it was like the most bashed thing ever, but these days it's just like the most beloved thing ever.
yeah. I'm like, God bless. I also saw that concert too, or like the live performance
Oh
of some of that stuff, and it's like, oh my God, it's
yeah,
fantastic.
yeah. I was like, yeah, I did heard about that concert, but I didn't get a chance to see it. But I bet it was like really good.
Yeah. My God, it just it got me a little bit emotional. I really love that soundtrack. Um,
Yeah, he definitely like made like one hell of a soundtrack.
yep. Um, but we'll see on that. All right, really quick. I'm gonna contain myself. Uh, I'll keep this brief. I swear to God, for real this time. Monster Hunter Rise announced for Switch. Holy shit! I just keep winning. I get Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, and I get Monster Hunter Rise. I'm getting everything I want. Jesus. So this is so dope. Not just because it's another Monster Hunter game, but holy shit, you guys, they did the thing that I wanted them to do. They basically made this into a hybrid. People already speculated it was going to be a Switch exclusive, but the fact that it's a hybrid between World and classic Monster Hunter style is fucking brilliant. It looks better than I thought. Apparently, it's running on the RE engine on Switch.
Interesting.
The game's like running at 30, which makes sense. I did not expect it to go to 60, but a whole bunch of new mechanics. I love the Palamute. He's like basically your doggo companion you can take out now for traversal. The wire bug is great for utility. I like it a lot better than the clutch claw in World, because the clutch claw in World a lot of people do not like, myself included. I did not bother with Iceborne's post game because the clutch claw kind of ruins Monster Hunter World Iceborne. It's something that should have been a tool, but it's a requirement. So it's something that you can use to like stun a monster or kind of like soften them up a little bit for weak spots. That goes away for a little bit. So the meta was you have to use Clutch Claw, you have to soften the monster with like a weak point or like doing like a vertical attack or something. That's a follow up from the Clutch Claw, and then that's the only way that you're doing reasonable damage for the time. Like they really did not balance Clutch Claw great because it felt like you had to do that. You had to open up like the weak spot with that move, just to even feel like you're getting shit done. And that's very unfortunate when you have so many other options and you just want to play the game like old school Monster Hunter, and you can't. You gotta use this new thing. It did not like the design of that whatsoever. It felt like a requirement and not an option. It wasn't a tool. You had to use it. Whereas the wire bug, from what they've shown off in TGS footage, is very fun because you get a cooldown for one of them. You can use them like up to like 2 or 3 times depending on if you find one out in the field. Lets you traverse the environment way better because it's really going for like almost Breath of the Wild, like, you know, steep cliffs. You can really go wherever you want as long as you can reach it. Seems very the hunter seems very agile in general now. Climbing used to take forever in the series. People know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's going for seamless worlds. No zones. For anybody who played classic Monster Hunter, you know about zones where it would transition you from section to section in a loading screen. Now it's seamless like World, but it's more flat. It's not as layered as like the maps in World, which I'm down for. I always liked the more arena style to Monster Hunter fights in the classic games. That's just me. But yeah, it's looking incredibly fun. I like the new additions. They added the radio menu from World as well, which is the best way to use items in my opinion. Just everything about this is so nice because I didn't want them to just go back to classic Monster Hunter style with all the inconveniences that it does admittedly have. Now it's just also getting all the good shit that World brought into the series and putting it into this one, and it's a fantastic hybrid, and I can't wait to see more. Also, there's a platypus that's a big chungus. His name is Tetranodon. He's very fun. I like him a lot. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I remember like I saw this man just like gushing like with that thing.
It's fun, man. Yeah, Monster Hunter Rise comes out in March. I'm incredibly excited. I'll be there day one. It's a good time to be a Monster Hunter fan. Like now, I don't want to disparage people who liked World, but for me, this is what I was waiting for. This is my Monster Hunter. It's looking like, so I'm looking forward to that shit. Lord.
Yeah, like so far it looks pretty cool, and yeah, I mean hopefully it's a good time.
Hell yeah. Hopefully this is good as well, although I don't think I'm gonna be getting it. But this was also announced on that Nintendo Direct Mini that was a partner showcase. So Disgaea 6, Defiance of Destiny, was announced, and it's apparently due out in summer of next year. I love how it looks, but man, I've realized that Disgaea is not for me. After playing the first one, there was like a remake of the first one. I did not get to play it, but I forget. So, have you ever played the series?
Yes, I actually have played like a good chunk of it.
Nice.
The thing is, like, I actually played like I think a few of the titles, but the problem is like I forgot like how grindy it can be.
Yeah, that's what kind of killed it for me. It was that like maybe I wasn't playing the game right, and there's like a certain way to do it, but I feel like that series is another one that's prone to those beginner traps that I mentioned, where it doesn't really guide you as well as it should. I remember I'd be like feeling like I'd have like lower levels because I'd be like making like other party members, and I'm just not sure what the structure was. Like, should I have like got them all up on the same level, or should I have been like over leveled? I don't know. It's very fast and loose with how the mechanics work. So I can only say that from like playing the Sky 1 remake. It was very, I don't know. Didn't hold my hand for better and for worse.
Yeah, it's a really like strange series.
Yeah, maybe it'll click with me at some point, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean the only thing I like got from the series is only just the pretties.
Pretty much. That's all I know. Oh man.
Yeah, which reminds like I gotta like eventually pick up the pretty spin-off game, maybe for the Switch.
Hopefully it's a good port. But yeah, this Disgaea 6 is coming out. Apparently it's been like a good few years since they put out a new one. So art style wise, it still looks great. I still love the art style for the series at the very least, and it's cool how it's going 3D. It still looks really good and stylized.
Yeah, I was actually quite shocked that like they're used to like doing like 2D pixel art, right?
Yeah.
But the first time, like, I'm actually glad that they went 3D and they went cel shading.
Yep, it just looks great.
A safer choice for this art style.
Yeah. So definitely presentation wise, it looks great. It's just, yeah, if you're a Disgaea fan, obviously jump right in. For me, I just still haven't had the series click for me, so I won't be getting it, but I wanted to mention it because I was like, it still looks really good. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they did say like it's a great game for both old and new Disgaea fans, but like I said, I'm definitely going to be waiting how the reception is though.
Yep. Also, I wanted to mention this as well, really quick, is that apparently it's coming out to PS4 and Switch in Japan at the same time, but for some reason in the West it's Switch exclusive, which is a little weird.
Weird.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. Maybe they'll announce the PS4 version comes at a later date. But
All right.
Don't know what's up
Yeah.
with
I
that.
mean, thanks for the update, Gamatsu. Because holy,
Yeah,
yeah, because that is a weird decision right there.
yeah, super weird. But yeah. Either way, hopefully it's good. I'm back on my bullshit though.
Oh
uh,
boy,
near
and also my bullshit as well.
near replicant version 1.22474487139, etc. launches April 20th.
On my birthday.
April 22nd, 21 in Japan, Asia, and 23rd in the West.
So let me say this quick before you get into it. Right?
Yeah.
I can't believe Yokotaro gave me a birthday present. And that birthday present happens to be near replicate version 1.0 right
Yeah.
there.
Near replicant version pi. Oh man. This is dope though.
It is dope. Like fuck.
But yeah, they mentioned a collector's edition. Very expensive. I would not recommend people getting it. I think you can't even pre-order yet, or I think they're gone. I'm pretty sure. But I will say, they showed off a little bit of gameplay at TGS. It looks pretty good. Definitely not a ton of footage out there. I don't think any of these have the footage actually.
Oh, hold on. There's like a thing that says gameplay.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, between like that certain time.
Yeah, so they showed off a bit of it running on PC in a debug mode and whatnot. And I gotta say, it looks really good. It's not like incredibly sharp. You know, it's not like, oh my god, this remake's blowing my mind. But gameplay wise, it's blowing my mind because it's got that
Yeah.
platinum touch. We're talking like sparks flying everywhere. Movement feels very solid and responsive. It looks like, you got a decent amount of hit stop and like staggered. You got like the parry feeling real nice. You can charge your magic attack way better in this than the original. It's looking really good. Unfortunately, they did not show off board drifting. If they change board drifting, it's a 0 out of 10 game. I'm sorry.
No, the thing I'm very curious to see is what they're going to change with fishing, though.
Yeah, fishing is weird.
Yeah, I just saw like some of the footage like that we're seeing at the moment is that I can definitely tell it's definitely a lot more playable compared to the original.
Yeah,
And
the original I could play, but it was jank.
Yeah, again, that's like one of the recurring issues with the series is that like you're there for the lore, but gameplay wise, you had to like cope with it.
Yeah, Automata was the first time where it's like it's just a good game, but
Yep.
yeah, hopefully this can bring it in line. God, it looks so fluid. Like
I know, right?
it looks
like
so good.
it just looks so playable compared to the original.
Like seriously, even like the visual flourishes, like it all just looks great. If you're a
Yeah,
fan
I
of
mean,
Automata and want the next one to play, you'll be just fine here.
Yeah. The only like a weird complaint I only have for this so far is that I know like this looks pretty early, right?
Yeah.
My only complaint is like Nier's should I say brother Nier's like a model, right?
Yeah.
Apparently like his waist is a lot more smaller than what it was originally.
I'm
not sure if that's an artistic choice or
yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
I do have
Hmm?
Oh, well, sorry, you go.
Oh, I was gonna say like it's kind of weird like seeing like brother Nier with an hourglass figure.
Yeah. I'm like, oh no. Maybe it'll change in the time skip. Spoilers. Sorry guys, it's a time skip. Also, other slight spoilers, but not really. I do hope they add the ending that ties this into Automata, because that was only supplemental afterwards. So my expectations for this are that it'll be mostly the same game, but I hope at the very least they add that ending. That's my expectations. But we'll see if we get that. I don't expect this to be radical changes, from the story and gameplay structure. But we'll see, because I know this is like, I think it's like a modest remake. I don't expect this to be a complete overhaul of what that game is. But we'll see. Maybe they'll change more, maybe they'll change less. But I hope they at least add that, at the very least.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna call it like a remake or a remaster yet because again, Yokotaro. I'm still waiting to see what Yokotaro calls it
Well,
officially.
yeah, I just don't know what to call it, so I switch between remake and remaster all the time. It's the only thing I can do.
For me, I just say whatever Yokotaro calls it.
Whatever this near is, it looks
Yeah.
good.
So one last thing before we head up to the next news
Yeah,
is I do love how the advertiser said, "Oh yeah, uh, this is like a prequel to Nier Automata."
yeah. Um, which I'm glad they mentioned that because my god, people still think it's a sequel, and I'm like, bro, please no,
No, it's oh my
no.
god.
And like that's the thing. If they're gonna hype this up, like that's why I'm saying like they have to add that ending that ties them together, because otherwise, people will be like, "How is this connected?" You gotta. I don't want to be that guy, but you kind of gotta dumb it down. You gotta make it accessible so that everyone can see it without having to go anywhere else.
Yeah, I prefer they just give it to them instead of being like, oh, you gotta read like the certain like light novel to see how it connects together.
Yeah, that's the one thing that like I love Yoko Taro's works, but like now that it's like very successful, try to restrain, from doing that. I'm all for getting like more lore tidbits, but like anything substantial, I'm like, it better be in the game. You
Oh
know?
my lord, I can't believe like yeah, I like we had like a stage theater musical that
Yeah.
had lore.
Like it's insane. Like it's hilarious. I'm used to it, but for the majority, that's not great.
Which reminds me is that after you beat like Whole Still One, right?
Mm-hmm.
We gotta watch the musical, the stage musical for that too.
Oh god, that's right. Uh, sure that happened like months ago when they were reacting to it on Twitter. Whew.
Yes. No, the funny thing is like someone like actually uploaded footage, right? And I'm like, hey Vex, we gotta watch this with Marcos.
Eventually, man, eventually. But I will say
uh,
though, I'm liking the effort here. Looks like a really fun way to play what's what I would consider a cult classic, in a new coat of paint. So hopefully it's a good one. I'm looking forward to that. So man, March and April of next year are looking pretty fucking nice for me personally.
d-
Getting Monster Hunter
dude,
Rise and Nier,
I can't believe I got a birthday present.
pretty much. All the way, is your birthday the 22nd or 23rd?
Well, 22nd, but still, it still comes on my birthday.
Yeah, it's still it's a day apart. It's still good.
Literally, like, what matters in the end is that Yoko Taro gave me a birthday present for me.
Pretty much. But hey, speaking of a good way to play these classic games, you want to know what's not that?
Oh boy, I've read like a few things about these.
Yeah, I only know a tiny bit from what my friend Shin told me. Which Shin's a big Monster Hunter fan, but he's also a very big Metal Gear fan.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2, Substance, and Konami's Collector Series, Castlevania, and Contra for PC came out on GOG recently when Tokyo Game Show was happening. Don't buy any of these.
Yeah, I
Don't
remember
buy
like
any of these.
this got leaked like a while ago.
Yeah.
And so here's the consensus, right? Is that in case you want to buy them for obviously for legal reasons, right? So Metal Gear, I heard that's actually not that bad because it's basically just the original MSX game.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid, however, though, you need to get like the special fan patch in order to like play in high resolution and proper Game Pass support, etc.
Oh my god.
And for Metal Gear Solid 2, like Substance, just in case you're interested in that one, you also gotta make sure you have to get that fan patch that also does the same thing.
Like,
where,
guys, these are bare bones PC ports from like mid 2000s. They didn't give a shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say like this is pretty much like Square Enix when they released both FF7 and FF8 like the Steam, which is pretty much like the same like PC ports that came out back in the day.
God, what a mess, man.
And for like Konami's Collector Series, you're just better off just buying the like the
anniversary
Castlevania,
ones.
yeah, the Castlevania and the Contra collections.
But more importantly, where the hell is Hard Corps Uprising? Where's that game? I need that game on PC, please. I remember playing it a tiny bit on PS3 and loving that shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, they gotta sort of the deal between like Konami and Arc System. It's
Yeah.
such a good, it's such a like a good game.
I'd love to like play it like with you in co-op or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is just there's not much to say here. Just like don't buy these guys. Half-ass ports.
Just don't get him. But if you're planning to get them, make sure you use the fan patches.
You need patches to make them playable. Just what a mess. Damn it, man. They don't care.
This is just a quick book right there.
Yep. But man, this is just so confusing. Like, I don't understand why you would do this.
Dude, like for me, I have emotions for this next piece of news. I had like mixture of emotions.
Yep. Because I was gonna say, man, speaking of confusing, what's going on, man? Virtual Fighter Cross Esports Project announced. Holy shit, people. Do you want to know the most confusing announcement I've seen in years? Literal years. Is this shit right here. Basically at TGS, Sega was having like I think like a fan meetup event thing. And they showed off some like, crowd shots, like, okay, like an esports trailer, alright. But then you start to notice that it's Virtual Fighter. And there's like a silhouette at the end. And they're talking about how it's a project. And I'm like, I think Max thought it was like Virtual Fighter 6. And I got excited for a split second despite not having really played Virtual Fighter like that, just because I was so happy for everyone else. And then I got confused. Like, it was almost like 10 to like, wait, what? Emotion. Like, I've had in years. Holy shit, dude. Take the reins because I don't know what is going on with this shit.
Okay, so let me describe here is that so we saw like real like footage of esports, right?
Yeah.
And then the last second there was like a new render of fucking Akira.
Yeah.
And this is like it wasn't unused or anything. This is like a completely new model, and I was emotionally confused. Like I had like so many emotions, man. Like one part, I'm glad they're acknowledging Virtua Fighter again for a long ass time. Cause holy shit, like the only last thing we got from Virtua Fighter was Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown, along with like re-releasing like those games like in Yakuza, and the unfortunate collaboration that's in Dead or Alive 5. But that's my little rant right there. But
yeah,
holy crap! Because like when they say like Virtua Fighter Esports Project, I'm like, I need answers. I need to know, like, are you doing just an esports tour for like older games? Are you doing like a modern port of Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown? Or with that silhouette, are you telling me you're doing a Virtua Fighter 6 or maybe a reboot a la Samurai Showdown?
Yeah, and the context here too that I gotta stress is that this is also apparently in celebration of Sega's 60th anniversary. Like, this better not be just a generic esports with old ass games. Like,
holy fuck.
People are taking this and running with it. Anything less than a new game or a collection or re-release of some sort is gonna be disappointing.
Yeah, the thing is that, like, this man is going to know my reactions, like, when we get, like, more news about this.
Yeah.
He's going to know how I'm going to feel, because he knows I love Virtua Fighter.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. I'm gonna know how fucking Pat feels, too. Oh my god.
Dude,
there's just, like, there's, like, a storm cloud above, like, my entire house. It's gonna detonate any minute.
Like, here's the thing, right, is that I love the series ever since I played, like, the first game.
Yeah. It was a huge deal back in the day.
Yeah. And the thing is that, like, this like, if I was playing a 3D fighter, like, that wasn't Tekken, it's either this or Bloody Roar.
Mm.
And obviously
Meanwhile,
these
over here,
days,
I was just Soul Calibur.
yeah. Well, I mean, Soul Calibur, it's always there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always there, right? But for Virtua Fighter though, like I mean, just martial arts in general, right? Uh, but like for Virtua Fighter, like, oh my god, I just been dreaming of like getting a new like title,
Yeah.
and
How long
oh
was
my
it since
god,
5 came out, man?
huh?
How long was it since 5 came out?
Fucking like 2010.
Jesus Christ, it's been 10 years again. Fuck.
2010, but if we go way back, like vanilla Virtua Fighter 5, they came out like 2006 during the PS3 launch.
Ew. Jesus Christ, man. So at this point, if they put it out next year, it'll be the 15th anniversary of no release since 5, technically. Oh my god.
Dude, like I said, like, just better be ready enough for any type of emotion when we get like more news, because if this ends up being just an esports tour, then I'm just gonna fucking just cry, man.
FGC Twitter's gonna have a meltdown. There's gonna be a meltdown, dude. Holy shit.
Even Max is gonna set up that nuclear meltdown as well.
Like, this has the potential to be amazing or the worst thing Sega's done in a long time.
Yeah. I'm just hoping, to be the best thing, because I do know, like, this game had innovations.
Yeah.
Where it was one of the few games where they put in, like, tutorials, unique AI, before, like, they had, like, what is it, the Shadow Lab mode and Killer Instinct.
Yep. And it was one of the first to, I think, really have, like, a simplified control schemes for games that seem like they'd be too complex, that you would need more buttons in air quotes,
Yeah, like, which is why we had like 3 buttons, right?
Yep.
And then the thing is that, like, if this is like a next game, right? They better damn well know, because if they want to innovate again, they have to know that they have to put in rollback for the online.
I knew you were gonna go there.
Because, dude, like, if they put in tutorials and they put in, like, social AI, the next step is rollback.
Yeah. Man, we'll see. I don't even want to speculate like it's a new game. I don't even want to go here. I'm
just hoping for at least a modern port of Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown, at least.
At least a collection or something, dude. Fuck. Like, even, like, okay, as an esports thing, we're gonna launch a new collection, and that's where all the tournaments will be held. Whatever. Just, fuck, man, that's like the bare minimum. A release of some kind with the series. Then, like, legit, I ain't talking no mobile game shit. Like, legit, like, either bring the old school shit back in some way, or a new game. Otherwise, you're fucked. You are super fucked. Yikes, bro. Yikes, this is the weirdest announcement I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and just to quote this dude I follow named Lord BBH, is that I can't believe we got news for Virtua Fighter before KOF 15.
Yeah, that too. There's still no KOF 15.
I got fucked up from reading that.
Oh my god, dude. Where is it? Did I just dream it? Is it real?
I'm not sure, but I mean, they're definitely distracting us with rollback, though.
They are. Yeah, 2002 UM finally got rollback, which is dope.
Yep.
That's cool, but it's working. It's working a little bit. But
yeah, I do know, like, the entire, like, KOF, like, Arby, they're just marching in, and I predicted that right there.
Man. But I don't really have a segue for this. So Genshin Impact just came out a few days ago. People have been playing it. They've liked it well enough. I've not played it yet, just because I was busy finishing Trails to Azure, and I'm busy recording today, obviously. I don't want to get distracted by mobile games or gacha games anymore. But I do want to check it out at least a little bit when I can. But I forget, so you said you were messing with this a little bit, right?
Yeah, I played some of it, not too much.
Okay.
From what I can tell, was that I thought it was like an MMO, but
Mm.
apparently I was wrong. It's actually more of a single player adventure experience
Okay.
with a co-op mode. However, that co-op mode you cannot unlock it until you're like at a certain level.
Yeah, I know I saw Shrion mention it on
Yeah,
Twitter.
yeah. Sharon showed me some of the multiplayer stuff, and it's a bit of a it's not that great. I mean, it's there, right? But
What even is like the multiplayer? Like, is it up to like 4 players or?
yeah, it's like four players with the co-op mode, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But again, like the meat of the game is mostly just the single player like experience.
Yeah.
Like pretty much, you're on an adventure. You know, do some gotcha to collect these other heroes on your way.
Yep.
And the gameplay is just pretty much like it's very similar to like Breath of the Wild. Like it's an action
I've
RPG.
heard.
Like the combat is like an action RPG, but the way you get around the world is very similar to Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Because for example, like you can glide around. You can also climb up like bunch of things very similar in Breath of the Wild.
That's what I hear. Is just that people are saying that like, a lot of people are still gonna call it Breath of the Wild clone. So I'm like, oh boy. We'll see. I still haven't seen much of it, so I do know art aesthetically wise, um, definitely seems like it's going for cel shaded and it's going for something similar. I have to say though, I do like the character designs. A lot of them do look pretty appealing, at least to me.
Yeah,
Art style's good.
they look pretty cool. Like I think like again at the most I haven't messed with it because like I'm waiting to see if they're gonna fix it more of the PC version. Because the problem is like the PC version has like an unfortunate anti-cheat DRM thing.
Yeah, I really wanted to play it on PC since I have a good rig now, and nope. This is the other problem with PC gaming is that this stuff's gonna happen all the time. They have to launch with anti-cheat to the point where it gets to the kernel, and I'm like, dude, why the hell would I let a game have that much access? Even if I'm gonna play legit, I don't want it having that much access. That's so bad, dude.
Yeah, like I had to like switch to like PS4 just so I don't have to deal with that. But the only
Yeah.
downside to it is that I'm not getting 60 FPS on PS4.
Oh, it's only 30? Damn.
Yeah, that was another thing I wasn't not a huge fan of. Like when I was playing the PS4 version, is that I wish I had the 60 FPS on the PC version if it weren't for the anti cheat.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
Hopefully they have an update or something about it, because my god.
yeah, but like who knows like how long I'll play this game, but I'm kind of predicting like, it won't be too long since I don't stick with like gadget games with too long.
Same. I just want to see what it's about, but I doubt it, because man, I've lately after like, enjoying PSO2 and then like, alternating with like a single player game, I'm like, I think Gacha has like no room for me anymore. It's just like
Ye-
I'm good. It never did, but I still tried to like mess with them a little bit, but I'm like, nah, son. I think I'm good with Gacha games. This one looks great. I do love the art style and everything. It's just, I don't think it'll hold my attention for like, a year or something, or however long people play these things.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the only gotcha I only have is only just KOF All Stars, but with KOF All Stars, it lets me get away of being lazy with those dailies.
Pretty much. So we'll
Yeah,
see. But hopefully people that, are playing it do enjoy it. It's also on mobile as well. So you can get it on iOS and Android. I should mention that.
yeah. And the other cool thing is that like a multiplayer is crossplay as well.
Yep. So it doesn't matter which one you pick up, you can play with that one. And I'm guessing if you make an account, all your data gets transferred over as well, which is nice.
Yeah, actually, as a heads up is that like just in case you transfer your data, like for example, you can only transfer from like PC, mobile, and that's it. PS4, they're still working on it though.
Yikes. Okay, hopefully they find the solution, because yeah, being able to pick wherever you want, like, would be nice. Hopefully Switch doesn't have that issue, because with Switch it'd be a big deal as well.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm very concerned about is to see like how it runs on Switch.
Yeah. I mean, if it can run on phones, I don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't even seen what the mobile footage looks like. But yeah. Either way, I'm pretty sure they've made this thing scalable. But yeah, hopefully it's good. I might mess with it in the next few days. I don't know when. But either way, I'm gonna go on to the next one here. I got no I got no segue, but hey man, you like Tim's?
I love me some Tims.
So, Balan Wonderworld got a whole bunch of details recently, including a co-op mode. They kind of gave more insight on like the bosses and whatnot and how like the structure of the game is. But the one that people have been like really running with on Twitter is apparently the whole setting takes place on the Isle of Tims. What the heck is a Tim?
Huh? So why people are getting crazy for it is that the Isle of Tims is basically we got the return of the Chow Guard from Sonic Adventure.
Yep. They finally did it after people like demanding this for like several years and getting nothing from Sega. They just said, all right, we'll do it ourselves. Good lord. Frickin' Naoto Shima says, I got you. I know what you want. Oh, man.
Being like, since we're making like a spiritual successor, we might as well just drag in like the Chow Guard that people demanded.
Yeah. It's just really cool. I'm glad it's back. It seems like from what they were saying here in the breakdown is that you can raise them up, but then they actually can be used to help you in the levels themselves as like maybe like offensive attacks or different like support moves in that way. But
yeah, which is very nice compared to like the uses of the Chow Guards in Sonic Adventure.
Pretty much. So I'm like, it's cool. Hopefully it's a fun mechanic and doesn't take forever to raise one up. I wonder how intricate they're gonna go because Chow breeding is insane. If there's breeding in this, oh my god. Oh boy, it's gonna take a while.
Look at the Tims right there.
It's
you know
so
what, you know
cute.
What the Tims look like, dude? They look like palms, man. They look like shiny
do.
palms.
It looks like shiny palms for real, or rabbits and like mana.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah. The one screenshot right there looks like a rabbit.
They look so cute though. I love it. But yeah, it's really cool. I also do like how they kind of explained, man, I gotta maybe put this in like a card or something after this podcast is over. Some people might not be familiar with this channel. He's still pretty small, but I think he does like great content. Was someone by the name of Digi Valentine. He's a really huge Nights into Dreams fan. And he did a video that really made me want to check out the series, or at least the first game at some point, because there is one thing that he talked about, and he mentioned how apparently the original Nights game really tackles anxiety and like a lot of like mental problems where like the characters kind of go through like the arc through the game, and it's a very insightful video that I could relate to so much as someone who has like social anxiety and whatnot. But then even reading like the little brief character bios for each of the characters in this article definitely shows that it ain't Nights just in like brief appearance. It also seems like both of the characters have a struggle that they're dealing with, and that's why they show up to this location, very much like the premise of the original game. But that video in itself is like excellent. So I'm definitely putting that in a card because I did not know the series actually did that. I kind of love how like it's like very subtle, almost like not really mentioned, that it kind of delves into like those like character topics, and I'm like that's really cool. You don't really see characters have like mental health issues like that and go through that. So I found that really interesting. I never saw anyone talk about that when they talk about the Nights games. I think that's really cool. So I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's quite interesting. Like if someone actually took into deeper analysis like that.
Yeah, it's a really good video. It sold me more on the game than anything else ever did. At least for the original game, and I'm sure this one will be just as good and fun, but also have those little moments as well.
Yeah, I got to see what they have for those like 80 different costumes to use.
Yeah, God, I still can't believe it's like Again, it's another one of these games that just makes you question what year it is. The bosses look pretty cool too, though. My goodness.
Yeah. And plus, the other cool thing also didn't mention is that like they also will be doing like free next gen upgrades for both PS4 and Xbone.
Yep. It's like the one thing that you can do to just make everyone happy. Like now it's not just no microtransactions, now it's just free upgrade. Oh man. But yeah, it looks cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I'll probably get it day one. But yeah, really down for that. Now this is all you, buddy.
Oh boy. So apparently I finally got updates of a certain news for a collection I've been waiting for. And that happens to be the Breakers collection.
Yep.
And so Breakers, if you're unfamiliar with, it's a cult classic fighting game, which it came up for the Neo Geo back in the day.
Yep.
And it had basically there was Breakers and then Breakers Revenge, and it's just pretty much like a very fun, solid fighting game, like with these like cool cast of characters, and. The interesting thing, like I do like about this game is that this is the only fighting game where every button you press feels great.
Bruh.
It's like similar of like doing Gatling when like in Guilty Gear, like roll the footage, like just so this man can see some footage,
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a game that came out like a long time ago, and now I'm very surprised like someone is like picked up the rights like to do a collection for it.
So this is not owned by SNK itself?
No, it's by Visco Games. Yeah, I mean, like, this came out in Neo Geo, but this is definitely one of those, like, third-party Neo Geo games.
God, the opening, like, you could tell me it's an SNK game, and I believe you based off that opening.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is that, like, the quality of this game looks very close to an SNK game.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. Oh my goodness.
See, look at the sprite work, my dude.
I'm looking at the speed, though. That looks... I can already tell it looks, like, really good. In terms of just, like, every button press. That looks snappy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like what I would always describe it to this game. Is basically just Gatling the fighting game.
I'm like, if there's one thing I love, it's my Gatlings in fighting games, for real. It's so good.
Yeah. And, obviously, like, I mean, let me rephrase that. So, they announced, like, the collection finally confirmed coming up for, like, PS4, Xbone, Switch, and Steam.
Yep. Coming out next year.
Yep. Obviously, they explained, like, obviously, you got your arcade mode, incredible AI. I don't know why they feature that. And online multiplayer. However, the only concern I have with this is I'm hoping it's rollback. Because this game is a very popular game on Firecade.
If it's not Code Mystics, I don't know. Do you know much of this company, Cubite Interactive?
The only thing I know is that it's a Brazilian publishing company, which I do know they published like a remaster for a.
Wait, it's Brazilian?
It's a Brazilian.
Oh my god, company. That's perfect! Holy shit!
I mean, which kind of makes sense why they want to re-release this, because Brazilians are also crazy for Neo Geo games.
Yeah, I was gonna say for context, yeah. Oh my goodness, but yeah,
because obviously Brazilians are love SNK games, or should I say games on Neo Geo, along with Latin America. But basically, like, I do remember that they did publish like this one shoot 'em up collection that was also a remaster as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard it was pretty okay. But like I said, I have to wait and see if it's a rollback, because if there's no rollback, then we're gonna have to like play this game of Firecade.
Yeah, man. Remember how that Samsha collection has rollback, but it's got no lobbies and matchmaking as hell? Could still be bad.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, that collection, even though like it has rollback, right? But it's like not good rollback, sadly.
Yikes. I'm like, we'll see. Cautiously optimistic, I guess, is what I'll say for this, because I do want to check them out, but like you said, there's always Fightcade. But yeah, hopefully it's, one that people can enjoy. At the very least, if you could at least be a competent port you could have on your Switch, that'd be nice.
Yeah, and hell, I also would like to play this game, like test like the rollback as well,
Yeah.
in case if it gets confirmed, like like for all systems including Switch.
Yep. Well, we'll see. But last one is very minor, but it's so stupid dumb that I had to put it on. So speaking of Rabbites from before, apparently Trials of Mana got like a new update that adds no future and very hard difficulty settings. But I'm kind of laughing at this because it's just like, man, I remember, like, shoutouts to Completionist, by the way, where he would play certain games and the incentive for going all in is just so minor that I can't help but laugh at this. If you, like, in the new update, if you go for, like, the no future route, all you get is some Rabbite slippers. And it's insanely difficult. It's insanely difficult. Like, only 3 items used. Boss battles with a time limit, which, from playing Azure, you sure as hell know I don't want that.
And not to mention, the display of enemy attack range has been shown for some boss battles. Rainbow item states may produce high performance equipment of the same name. So basically, you will get dupes.
Yeah.
And then 2 chain abilities added, though, which you get Guidance of the Sacred Sword, which permanents not in your control that will become unable to fight will have 1 HP remaining.
To kind of keep them alive.
Too, when you win a battle, all party members will recover 100%.
Just repair slippers, bro.
Dude, like, you know what's funny is that, like, in FF14, we got, like, this thing called, like, Beast Tribe Quests.
Yeah.
Which, you do, like, these quests just to gain some XP, right?
Yeah.
So, you do them to gain XP and then get reputation. The higher you get the reputation, you get, like, rewards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the best reward when you do one for the Mughals is, if I remember correctly, is that the highest once you get the highest reputation, they're like, oh, thank you, for we have our trust in you. Here's your reward, a pair of Mughal slippers.
Like, what is this? Oh, man.
That's, like, the funny... So, that is, like, one of the funniest reward I've ever seen for, like, the hardest, like, difficulty right there.
Yeah. They did, also add in some good stuff, like being able to skip, change class cutscenes and end credits. Along with a pretty big one that people wanted was that, costumes have been changed. So your class change once cannot be carried over after a class reset. And a New Game Plus, which I know some people wanted that.
Yeah.
Along with apparently some new goddess statues added to the map, which I could see there were some areas that kind of needed maybe 1 or 2, but yeah, I just found it very funny because I was just like, oh my god, dude! Like immediately when I saw it, I just saw like the completionist, just going through all that hell, and then but you get a pair of cool, cute little Rabbite slippers, so it's all worth it.
Oh, dude, yeah. I remember, like, again, it still reminds me, like, when I was reading, like, other awards, because I was thinking about doing, like, some quests for the Mughals in FF14, right? I'm like, oh, the other thing I'm gonna get is a new dancing mode and a pair of Mughal slippers.
Dude, I cannot wait. That reminds me of Mario Sunshine. People are gonna do 120 shines.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna point that out, is that... Well, actually, before we get that, so I do like how they also added in, like, a very hard difficulty for New Game Plus, which that was very nice. But, oh my lord. I will tell you this, folks, is that, like, if you plan to, like, 100% Sunshine, you will hate yourself.
You will hate it. There is nothing there for you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Unless you want the journey and you want to suffer so you can relate with other people, I guess that's, like, the best you're gonna get.
Oh my god, like, I can't believe, like, just for 100%, the only thing you get is just a picture.
You get, like, 5 notes of music and a picture. Holy shit, I wish I was kidding. It's one of the worst completionist bonuses I've ever seen.
You know what, when I think about it, right, those Rabbi slippers, they're a lot more worth it compared to that picture.
Yeah, suddenly they're not that bad. But to be fair, if you're getting your ass kicked... if you do this. Oh my god.
I can't wait to see like posts being like, I suffered, but I can finally can sleep with these rabbit slippers.
Oh man. God, I hope they do I think what was it, like Legend of Mana was like the sequel, right?
Yeah, that's the the fourth game in the main series, Legend of Mana.
I hope they do a remake of that, because it's like, honestly, just seeing this article made me miss like how much I did enjoy Trials of Mana, just for how like simple it was, like coming out in this year. I was like, man, I need more games like that. I really do. But yeah,
Same here.
That's pretty much it for the news. We're going along pretty late. Holy crap. I will try to put in like timestamps or something like in the video, which you can do now, just to make this tolerable for you guys, because yeah, I'm sorry, MMOs just took over. This is not planned. I can't believe we're getting close to 6 hours. So listen, I'm gonna keep this very brief. You can find me at the YouTube channel. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at VFX Mario. I'm gonna be playing through some SNK games, mainly Metal Slug 1 and 2, with this man with Brace Your Soul. Gonna be checking out Crash Bandicoot 4 when that comes out October 2nd. I'll be a little bit late though, since I'm gonna rent it, so I have to wait like 1 or 2 days, but it's worth it, because again, I think it's gonna come out on PC. They've done it like twice already with Crash Trilogy and Spyro Trilogy. I just think it's gonna happen. But then again, CTR, that did not happen yet, so I have no idea. But either way, I'm placing my bets. But looking forward to messing with that. Then probably afterwards, I might do 1 or 2 things. But Cold Steel 1 will be happening about 1 to 2 weeks, somewhere around that time frame. I'll be starting up that one, and I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, that's mainly going to be it for me. I'll be streaming PSO2 late at night, still keeping up with it now that they added some new content and a new class and whatnot. But yeah, so where can they find you at, man?
Alright, so you can find me like at Fatal Brace of Soul on Twitter, but by the way, you could ask for permission first, because Gigi said to Twitter, which they fucked me over like many days ago.
That's right, so Twitter had that meltdown. Oh my god.
Yeah. So currently like my account is locked, but if you try to follow me, so yeah. Try to see if you're cool or not.
I mean, you know, I don't think you'll have to worry about it too much. Man. Yeah. We ain't like 25k views yet. Someday. Someday people will be going back at this and they'll be like, wow, when they were nobodies, they were here. They're still talking.
Yeah. and can we, for someone like to mark down in the history books, a TTSR, being like, this is when Soul this is like when Soul was in Twitter jail.
Pretty much. Oh, that's why I love doing this. Even if like, the views aren't there yet, I just love the time capsule aspect of this. Again, that's how like I was laughing about PSO2 with that and Liam without knowing all the context.
Yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I was thinking I'm playing some more 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Continue my progression progression of FF14, so I can finally get the Shadowbringers. And then, of course, I'll be playing against Metal Slug with this guy.
Hell yeah. That'll probably be like one day, by the way. Those games are short.
Yeah, and if by any chance, my dude, I do have a recommendation, just in case if you're going on that short break.
Yeah.
We have the old reliable Neo Turf Masters.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Valhalla, but that works too. I'm kidding. Yeah, maybe we gotta do the meme at some point.
Like I said, man, like that game is like the best old reliable right there.
At some point, man, we'll see. I gotta see how it plays out with this break. But yeah, either way, I guess that'll be it from us, unless so were you gonna say anything else?
Nope, that's all.
Alright. Then yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Probably in about a month's time. I promise it will not be this long ever again. It's just MMOs and Trails to Azure finishing a duology arc. I'm just like, this is just the writing was on the wall, dude. I'm so sorry, guys. If you watched all the way through to the end, thank you so much. You're the real MVPs. I love you. Because my God, I sitting through over 5 hours of listening to both of us talk. I'm just like, I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'll see you next time. Hope you all have a great rest of your night, morning, whenever you're listening to this. And we'll see you next time. Later, guys.
And congrats, you listened to the whole thing.
Intrigued by the crimson box. Check with my comrades, taking it back. Exquisite treasure right in my hand. Take the farms and you will see. Tearing down your enemies. Even now I hear it beckoning, alluring treasure. Come to me.